A bowl of mixed offal noodles costs 10 yuan. But the girl who ate noodles for the first time spent 5 million. Simply because it's the most luxurious restaurant in this bizarre world. Just as the passers-by were all thinking. When the girl was about to be brutally killed by the supernatural being. Unexpectedly, the usually cruel supernatural being suddenly changed its tune. Not only did the ghost king of Luofeng Mountain willingly pay for her, but even the empress of Fengdu competed to be her bodyguard. Everything. Because you are the heavenly Tao ghost emperor who reigns over both the realms of mortals and spirits. They knew full well. If a single hair is harmed on your daughter, this terrifying world will completely vanish. But the girl doesn't know of your existence. Because your wife has already divorced you. And refused all your assistance. At this moment, your daughter is standing by the window, lost in thought. It was 10 years ago. Eerie games have begun to descend upon various parts of the world. And randomly select players to complete various tasks. Completing tasks will also earn corresponding rewards. Possesses indestructible ghostly aura and various formidable abilities. But the survival rate of this bizarre game is also too horrifying to look at. Often hundreds of people. It's considered good if a couple can make it out alive. Lin Yi happened to be chosen to participate in this eerie game. He wasn't like the other players. Showing despair and breakdown. Just expressionlessly wiping down everything in the house. 20 minutes later. Lin Yi stopped what he was doing. Then reluctantly moved on. Looking at this home he lived in for 18 years. At this moment, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the photo of his mother and himself. He carefully took out the photo. Keep it close as a memento. But suddenly, behind the frame fell another slightly smaller photo. There is also an exquisitely designed badge. Lin Yi glanced at the badge. And casually slipped it into his pocket. There are 3 people in the photo. One is his mother. One was Lin Yi during infancy. The other person turned out to be Uncle Chen, who lived in the same neighborhood. This left Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. Uncle Chen in the photo. Looking very close with his mother. He still remembered how Uncle Chen used to prick him with his beard when he was a child. I also often took him to the amusement park to play. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Flipped the photo over. On the back of the photo were 2 lines of elegant handwriting. Child, if you ever encounter any insurmountable difficulties in the future, don't despair. Please call this number. This number should belong to Uncle Chen. The horror game is extremely dangerous. What can an ordinary person like him do? In the end, Lin Yi still decided to give it a try with a hopeful attitude. The call went through. 3 seconds later, a man's voice came through the phone. He spoke softly, lacking confidence. Uncle Chen. I have a group photo here. And was told I could contact you if I ever ran into any trouble. You'll help me. I was chosen by the horror game. Could you please help me? But there was no response from the other end of the line. Just when Lin Yi was feeling disappointed. A flash of white light streaked by. Lin vanished in an instant. And the phone that fell to the ground. A deep male voice sounded. Xiaoyi, you're coming to the horror game. Don't worry, I've already arranged it for you. Welcome home. As the white light before my eyes faded away. Lin Yi's cheeks also turned pale. Before your eyes lies an inn spanning over 500 square meters. The air was filled with a putrid stench of decay. Eerie diners with peculiar expressions. A pile of terrifying food lay before me. After entering the game, the live broadcast will also commence accordingly. At this moment, the live stream audience felt a bit sorry for Lin Yi. Newcomers right off the bat. This is a high difficulty dungeon like the Yuelai Inn. I heard there are many veteran players. All died at the hands of the inn's cook. You should go for the waiter position instead of being a streamer. Suddenly, the eerie game system voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Identity authentication prop detected. Automatically activated for you. Bound to a profession. Current occupation, Zhangzhou. Vice President of the Peculiar Market Supervision and Administration Committee. Binding effect, brainpower plus 20, stamina plus 2. Charm plus 20, malice plus 30. Passive skill. All occupations within the jurisdiction. Proficiency bonus increased by 1000%. Hearing this cold, mechanical voice. Lin Yi's fair little face was filled with astonishment. What thing? Vice Chairman of the Identity Authentication Committee? Is this horror game bugged? To know in game. Jobs that can secure a stable foundation are considered decent. Even a profession like cleaning toilets. It could make people scramble for it like crazy. What's more? This Deputy Director of the Market Supervision and Administration Commission. This also made Lin Yi feel uneasy in his heart. I must have been too scared. Experiencing auditory hallucinations. At this very moment, Lin Yi, however, discovered his own attribute interface had changed. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Zhangzhou occultist. vice president of the Market Supervision and Administration Commission. Moreover, the data in the attribute bar has also increased significantly. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Whether it's a bug or not. As long as I don't use it. Meanwhile, inside the manager's office of Yuelai Inn, the inn manager, Mr. Li, is giving a lecture. And before him stood the head waiter. Was trembling with fear. Suddenly his pupils turned white. A scene unfolded before his eyes. Manager Li possesses the ability to foresee the future. But this ability, it only appears passively in life or death situations. In the image, he saw the Yuelai Inn being sealed up. The shop owner flew into a rage. After subjecting him to every torment, they erased him. Manager Li turned pale with fright. Will I be killed? That group from the Market Supervision and Administration Commission. Are they going to shut down the inn? This comment made the head waiter's scalp tingle. Market Supervision and Administration Commission. Responsible for overseeing all issues related to the anomaly market. In that era filled with turmoil, there was a mighty being whose power overshadowed all. He single-handedly founded this organization. I heard that initially this mighty being just wanted to eat a meal in peace. A duck neck was found in the dish. At that time, the powerful figure was utterly disgusted and decided to clean up the entire shady market. The committee members held absolute managerial authority over commercial organizations. Even the lowest-ranking member of the committee also possesses the ability to shut down Yuelai Inn. Manager Li took a deep breath, pointing to the foreman and saying, "You go and properly receive this distinguished guest. If the inn is sealed up, your end will be miserable." At that moment, 3 beams of white light flashed around Lin Yi. His 3 teammates were also teleported over. A pretty girl. A young adult from the community. A middle-aged man in a black robe. Pretty girl Lin Yi knows. It was none other than his arch-rival in the same class, Song Tianxin. And the social youth is Song Tianxin's boyfriend. The man in black extended his hand. He said slowly, "My name is Zhang Jian. Having gone through 2 dungeons, but gained no benefit from it. Just a bit more experience than you in dealing with the supernatural. This Yuelai Inn. The difficulty far exceeds that of the 2 previous dungeons I experienced. Especially for this kind of survival-based main quest. Representing an extremely high mortality rate." At this moment, the hotel manager also noticed them. He was just about to insult these people. Instantly, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. People from the Market Supervision and Administration Committee. Would they come to test the waters disguised as ordinary people? The one clad in black robes. They're probably from the committee. He alone remained the calmest. Neither humble nor arrogant. Seeing the dark-robed figure standing in place, those bizarre diners glared at him with malicious intent. They kept hurling insults and humiliating him. The head waiter lost his temper. What if the black-robed lord felt offended by this? At that moment, the grotesque stirred restlessly. "I want to eat that black-robed one, hee. Don't try to steal mine, I want that black-robed one too. His flesh should be nice and chewy." Tormented by the grotesque creature's relentless taunts, the group swallowed their anger. They dared not provoke any of the strange beings in the inn. Perhaps because Zhang Jian remained relatively calm. Most of the strange beings had set their sights on him. When Zhang Jian saw the manager approaching them, he immediately realized this strange manager might be just like the strange entities in previous instances, preparing to humiliate and torment him. But then, something unexpected happened. Bang! The bizarre foreman slammed his right hand down hard. His right hand slammed down hard on the nearest table. His eyes flashed with fury as he bellowed, "Shut the hell up, all of you. My staff are mine to insult, not you lot. One more word from any of you, and I'll tear you apart." The moment he spoke, the entire place fell silent. All the diners stared at the sinister-looking headwaiter in utter shock. Their minds froze in an instant. What the hell? Was this still the same shady establishment they knew? Weren't you always the one shouting the loudest before? Now you're telling us to shut up? Over here. Zhang Jian's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. What happened? Why are you defending him? Zhang Jian glanced at the instant's name. He rubbed his eyes. It was definitely the Yuelai Inn. That place that unconditionally favors diners. The terrifying in that preys on players. This devious manager was notorious for picking on players. He's notorious for it. Why is he suddenly favoring him now? No. Something's not right. Could it be that the supervisor has taken a liking to him? Or could it be because he's got tons of experience doing dirty, grueling work? Can they tell at a glance that he's a total workhorse? Zhang Jian wondered if he'd misheard. Song Tianxin and her boyfriend were also dumbfounded. They exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't help but glance at Zhang Jian. Is this the ruthless and vicious head waiter you mentioned? Why does he seem So protective? Both of them were deeply shaken. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Who would have thought the crafty head waiter would side with them? Chapter 4, I'm the manager, yet my salary is lower than a waiter's? At that moment, the viewers in the livestream were stunned. Ha! Wait, did I hear that right? He just insulted the customer? This isn't right. The plot wasn't supposed to go this way. This weird host always treated players like dirt before. Something's definitely off here. The audience began to grow suspicious. Zhang Jian lowered his voice and said, "Be careful, something's off. He might be faking it." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Something's definitely off. They weren't about to trust the sinister foreman so easily. At that moment, noticing that none of them believed him, seeing the doubt in their eyes, the sinister foreman's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He'd done too many bad things before. He'd completely lost all credibility. If the dark-robed lord discovered this, he was deliberately acting this way. It might actually make him look even worse. At this thought, the sinister head waiter was just about to change the subject, when a portly customer grumbled, "Old boy, did you take the wrong medicine today? They're just a bunch of pigs. Why are you sticking up for them? Aren't you afraid we'll complain to Manager Lee about you?" The sinister head waiter's eyes lit up. This weirdo was practically begging for it. He folded his arms and snorted coldly, "Let me tell you something. Manager Lee is on my side too. Manager Lee is compassionate, hates evil, and treats his staff like family. Insulting him is like insulting our Manager Lee. Go ahead and complain if you want, let's see who's in the right." These words infuriated the crowd of diners. The oddballs chose to leave the inn one after another. Some glared with contempt. Others glared with icy eyes. The ghost manager kept yelling curses. "If you won't eat, plenty of ghosts will. Our inn never lacks for customers." This scene, it left the players present utterly dumbfounded. The others were filled with astonishment and confusion. Lin Yi, however, remained composed. She couldn't shake the feeling that the current scene felt utterly disconnected. The manager's acting was too fake. Who knows what he's scheming? Before long, only a handful of diners remained in the inn. The shady manager then approached Zhang Jian. A flattering smile had just touched his face. He immediately realized this expression was unwise. He cleared his throat twice and said, "I hope I didn't scare you all. My apologies, I'm just a bit impatient." As he spoke, he discreetly scanned the crowd. The man in the black robe was still putting on an act. Zhang Jian humbly replied, "Thank you for standing up for us. Is there anything we can do? Whether it's waitstaff, cleaning crew, or kitchen help, we're ready to serve. As for wages, since we're new here, consider it a token of our respect." Given the bizarre behavior of the mysterious foreman, Zhang Jian opted to pay first. Survival comes first. The sinister foreman instinctively hummed in acknowledgement. Then it hit him. What was this about handing over wages? In the past, he would have gladly pocketed it. But you're one of the committee, protecting the payment for the bizarre task. It's also within your purview. Entrapment? The shady foreman's eyes widened instantly. Good thing he didn't fall for it. Beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down his temples. The shady foreman immediately denied it. Hand over wages? I, Lao Bai, have never pocketed a single penny. You'll get every penny you're owed. Alright then, you're new here, and probably don't have much work experience. As for wages, you look the most skilled, so 10 ghost money per day. This was the outcome of his careful deliberation. He couldn't directly expose the black-robed one's identity. Nor could he treat him like an ordinary pig. He must be treated with favor. This was the optimal approach. A subtle hint would suffice. The words fell. Zhang Jian's pupils flashed. How much? You mean 10 spirit coins a day? Zhang Jian stared in disbelief. Don't underestimate the small amount of spirit money. But remember, in the dungeons he'd experienced before, scrubbing toilets for others, working his ass off day in and day out, and always on guard against the weird. And for what? And his daily pay? A measly 1 jiao. Worked for a week. Then I had to hand over 3 Joss paper coins to the public toilet attendant. Net take, for Joss paper coins. Ghost money is the universal currency of the supernatural world. Not only can it be used to bribe the uncanny, but also absorb their own energy in critical moments. Extremely valuable. Extremely scarce in quantity. If brought to the outside world, 1 Joss paper on the black market, it could fetch 10,000 to 20,000 plus dollars. This inn actually gives out 10 Joss paper coins a day? And no need to hand it over? Work 1 day. After scrubbing toilets for over 2 weeks? This isn't an inn. More like a charity, right? Little did they know. In the eyes of the sinister foreman, Zhang Jian's expression was quite telling. Could it be he thinks it's too little? Is he dissatisfied? The sinister foreman swallowed hard at the thought. Stealing his resolve. He immediately declared, 10 spirit coins is just the base wage. If you work overtime, each hour of overtime earns you an extra 2 Joss paper dollars, with no upper limit. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. As for holiday benefits, maternity subsidies, paid annual leave, business trip allowances, various insurances. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged on any benefits you're entitled to. As the words fell, buzz. The entire inn fell deathly silent. Not only were the players stunned, even the oddball who hadn't left the inn were left dumbfounded. Everyone's minds, even the weirdos, went numb. The words of the mysterious head waiter echoed like thunderclaps in their ears. One by one, they were left dazed and confused. How much? What did he say? 10 spirit coins a day? That's 300 a month? My salary is only 40 spirit coins. I'm a general manager, and my salary is actually lower than a waiter's? This. The eerie beings lingering in the inn murmured in stunned disbelief. Zhang Jian was stunned. 10 Joss paper coins a day. And overtime pay? No upper limit? That is to say, if he works from 6 a.m. to midnight, he'd only earn 34 Joss paper notes? Working one day. That's more than he makes cleaning toilets for a whole month. Is this inn just giving away money? If that's the case, he'd gladly work at this inn for the rest of his life. Besides, all those subsidies are literally blinding him. Childbirth subsidy? And a business trip subsidy? Waitstaff can actually travel for work? Zhang Jian asked in shock. The shady supervisor nodded, wearing a fawning expression. Of course. With such long working hours, it's incredibly demanding. You need to unwind occasionally too. Right? Such generous perks. Relax? Just as the group stood there bewildered, the sinister foreman produced a bright red paper contract. If there are no objections, sign the contract, he urged. The group glanced over the contract. Buzz. Suddenly, Song Tianxin's eyes widened in shock. This can't be right. Why is our daily wage only 1 ghost coin? And his pay is so high? What gives? Discrimination? Lin Yi glanced at the contract too. She realized the supervisor was being terribly unfair. It seemed the supervisor wasn't favoring them at all, but rather, he was favoring Zhang Jian. At that moment, Zhang Jian lowered his head after reading the contract. Though he didn't know why he was being given preferential treatment, it was undeniably a tangible benefit. Faced with such tangible benefits, his pride as a veteran faded away. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic foreman's eyes flashed with deep impatience. He addressed Lin Yi and the others. The benefits I mentioned earlier, of course, do not include you. The pay is what it is. If you don't like it, get lost. He turned away. He resumed his haughty demeanor. He addressed Zhang Jian softly. Are these terms acceptable to you? If you have any grievances, we can still negotiate. Chapter 5. I do the dirty, hard work, while you reap all the benefits? Splash. The foreman's words fell like a bucket of cold water, drenched Lin Yi and the other two present to the bone. Zhang Jian's daily wage starts at 10 ghost coins. Yet they only earned 1 spirit coin per day. And no overtime pay? As for other benefits? None whatsoever. Why? Such unequal treatment? They're treating them like dogs. Could it be that Zhang Jian has some terrifying background? Is that why the mysterious foreman is being so polite? At this thought, Song Tianxin's expression changed rapidly. She whispered pleadingly, Brother Zhang, please help us. As she spoke, she tugged at Zhang Jian's arm, her proud bosom brushing against him. Meanwhile, Song Tianxin's boyfriend watched the entire scene unfold. He didn't say much. He merely humbly pleaded, Brother Zhang, please speak up. If our wages could be raised, we'd gladly hand over half our pay to you. The two were practically groveling at Zhang Jian's feet. Zhang Jian relished the attention. Before entering the horror game, he was just an unemployed middle-aged man, constantly looked down upon by his boss, colleagues, and family. In the first 2 instances, even his teammates looked down on him. This was the first time. The preferential treatment from the mysterious foreman, and the words from Song Tianxin and the others, all of it made him feel elated. He thought it was due to his experience. He was being heavily relied upon by the mysterious foreman. Lin Yi observed their actions. She hesitated. She couldn't bring herself to grovel before Zhang Jian like that. At that moment, Zhang Jian also spoke up in response to the two. Sir, these 2 friends of mine, would it be possible to increase their wages a little more? The sinister foreman heard this and felt slightly displeased. Paying Zhang Jian such a high salary was only right. After all, he was part of the committee. But raising the wages for the other 2 as well? For someone as stingy as him? It stung a bit. Well then. The sinister foreman glanced at the 3 of them. and impatiently declared, "Your wages will be 10 spirit coins per day. As for how you divide it, that's up to you. Here you go. This is your first day's pay." He pulled out a stack of joss paper money. He handed it to Zhang Jian. Song Tianxin and the young man with yellow hair were overjoyed. Zhang Jian thanked him. "Thank you for your generosity. Since everything's settled, I'll go get you some clothes." The sinister foreman nodded. He quickly vanished from the sight of the four. Lin Yi watched Song Tianxin and the other, waiting for them to divide the money. After all, if any supernatural entities caused trouble later, she could use the spirit money to make amends. But at that moment, Zhang Jian carefully tucked away the joss paper. Song Tianxin and her boyfriend exchanged a few whispered words. Then Song Tianxin handed a joss paper note to Lin Yi. "Here, take it. It's your pay." Her gesture resembled charity. Lin Yi stared in utter disbelief. The sinister supervisor had told them to divide it freely among themselves. 15 joss paper notes for all three of them. And she only got one joss paper? And the other two get 14? Lin Yi froze in place. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Yi's unusual reaction, Song Tianxin clicked her tongue. "You didn't even ask Brother Zhang for it. Why should he give you so much? Without us, you'd only have one joss paper anyway." Lin Yi bit her lip lightly. She looked at Zhang Jian, but he avoided her gaze. His gaze drifted elsewhere. Human hearts are complex. He might kindly share some information with them. But when real interests were at stake, Zhang Jian didn't back down. Of course, there was no such thing as fairness in this horror game. A chill crept into Lin Yi's heart. Zhang Jian was favored by the manager. Song Tianxin and the others were also aligned with him. Now, the three of them were on the same side. Only she had never sought Zhang Jian's favor. But Lin Yi had never done such a thing. Her father had taught her this long ago. The most important thing in life is to have backbone. To make her grovel and bow. To offer her body as payment like Song Tianxin? She couldn't do it. Left with no choice, Lin Yi could only accept that thin joss paper note. Song Tianxin nodded with satisfaction at the sight. "You'd better know your place. Brother Zhang won't give you a hard time either. He's someone the foreman holds in high regard." Not long after, as the group waited for the head chef to assign specific tasks, a cook emerged from the kitchen. He wore a black chef's uniform. A white chef's hat perched atop his head. Tall and broad-shouldered, he weighed well over 200 pounds. His arms were bulging with powerful muscles. In his right hand, he held a knife stained with blood. When he saw the empty inn, the cook's expression darkened. "Where's everyone? Why have all the customers left?" he demanded of the others. Not knowing how to respond, Zhang Jian swallowed hard and said, "Your Excellency, we're new employees." Before he could finish, the cook waved his hand impatiently. He couldn't be bothered to listen. "Forget it. Better you leave, so you don't waste my time. Since you're new, help me out with a few tasks first." The cook motioned for them to follow. They headed toward the kitchen. When Lin Yi saw the scene inside the kitchen, she couldn't help but shiver. An eerie atmosphere permeated the space. Under dim lighting, tables and chairs lay in disarray. The refrigerator door stood open, revealing several animal carcasses inside. Beside them stood a pitch-black bucket filled with an unidentified liquid, its surface covered by a thin layer of crimson substance. Zhang Jian stood at the front. Song Tianxin stood right beside him. The cook turned his head and coldly ordered, "Clean up the kitchen first. Remember, don't pour out the blood in the bucket. Oh, and get someone else to help me prepare the ingredients. I'll be back in half an hour. If I find you haven't finished the work, don't blame me for being harsh." With that, he grabbed his knife and exited through the kitchen's back door. At this point, the four of them wore different expressions. Song Tianxin glanced at the contents of the refrigerator and felt an immediate wave of nausea. Cleaning the kitchen was the simplest task. She then commanded Lin Yi, "You go help him prepare the ingredients." As she spoke, she brushed against Zhang Jian again, whispering softly in his ear, "Brother Zhang, we'll handle the cleaning. You just take a moment to rest." "All right, let's do it that way." Zhang Jian nodded. He also caught Lin Yi's complicated gaze. Yet in Song Tianxin's embrace, everything seemed perfectly natural. After all, Lin Yi hadn't offered him any favors. Under the subtle influence of both the manager and Song Tianxin, Zhang Jian's heart quietly shifted. He actually hoped Lin Yi would do just that. Compared to Song Tianxin, Lin Yi held the greatest allure for him. Lin Yi said nothing. She walked straight to the refrigerator. Inside, it was covered in bloodstains. The first shelf held bizarre, dead fish. The second shelf held peculiar animal tissues. All of it had been properly processed. It seemed the cook's intention was to prepare these fish. Lin Yi pulled out the dead fish. An immediate stench assaulted her nostrils. The dead fish were covered in a viscous liquid. They looked small. Yet each one easily weighed 100 pounds. Without the strength boost, Lin Yi might not have been able to lift them at all. Placing the fish on the cutting board, Lin Yi silently began to gut the fish. Fortunately, her mother had taught her how to do it before. Thanks to the badge's bonus, her stamina was more than double that of an ordinary person. More than enough to easily gut this fish. At that moment, Lin Yi, who had just finished cleaning a fish, froze. Ding! You processed a knife fish, triggering a 1000% passive bonus. Knife skill proficiency plus 100. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your blade proficiency. Chapter 6, The Second Prediction of the Future, The Finger That Destroys the Inn. Lin Yi stole a glance at her attribute panel. She discovered a new entry in her skill bar. Skill, Sword Technique Beginner. After staring at it for 3 seconds, another line appeared. Current experience, 0-1000. Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Her heart pounded wildly. What others would avoid at all costs, cleaning fish, under the boost of her profession badge, had become a coveted opportunity. Sure, it smelled a bit. But who cares? Forget it. Let's just finish butchering the fish first. Lin Yi picked up the knife in her hand. She could clearly feel herself growing more skilled. She worked faster now. She glanced at the fish in the refrigerator. There must be at least 10 of them. Once she finished cleaning these fish, her knife skills would surely level up again. Huff. She took a deep breath. Lin Yi was brimming with motivation. Meanwhile, Song Tianqin and the others were watching her. As they watched Lin Yi dispatch one fish after another, they couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Who'd have thought she'd be so cooperative? Song Tianqin remarked, her arm wrapped around Zhang Jian's. Her boyfriend, the young man with the yellow hair, kept cleaning up. Zhang Jian saw Lin Yi covered in sweat and felt a twinge of pity. Isn't this a bit much, he sighed. Song Tianqin snorted softly at his words. To survive, she'd sacrifice her teammates. Brother Zhang, don't bother with her. With her pride, she'll die in a dungeon sooner or later. You're the one the foreman values most. What's wrong with letting her do a little work? If it weren't for you, we might have all been dead already. You know that, right? At this point, Song Tianqin gently took Zhang Jian's hand. Zhang Jian murmured softly in response, lost in the moment. That pang of guilt in her heart vanished like smoke. He was the foreman's most valued man. Disobeying him? Bringing trouble upon yourself was only natural. The young man with yellow hair watched the scene unfold, gripped his broom tightly in silence. Half an hour later, footsteps echoed from the kitchen's back door. The cook, reeking of blood, walked in. In his hand hung the blood-stained butcher's knife. In just a moment, the blade seemed even sharper. On his back, the cook carried a woven sack. Blood seeped continuously from the bag. When he saw the state of the kitchen, he frowned deeply and snapped, "Why is there still filth in the corner? How the hell did you clean this?" Buzz. Hearing this, everyone's minds were jolted. Song Tianqin hurriedly glanced toward the corner. Sure enough, it hadn't been cleaned properly. Bloodstains still stained the floor. The blonde-haired youth panicked too. He'd been so focused on watching his girlfriend lick Zhang Jian, he'd forgotten this spot. Seeing this, Song Tianqin hurriedly said, "Sir, we'll handle it immediately. Lin Yi, look at the mess you've made." Then she added, Sir, the ingredients. Brother Zhang has already taken care of them." She shifted the blame onto Lin Yi. And then she snatched the credit for herself. Hearing such shameless words. "You." Lin Yi's eyes widened instantly. That was the fish she'd worked so hard to catch. An overwhelming sense of injustice flooded her heart. The cook glanced at the prepared fish. His furrowed brow smoothed out. "Never mind. This fish is handled well. I won't punish you this time. Someone, take out the trash." Song Tianqin urged, "Lin Yi, the master is giving you a chance to make amends. Hurry up and do it." "Here we go again." Lin Yi sighed helplessly. The sinister foreman favored Zhang Jian. She couldn't take on all three of them alone. With no other choice, Lin Yi could only silently make her way to the trash can. A nauseating stench wafted from the trash bin. It was piled high with bones and filthy hides. Flies swarmed around it, feeding without restraint. Lin Yi lifted the trash can. Even with her impressive 25 points of stamina, she struggled to lift the trash can. Those bones were incredibly heavy. To survive, she could only stagger forward, dragging the trash can toward the back door. It had only been one day, and she was already being pushed aside like this. Unbelievable. Could she hold on for 2 more days? Meanwhile, the sinister foreman entered Manager Li's office. "You mean the committee members are conducting an undercover investigation? And you actually hired him?" Manager Li exclaimed in shock to the sinister foreman. "Yes, manager." The latter nodded. Good, good. Manager Lee exhaled deeply. A smile spread across his face. He must have guessed it too. We all know his true identity now. But since he hasn't exposed himself, don't make a fuss either. As for his friends, they should indeed be treated with courtesy. Those unrelated to him? Do as you please. Even death is acceptable. Absolutely no slip-ups. The sinister foreman replied earnestly, understood, manager. Just as the two were plotting their nefarious scheme. Buzz. Manager Lee's eyes suddenly went blank again. A fragmented image imprinted itself onto his brain. Buzz. In an instant, Manager Lee felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. His entire back was drenched in sweat. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his heart. His cheeks turned deathly pale. His entire body trembled. For in this very scene, he saw a finger descending from the heavens, reaching out from the vast, dark clouds. That finger seemed like the Creator's punishment. The might of a single finger shattered the heavens. Terrifying energy stirred Jiangzhou. The world trembles in dread. Boom! The entire Yuelai Inn was crushed beneath that single finger. Instantly reduced to dust. Not even a trace remains. Even the innkeeper stood nearby. His face was ashen. And as for him? Only a head remained, filled with despair. How could this happen? Manager Lee snapped back to reality from the footage. His eyes were unfocused. The version of himself in this footage was even more pitiful than the previous scene. Who on earth had they offended? Last time it was merely the inn being sealed off. This time, they were destroyed outright. And that finger. What kind of terrifying being was that? He didn't even get a chance to see the person's true form. Could it be the red robe? No. It must be beyond that. When did he ever cross such a powerful being? Looking at Manager Lee's face, as pale as paper, the sinister foreman was dumbfounded. Manager Lee, what happened? Hearing this, Manager Lee's pupils gradually focused. He immediately grabbed the sinister foreman's shoulder. He stared intently at him. Are you absolutely certain the committee member is the one in the black robe? Are you absolutely certain? Ha! The sinister foreman froze, his heart jolting with sudden unease. He had assumed from the start. The most composed Zhang Jian was the committee member. He looked down on the other three. But he hadn't seen any insignia indicating their status. Seeing the nervous-looking Manager Lee's blood pressure shot through the roof. His eyes were bloodshot. A wave of dizziness and suffocation washed over his brain. He pressed down on the sinister foreman's shoulder, driving it deep into flesh and blood. You can't possibly be sure. Everything you just said was pure speculation. Manager Lee trembled with rage. Do you realize you've got the wrong person? Do you realize what I just witnessed? Because of you, we'll all die. Even the manager will be punished. The Yuelai Inn will be obliterated with a single finger. All of this, every single mistake, is because of your stupidity. Manager Lee's voice grew louder and louder, until it became a final roar. His voice thundered like a clap of lightning. Boom! Hearing this, the foreman's eyes widened in shock. He was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't even notice the flesh being torn from his shoulder. Wrong person. How could this happen? How could this happen? The sinister foreman was in a daze, muttering to himself. Thud! Manager Lee slammed him violently aside. Like a worthless rag doll. The sinister foreman felt as if his body was about to shatter. Manager Lee's roar echoed in his ears. Go find it. Go offer your life as an apology. Go grovel, go kneel, whatever it takes, you must secure that man's forgiveness. Go now. Chapter 7, if anything happens to her, the entire inn will go down with her. Soon. The sinister head waiter, dragging his battered body, rushed into the main hall. But he couldn't find Lin Yi and her group. His eyes immediately turned red. Cook? What the hell did you do? The sinister head waiter gritted his teeth. He instantly understood. It had to be the cook. Or something had gone wrong with those 4 people. That's why Manager Lee was so furious. Not a moment to waste. The mysterious head waiter immediately rushed to the kitchen. Sure enough, there, he spotted Zhang Jian and the other 2. They were being instructed by the cook to prepare ingredients. What's going on? Didn't you just kill that fish perfectly fine? Now it's a complete mess? The chef shouted angrily, knife in hand. Since Lin Yi had gone to take out the trash, handling the remaining ingredients, this task fell to them. Trusting Song Tianxin's words, the cook instructed Zhang Jian to continue cleaning the fish. How could he possibly know how to do that? He'd never done such work before. All he could do was clean the latrines. But under the cook's pressure, Zhang Jian had no choice but to grit his teeth and get to work. He tried to imitate Lin Yi's fish cleaning technique. Then he made a complete mess of it. He never imagined. The fish was so heavy. He couldn't even scrape off the scales. He even cut his finger with the knife. The cook's eyes were unkind. That terrifying aura drew ever closer. Song Tianxin and her boyfriend were both terrified. Who would have thought the cook would be so disrespectful? At that moment. At the critical moment. When they saw the head waiter rushing over, Zhang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness he's here. The foreman was the one who valued him most. As long as the head chef was here, the cook wouldn't dare do anything to him. Just as Zhang Jian was about to speak. However, the head chef didn't even glance at him. He ran right past him. At that moment. Mr. Bai? What brings you here? Seeing the head waiter panting heavily and frowned slightly, the two men didn't get along at the inn. The cook looked down on this obsequious little man. If it weren't for the inn frequently receiving precious ingredients, allowing him to experiment with new dishes, he would have left the inn long ago. Old Ding. You didn't do anything to them, did you? The crafty head waiter asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Who'd have thought someone like you would ever show concern for your subordinates? The cook shot the group a dismissive glance. He shot a sarcastic look at the sinister foreman. Don't worry, I just had them do a little job for me. Didn't kill them. But if you'd come any later, who knows what might have happened? What a bunch of useless trash. Can't handle a single thing. What good are they? After hearing the cook's words, the foreman's expression eased slightly. He took 2 steps forward. He approached the cook, intending to share the inside story with him, and not to make things difficult for Zhang Jian and the others. But the cook walked away. Spit it out already, he snapped impatiently. Stop dawdling around here. Seeing this, the shady foreman suppressed his anger and said, managerly said to give them special treatment. Don't give them any trouble. Oh? The cook slammed his cleaver onto the cutting board, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Old Ding here hasn't been giving them a hard time. They're the ones making things difficult for their own people. The guy who helped me gut fish earlier? They've already ostracized him. He's out dumping trash now, might have been murdered by now. Buzz. The moment these words were spoken, Zhang Jian and the others paled. They hadn't anticipated this hidden detail. The cook had already figured it out. This cook appeared to be a burly, rough and tumble sort. Yet his mind was surprisingly sharp. But since the head waiter was so biased toward him, he probably won't say much more. Just as Zhang Jian approached the head waiter's side to offer an explanation, thud. The eerie foreman kicked him straight away. Get lost, he roared. The kick was incredibly fierce. As a ghost, the sinister foreman held nothing back. It could snap steel bars. This immense force struck Zhang Jian, who was completely unprepared. He instantly became like a battered punching bag, slammed into the wall. Every bone in his body shattered. Put. A mouthful of bloody pus spurted out. Incredible. What? Song Tianxin and her boyfriend were both startled. Was this really the same manager who had just been siding with Zhang Jian? How could he be so ruthless? It was as if he had a personal grudge. At this point, the sinister head waiter had no interest in Zhang Jian and his group anymore. From the cook's words, he learned that Zhang Jian and the others were in cahoots. Given that, Lin Yi was most likely a member of the committee. He could only cling to a sliver of hope. Hoping Lin Yi wasn't part of the committee. He hoped Manager Li had made a mistake. Otherwise, he recalled his previous reckless attitude toward Lin Yi, and how he'd been ostracized, made to take out the trash by the cook. This situation might just spiral out of control. Old Ding, come with me. This time, things are really going to go south. The sinister-looking head waiter took a deep breath and said earnestly. The cook tried to retort with a sarcastic remark. But seeing the pale expression on the sinister foreman's face, he sensed something was amiss. So he followed after them. Kitchen back door. 2 peculiar figures emerged, each harboring their own thoughts. Hey, Bai, did you take the wrong pills today? The cook asked, knife in hand. Don't ask questions. Go find someone first. Where did you tell her to take out the trash? You must find her. The sinister foreman offered no explanation. His tone was anxious. Just, near that Lin Yi convenience store over there. Isn't there a big trash bin over there? The cook shrugged. Convenience store? The eerie foreman's face turned pale. Are you out of your mind? You sent her there to take out the trash? That convenience store's weirdness has had it in for you for ages. His heart raced with growing panic. His footsteps quickened. You must understand. Although the supernatural beings of the Oversight Committee wield immense power, some anomalies aren't particularly powerful. Combined with their concealed identities, there's a high risk of danger. The cook was baffled. He called out while running, what's up? Haven't you always called them swine? One pig bastard dies, and you're this worked up? The sinister foreman gritted his teeth. Pig? She's no ordinary person. If anything happens to her, neither of us would have enough lives to pay for it. Everyone in this inn would have to bury us with her. She's. The words died on his lips. Immediately, the sinister head waiter halted in his tracks. The cook looked utterly bewildered. Who on earth is she? He followed the Gue head waiter's gaze. In that instant, both men saw Lin Yi returning with an empty trash can. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Her clothes were slightly torn. It was because she had encountered something strange while taking out the trash earlier. Fortunately, after consecutively killing 10 fish, her knife skills had advanced from novice to master. She'd found a fishbone in the trash bin to use as a knife. Combined with the badge's intimidating effect, she barely managed to deal with that weirdo. But she was injured in the process. A deep gash tore open his arm. Even the badge fell out of his pocket. But her identity was already bound to her. So whether she had the badge or not didn't matter. For convenience, she hung the badge on her waist. At that moment, when the two ghosts saw the badge on Lin Yi's waist, their eyes instantly froze in shock. The last shred of hope in the leader's heart vanished completely. She, the leader of the Gui, saw the wounds on Lin Yi's body. Finally uttered the words he hadn't spoken. She's the one from the Oversight Committee. Chapter 8, Identity Exposed. You're the vice chairperson of the committee. Completely dumbfounded, Lin Yi couldn't comprehend what was happening. The trash can in her hand was snatched away by the sinister-looking headwaiter. The cook was also eagerly asking her questions left and right. She thought Zhang Jian and the others were framing her again. Her heart pounding. Was led by the sinister foreman to the manager's office. Squeak. The door opened. A middle-aged man in gray clothing appeared before her. Lin Yi felt a bit nervous. Just then, she heard Manager Li's hesitant voice. Please have a seat. Thank you. Lin Yi obediently sat down across from Manager Li. She took a tissue to wipe the blood from her arm. Seeing this, Manager Li took a tissue to wipe the sweat from his own face. Lin Yi watched his tense expression with confusion. Something seemed off. The one who should be nervous. Not her? Why was Manager Li so nervous? She wasn't going to eat him, after all. But Lin Yishu had no idea. Manager Li was already drenched in sweat. The sinister head waiter had just whispered everything into his ear. He was ready to strangle the cook. And those 3 damn pigs. He even wanted to kill the devious head waiter too. Being sidelined by the supervisory committee? Pay them a mere 1 spirit coin? Their credit stolen? Make her take the fall? And now she's being sent to dump trash in dangerous areas. All of it. Manager Li felt like dying. At that moment, 2 people, both numb inside, remained silent. Finally, Manager Li was the first to break the silence. He looked at Lin Yi, who remained silent. Took a deep breath. He casually remarked, I sincerely apologize. Our inn's cook and head waiter are lacking in discipline. We're sorry for the alarm. Lin Yi paused. She didn't know how to respond. After all, she hadn't really been harmed. She just felt a bit unsettled. So she shook her head and said, nothing. Manager Li saw Lin Yi's calm expression and thought she was dissatisfied. So he gritted his teeth and declared, no. You mustn't excuse those 2. The cooks were arrogant and didn't know you were coming. They made you do such dirty work. I've already reported this to higher-ups. Let his life be the price of his apology. Buzz. Lin Yi was startled by these words. For someone accustomed to a society governed by the rule of law, it came as quite a shock. After all, the cook looked just like any ordinary person. Seeing Lin Yi's silence, Manager Li felt as though he'd been plunged into an icy pool. His heart turned to ice. Sure enough, she was still dissatisfied. After all, as a committee member, she dared to have a cook arrange this and that. If word got out, what face would she have left? Would that be fair? If the manager finds out he failed to receive you promptly, and that he allowed the supervisory committee members to be humiliated, he'd be dead meat. His fate could be even worse than death. Perhaps the visions from that premonition might come true. Suddenly, Manager Li bent down. He bowed deeply to Lin Yi. His voice was filled with regret and despair. I was unaware of your arrival, which is a failure on my part. Whatever demands or compensation you require, the Yuelai Inn will honor them. A cold wind swept across Manager Li's cheeks. His eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. It seemed that the moment Lin Yi gave the order, he would slit his own throat. Lin Yi? She was startled once more. She instinctively took half a step back. Was this some kind of charade? His attitude shifted way too fast. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something. She asked, wait, how did you know who I am? You were wearing a badge. Manager Li looked up uneasily. Badge? Lin Yi realized with a start. She'd forgotten about that. She lowered her head. Lin Yi unclipped the badge from her waist. At the same time, she touched her earlobe. Her earlobes were now slightly warm. So that's how it was. So that's how her identity came to be. This badge was simply something her mother had left her. Who would have thought? It actually made the weirdos mistake her for a real member of the Oversight Committee. Borrowing authority? This badge was actually this powerful. At this point, Lin Yi gained a true understanding of this badge. At this moment, Manager Lee saw the badge for the first time. Up until now, he had only heard about it from Supervisor Gue. But in that instant, his gaze froze. For he had assumed Lin Yi was merely an ordinary member of the Oversight Committee. But upon seeing that badge with its 5 engraved patterns, Manager Lee stumbled backward. Both knees hit the ground. He knelt directly before Lin Yi. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The head waiter and cook couldn't recognize it. But he recognized her. The manager had once told him, the more intricate the patterns on the committee badge, the more intricate the patterns, the higher the rank. 1 stripe signifies an ordinary member. 2 lines signify a supervisor. 3 stripes signify a director. Beyond that, no need to elaborate. The shopkeeper had warned him before. If he encountered anyone with more than 3 lines, even if he demanded every strange being in the inn commit suicide, they must not hesitate for a moment. And there were 5 lines. Manager Lee couldn't even begin to imagine. What kind of being was this, after all? Logically speaking, it should be at the level of a vice president? Such a terrifying being. A single disapproving glance. They'd all be waiting obediently for death. Manager Lee is already scared out of his wits. No wonder he saw those 2 visions. The first vision he witnessed. It was because they had neglected this vice president. That's why the store got shut down. As for the second scene he saw, that had to do with the devious foreman. That idiot. Not only did he fail to recognize her, he actually let her suffer such humiliation. That finger that destroys everything. It might be the legendary chairman. Manager Lee no longer dared to hope for survival. He only hoped to be left with a whole body. Vice President. Manager Lee forced a grimace that looked worse than crying. Please, put me out of my misery. Boom. Witnessing this scene before her, Lin Yi's heart trembled. She had just tucked away her badge. When she saw the manager kneel, a flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes. It wasn't until Manager Lee uttered the words Vice President did Lin Yi finally understand. It was because he feared her status. Merely a title. Could that alone make the enigmatic manager of this entire inn kneel? Lin Yi felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that her mother was the vice president? She remembered her saying it. The badge was a gift from Dad. Then her father was. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's livestream audience went wild. What the hell? The manager of Yuelai Inn is kneeling before her? Why is he calling her Vice President Lin Yi? What's going on? Can someone explain this? Just seeing Manager Lee kneel, they were completely dumbfounded. After all, how many top players had been defeated at the Yuelai Inn? This terrifying inn appears peaceful on the surface. Yet how many great terrors truly lurk within? Only those who've truly experienced it know. Manager Lee. Some players have witnessed Manager Lee. He effortlessly tore apart a freeloading ghost. Others have witnessed the night of 100 demons, trying to force their way through the Yuelai Inn. Yet Manager Lee, armed with nothing but a ledger of the uncanny, he sealed all the eerie phenomena within its pages. That terrifying scene once shocked tens of thousands of players. Yet this very entity, a source of dread for countless players, actually kneel before a player who had just entered the dungeon? Chapter 9, a single command, enough to safeguard millions of players in the Dragon Nation. Just as Lin Yi's livestream exploded with chaos, a veteran player suddenly realized. His scalp prickled in an instant. He immediately typed in the chat. Holy! I get it now. That badge. Could it be the Regulatory Commission's badge? I knew it looked familiar. You probably don't know what the Oversight Committee is. It's a terrifying organization hidden within the weird world, dedicated to governing the commercial market of the weird world. It stands above any related dungeon. With a single word, they can shut down the Yuelai Inn. Boom! The moment those words were spoken, the big shots in the livestream instantly fell silent. Newbie viewers, finding it as fantastical as myth, were utterly baffled. Turtle, an agency specifically overseeing the paranormal market? Is there such an organization? Do the weird things actually listen to it? Sounds just like the Market Supervision Administration in real life. What kind of big shot could even establish such an organization? Seeing the countless viewers in the livestream go dumbstruck, he forced himself to suppress the tremor in his heart and said, True, the bizarre world has no laws. You're probably wondering why you should listen to the committee, right? Because any commercial organization that defied the committee has been reduced to ashes. Only slaughter can intimidate these anomalies. So you should understand why Manhwarecap ended up on his knees. A mere committee member can decide the fate of these commercial organizations. The vice chairman is equivalent to: if you were an ordinary restaurant manager, but someone in your establishment provoked the head of the Market Supervision Administration, I imagine you'd be wishing you were dead right now. Put yourself in their shoes. The big shot's words struck a chord with the audience. Especially that last line. An ordinary citizen deliberately provoking an official? And he's the head honcho of the very agency that oversees your business. Not chopping up the cook and the manager would make you a 5-star model citizen. Shock. Deeply shocked. Players who once thought Lin Yi was just an ordinary gamer were left breathless. The most powerful player in Dragon Nation. The profession he attained. Seems like just the shopkeeper of a small store in the weird world, right? Holy crap. Now even the vice president of the committee has shown up. Their status is on a completely different level. You call this an ordinary player? Look around the entire world. There probably isn't a player with a more prestigious status than hers. This is terrifying. At that moment, a spectator quietly spoke up. That guild leader, who is she to him? The moment those words were spoken, boom! It felt like a depth charge had exploded. Every viewer in Lin Yi's livestream was stunned into silence. Exactly. Handing the vice president's badge to a little girl? How incredibly confident must that person be? And is the president actually a player? When did Longwa get such a formidable powerhouse? The moment Lin Yi's identity was exposed, it quickly ignited heated discussions across the entire internet. Not only did the gaming community take notice, even relevant authorities in the real world were swiftly made aware of the news. Dragon Nation. Jianzhou Paranormal Bureau. This is the specialized agency established by the state. It wields immense authority. It can intervene in any matter related to the supernatural. At this moment, a staff member wearing black-rimmed glasses stared at the computer screen. What he was watching was Lin Yi's livestream. You see, once players from Dragon Nation entered the horror game, they are monitored by dedicated personnel. Should a player perish in the eerie world, the Bureau of the Uncanny would directly manage the aftermath. Originally, watching the trouble Lin Yi encountered, he was seething with frustration. An innocent young girl was being treated so unfairly. Unequal pay distribution was bad enough, but to be framed and slandered. This player named Zhang Jian was also under his surveillance. During the last 2 dungeon runs, Zhang Jian was still somewhat normal, relying on his cunning, barely scraping by. But he'd lost himself so quickly. But, just as he silently prayed for Lin Yi, he witnessed Manhwarecap of the Yuelai Inn kneel before her. And the comments from that big shot in the livestream. The identity of Lin Yi, vice chairperson of the committee, has been exposed. The staff member was stunned. What the hell? She actually holds this position. It sounds like a dream. Vice chairperson? My Dragon Nation actually has such a powerful figure? No time to waste. The staff member immediately took photos, submitted the relevant materials to higher-ups. This is a role straight out of a horror game. The entire world is going wild. With just one command from her, to safeguard millions of Dragon Nation players. The value it brings far surpasses that of a gold mine. How could this not be thrilling? At that moment, Lin Yi found herself at an impasse. She didn't know how to handle Manhwarecap. She had no experience with this sort of thing. Yet to ask her to forgive him, that just wouldn't be right. What about all the injustices she had endured before? To forgive him outright, wouldn't that be like betraying the very self she just felt so bitterly disappointed? Just as she hesitated, buzz. She saw thee from the horror game. Detected, Regulatory Commission identity. Ding. Shut down Yuelai Inn? Closing an organization within jurisdiction requires a 1-day review. Detected vice president identity can be permanently shut down immediately without conditions. Lin Yi was stunned by her own status once more. A mere ordinary member could shut down the inn? And she was the vice president. Not even a single condition needed. A single thought could permanently shut it down without conditions. This is terrifying. Just as Lin Yi's gaze shifted away from the screen, her nose began to itch. Probably from catching a chill earlier. Achoo! With that sneeze, Lin Yi's arm accidentally brushed against the screen. Before she could react, immediately, a horror game prompt appeared before her eyes. Ding! You have chosen to permanently close the Yuelai Inn. Duration, permanent. Unlock? Yes, no. Ha! Lin Yi's pupils dilated. She hadn't intended to close the Yuelai Inn. What about her main questline if the inn closes? Manager. Lin Yi was about to apologize. But the next second, her eyes froze in shock. Manager Lee remained kneeling in the same position as before. Tears hung suspended in the air. The collar of his shirt, fluttering in the breeze, had stiffened. The office clock had stopped ticking. The footsteps from the corridor had vanished. A deathly silence descended, as if the world had ended. Everything happening around him seemed so eerie. As if someone had pressed pause. Time had stopped? Lin Yi stared in bewilderment. What was going on? She hurried to the window. Outside, time continued to flow. A cold wind rustled the fallen leaves. Yet everything within this inn had been completely sealed off. How could this happen? Lin Yi murmured. At that moment, she noticed the notice on the screen. To ensure the integrity of evidence, the Jiangzhou Supernatural Market Supervision and Administration Committee has sealed off the Yuelai Inn. Once evidence collection is complete, you may choose to lift the seal. Chapter 10, Permanent Closure of Yuelai Inn, Commission Seizure. Lin Yi stared at the screen in shock. She never could have imagined this committee possessed such unimaginable power. What sealing? This is essentially time suspension. She can now seal off every business organization within her jurisdiction? That's just too powerful. At that moment, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream fell into complete silence. Some had just been questioning the authenticity of Lin Yi's identity. Now they were utterly speechless. This person is way too ruthless. She just shut down the entire inn? And, holy, sealing it meaning suspending the inn's spacetime? The moment I saw birds flying outside the window, my scalp tingled. So the entire inn is now frozen in time, with only Lin Yi able to move? This power is way too overpowered. Even the big shot who exposed the committee's existence earlier was now left speechless. I've only ever heard of ordinary committee members. I've never heard of a vice president level figure possessing such abilities. I'm beyond speechless. It only took a moment. Lin Yi immediately chose to unseal the Yuelai Inn. It was merely a momentary slip of the hand. She never intended to permanently close the Yuelai Inn. Buzz. The moment Lin Yi's finger touched the screen, everything around her abruptly returned to normal. Vice President. Manager Lee was still demanding a clean break. Lin Yi's ears were so numb from the noise. Her stomach growled loudly. The intense emotional turmoil had drained her physical strength. Lin Yi couldn't help but say to Manager Lee, who was still kneeling, "We'll deal with your matter later. I'm hungry now. I just want something to eat." Eat something? Manager Lee's eyes lit up with surprise at her words. Later? Could this be his chance to redeem himself? Such a high-ranking official. And he was just letting him off like that. What a magnanimous heart. I'll make the arrangements immediately. I guarantee your satisfaction. Ding. Manager Lee's favorability toward you +80. Current affection level, Manager Lee devoted. Lin Yi noticed Manager Lee's eyes were reddened. And then there was this sudden boost in favorability. She couldn't help but feel speechless. What on earth was he thinking? Lin Yi shook her head. Outside the office, the cook and the eerie foreman waited anxiously. Both wore anxious expressions. The sinister foreman was worried because he'd been rude to Lin Yi earlier. He'd kissed up to the wrong person. The cook, however, had more on his mind. He desperately wanted to ask Lin Yi some questions. Questions that had been buried in his heart for many years. Like leeches burrowing into flesh. As for his earlier poor treatment of Lin Yi, the cook was prepared to make amends. After all, she hadn't made any unreasonable demands. Nothing more than cleaning fish or taking out the trash. No. The thought struck him. The cook felt a bit uneasy. Could she possibly think he was deliberately picking on her? Squeak. The office door opened. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped out. The cook hurriedly said, "Miss Lin. I'm sorry, it was my fault earlier." Lin Yi shook her head. "Let's not talk about that now. Is there anything to eat? I'm a bit hungry." Hearing this, the cook immediately replied, Yes. I'll prepare it for you right away." Manager Lee emerged at that moment. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. His legs felt weak. Seeing the cook and the sinister head waiter, he commanded, "From now on, whatever Miss Lin tells you is my word." As he spoke, he turned to Lin Yi with a fawning expression. "Should you have any concerns, you may approach them or come directly to me. I'll handle it for you." Meanwhile, Zhang Jian leaned against the wall. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Even breathing brought up blood from his throat. He didn't understand. He didn't know what he'd done wrong. Why had the foreman, who had been so kind to him just moments ago, treat him like trash in the blink of an eye? Could it be? Had Lin Yi said something? Resentment flashed in Zhang Jian's eyes. A crushing blow. From heaven to hell in an instant. It sent his mind reeling. Song Tianqin and her boyfriend remained in the kitchen. Without orders from the chef or the head waiter. They dared not go anywhere. Nor did they help Zhang Jian. After all, it was obvious to anyone with eyes to see. Zhang Jian seemed to have angered the sinister head waiter. Just then, they saw Lin Yi descending from the second floor. Behind her was the dejected-looking manager and cook, along with the stern-faced manager Li. The four seemed to be in conversation. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. Mostly the other three were talking. Like a big shot. Followed by three underlings. Upon witnessing this scene, buzz. Song Tianqin bit her lower lip. She suddenly realized something. Could it be that Lin Yi had given the manager some kind of benefit? As they approached the kitchen entrance, Lin Yi. Zhang Jian's throat emitted a buzzing sound. A mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. He wanted to confront Lin Yi about what she'd done. Suddenly, Manager Li shot him a look of utter disgust. This is the one? Deliberately framing you? Manager Li whispered to Lin Yi beside him. Yes. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. She nodded anyway. The reason Song Tianqin could frame her was largely due to Zhang Jian's tacit approval. Of course, she wouldn't forget Song Tianqin's disgusting words. What about the other two? Are they your friends? Hearing Manager Li's cautious inquiry, Lin Yi declined, no. That makes things easier. Manager Li exhaled in relief. He glanced at the sinister-looking foreman beside him. First, throw them into the restroom. Manager Li ordered coldly. The sinister foreman sprang into action at the command. He grabbed Zhang Jian by the neck like he was picking up a little chick. Ugh! Zhang Jian felt the skin on his neck was about to peel off. The foreman's grip felt like an icy spike piercing his flesh. He cried out in agony, "What are you doing? I'm a staff member. Didn't you say Manager Li treats his staff like family? Would you dare do this in front of Manager Li?" Poof! The sinister foreman spat contemptuously. "You idiot, that's all bull," he said. He glanced at Song Tianqin and the others trembling behind him. A shadow flickered in his eyes. "You two, follow me. Don't make me arrest you." Song Tianqin and the other hurriedly nodded, fearing they might be treated as harshly as Zhang Jian. Soon, one figure, three people, vanished from Lin Yi's sight. At that moment, Lin Yi heard the cook flatteringly say, "Miss Lin, I, old Ding, have been perfecting a bowl of noodles. Would you care to try it?" "Anything will do," Lin Yi replied immediately, her stomach growling with hunger. "Just make sure it's edible." "Alright, I'll whip it up for you right away." The cook nodded like a chick pecking at grain. He moved to the stove to light the fire. "Miss Lin, please wait in the main hall for a moment. It's too dirty here, unsuitable for someone of your standing," Manager Li said slowly. Lin Yi went to the lobby. She found a table and sat down. She noticed Manager Li still following closely behind her. Lin Yi said softly, "Manager Li, if you have business to attend to, please go ahead. I'll wait here." "No rush, no rush." Manager Li flattered. What could possibly be more important? Could be more important than appeasing Lin Yi? He certainly didn't want to see those future visions again. If he angered her over something else, then it wouldn't just be one finger. Chapter 11, 5 million for a bowl of noodles? The audience went wild. "You're complaining about these noodles?" A long time passed. Lin Yi caught the scent of something delicious wafting from the kitchen. Growl, growl. Her stomach growled in response. Manager Li's eyes darted nervously. He hurried into the kitchen. He kept urging the cook. "Hurry up. You used to cook so fast. It's been nearly an hour, why isn't it ready yet?" The cook frowned while working and replied, "Stop rushing me. It'll be ready soon." After saying that, he brought out a large bowl. He ladled the cooked noodles into it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was starving, her stomach pressed flat against her back. She'd been busy all day. She hadn't eaten a thing. Finally, when she saw the cook carrying a large bowl out of the kitchen, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Even a bowl of plain white rice now. She could polish it off completely. "Miss Lin, the noodles are ready. Please try." The cook called out from a distance. Though he was burly, he moved with a brisk, energetic stride, his steps surprisingly nimble. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing before Lin Yi. Not a single drop of broth spilled. Thud! The bowl landed on the table. "Chopsticks." Manager Li hurried to fetch chopsticks. He handed them to Lin Yi with both hands. The cook stood beside her. He looked at her with a slightly expectant yet nervous expression. The bowl of noodles contained all sorts of ingredients. Like blood? And meatballs made from some unidentified meat. Just as Lin Yi dipped her chopsticks into the bowl, he heard Manager Li's hurried breathing. And the chef's gaze, so intense it nearly blinded her with anticipation. Being stared at like that made Lin Yi feel slightly uncomfortable. Just then, Her gaze drifted to the screen beside her. A comment had just appeared. "Big shot, could you please pack me a serving of the chef's noodles?" "No, just one bite. I'd pay 5 million for it. I'll transfer the money to your card right now if you're willing." Seeing this comment, Lin Yi was stunned. "A bowl of noodles? No. You spent 5 million. Just to buy a bowl of noodles? Money burning a hole in your pocket, huh?" She looked down at the chef's noodles. She found nothing extraordinary about them. If anything was truly unique, it was probably the ingredients. Earlier, while preparing the ingredients, she had seen the chaotic assortment of ingredients in the chef's refrigerator. If she could take them out. 5 million. Lin Yi took a deep breath. She'd never seen that much money before. At that moment, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were stunned. What the hell? 5 million for a bowl of noodles? I just don't get this crazy world anymore. Sure, this bowl of noodles might be delicious, but it can't be worth that much, right? And honestly, this chef doesn't look that great. Viewers were all skeptical. They thought the guy was crazy. Suddenly, someone in the know appeared. This was a veteran player who had completed the dungeon 5 times. He had once worked as a waiter at the Yuelai Inn. It was a rather unpleasant memory. The veteran player typed a few lines with a serious expression. "I used to work at the Yuelai Inn. Don't think being a cook is easy. Once, a vengeful spirit ate there and just said it wasn't tasty, then the cook chopped him up. And he faced no consequences whatsoever. I once used a detection card to peek at the cook's power level, but it couldn't register at all. That cook is at least a powerful supernatural entity. A powerful spirit?" Hearing this, almost every spectator was stunned. What the hell? You call this groveling cook a master chef? You must understand. The strength of ghosts is categorized as fragmented souls, wandering spirits, vengeful spirits, ligue, red robes. In typical horror-level instances, only fragmented souls and spectral souls exist. Vengeful spirits can slaughter entire horror-level instances. Evil spirits, even top-tier players, would likely flee in disarray. How could such a terrifying entity appear in the lowest tier instance? "Yeah, this is just crazy," a curious spectator asked. The veteran player then explained. "Because the chef usually stays in the kitchen and doesn't come out unless you provoke him. Plus, the Yuelai Inn is actually pretty safe, though it does have its pitfalls. Some dangerous dungeons start with a bunch of weirdos trying to gut you, those are way higher level. The cook takes the most pride in his culinary skills. His dishes are incredibly expensive, even the simplest plate costs at least 10 spirit coins. Do the math, 10 ghost coins equals over $1 million in real money. This bowl of noodles is his masterpiece, paying 5 million for it is a steal." Lin Yi was still pondering. How could she possibly get a takeout box of noodles? But this hesitant demeanor, to the chef, was a sign of dissatisfaction with his cooking. His heart sank instantly. For someone who had always been supremely confident in his culinary skills, left him feeling rather downcast. Had it been an ordinary oddity, he would have already chopped it off with a single stroke. Damn it, this was something I, old ding, made with my own hands. How could it possibly be bad? But this is Miss Lin. The noodles are getting cold, Miss Lin. The cook held back for a long while. Finally, he humbly reminded her. Hearing this, Lin Yi snapped back to reality. Under old Ding's complicated gaze, she first took a sip of soup. Then she gently picked up a few strands of noodles and placed them in her mouth. Buzz. In that instant, Lin Yi's eyes froze. Ding. You have tasted old Ding's signature awful noodles. Mental strength +1, physical strength +1. You have acquired the special effect, terrifying chef. You now scare off non-human anomalies. Duration, 1 day. She only took 1 bite of noodles. Her stats actually increased by 2 points. Especially the buff? What on earth did the cook use to make this bowl of noodles? Just 1 bite. Could make all non-human anomalies tremble with fear? Lin Yi found it utterly unbelievable. No wonder someone was willing to pay 5 million for this noodle dish. If this were placed in certain special instances, it could produce utterly game-changing effects. But just then, snap. The noodles before Lin Yi were taken away by the chef. His apologetic words echoed in her ears. My apologies, Miss Lin. Old Ding's culinary skills are lacking, and I'm afraid I've embarrassed you. I'll dispose of this bowl of noodles immediately. Lin Yi? She'd been spacing out just now. It wasn't that she thought it tasted bad. Lin Yi panicked. She still wanted to add a few more points to her stats. Wait, your noodles. Lin Yi hesitated, unable to finish. She was just about to explain. Negligence. A wave of foul stench hit her from nearby. It instantly turned her stomach. She looked toward the source of the smell. There stood Zhang Jiansan, his face utterly devoid of life. The trio appeared to have endured some inhuman torment. Their clothes were stained with filthy grime. Their mental state was utterly shattered. After suffering a severe setback, he played his last card. The life-saving incense. Stolen at the risk of his life in the previous dungeon. It could restore some of his injuries. Earlier, they had been thrown into the toilet by the sinister foreman. They had to clean every single spot. The inn's restroom was nothing short of hell. They endured the stench. They didn't even have any tools. They cleaned the restroom barehanded. Staying in that bathroom for one more second was life-threatening. They had no choice. They scrubbed with all their might. It took them an hour to get it clean. They hadn't eaten in ages. All three of their stomachs began to rumble loudly. They were so hungry their eyes were seeing stars. Their bodies were extremely weak. But then, they saw Lin Yi sitting demurely on the table, pinching her nose. Her gaze seemed utterly disgusted. Zhang Jian and the other two were utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 12, You know Mr. Chen? Only he dares to put me down like that. How dare he? She's clearly just a newbie who just entered the dungeon. Why does she get this treatment? Zhang Jian shot Lin Yi a resentful glance. That bowl of noodles should have been his. The mysterious foreman had offered him such generous terms before, clearly valuing his potential. Yet all of this, all because of this woman, vanished into thin air. She kicked him from heaven straight into hell. She must have deceived managerly. Zhang Jian was waiting for the moment to expose her. It wasn't just Zhang Jian. Song Tianxin's eyes betrayed frustration and regret. Though he didn't know what Lin Yi had done. That caused the shift leader and cooks to change their attitude so drastically. But all she wanted now was to grovel at Lin Yi's feet. Her boyfriend. The blonde youth, however, wasn't thinking so deeply. Smells so good, he murmured softly. As the words fell, all three of them were lost in a daze. The bowl of noodles. Its aroma swirled around them, as if an invisible hand were teasing their noses, filling their very bones with desire, craving, appetite. One of humanity's three fundamental desires. And the most fundamental of them all. Their bodies and minds were utterly controlled by hunger. Their exhausted organs urged them on. And when he saw Lin Yi take only one bite, the cook was about to dump the bowl of noodles. The young man with yellow hair couldn't hold back any longer. His voice raspy, he pleaded, Lin's sister, could you spare us what you left behind? We haven't eaten in a day. We're starving. Lin Yi hadn't responded yet. The cook snorted coldly. Holding a bowl of noodles in one hand, he sneered, You think you deserve it? You're not worthy of eating the leftovers from Miss Lin. Don't you know your place? How dare you even think of sharing the same bowl of noodles with Miss Lin? The cook's words dripped with scorn. His words were bitterly harsh. The words fell upon the ears of the three. They felt a chill deep within their hearts. Aren't we all newcomers? Why did the cook call her Miss Lin? They'd become something else. Not even eating her leftover noodles. Not even worthy? Their status had sunk so low? Lin Yi spoke up then, ding. Before the word left her lips, the cook's expression shifted from cold indifference to warmth. Just call me Old Ding, he murmured. Old Ding. I was lost in thought just now. I didn't mean to imply your noodles were bad. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Let me continue eating. Oh, I see. The cook was overjoyed at her words. He placed the bowl of noodles back on Lin Yi's table. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added in a low voice. Oh, by the way, do you know Mr. Chen? Lin Yi didn't catch it clearly. She glanced at her attribute panel while slurping noodles. She watched her stats steadily increase. Intelligence +1, stamina +1. Intelligence +1, stamina +1. Intelligence +1, stamina +1. Along with the deterrence effect it provided. The duration was also increasing. Her mind felt dizzy and fuzzy. Until the attribute bar stopped flickering. She finally stopped eating. Brr. Lin Yi let out a satisfied burp. This bowl of noodles boosted both her mental and physical strength by 5 points each. Her stomach couldn't hold another bite. Oh, what did you just say? I don't know if you're acquainted with Mr. Chen. The cook swallowed hard before speaking. Who are you referring to? Lin Yi's mind hadn't processed it yet. She immediately denied it. No, I don't. Among her friends, classmates, or teachers, there was no one with the surname Chen. How could that be? The cook looked utterly skeptical. Seeing him about to press Lin Yi further, Manager Li frowned beside him. Enough, Old Ding. Don't talk nonsense. What Mr. Chen? Miss Lin said she doesn't know him. The cook fell silent. His expression was clearly frustrated. Lin Yi paused. After pondering for a moment, she spoke up first. I only know one person with the surname Chen. He's my father. If I hadn't cried to change my surname when I was little, I'd probably still be a Chen. But my dad probably never had the chance to meet you, he's just an ordinary person, after all. When I was little, I often saw him rushing around, working overtime every day. Dad? The chef's eyes filled with disappointment. The Mr. Chen in his mind was as awe-inspiring as a deity. He revered him like a god. How could he be just an ordinary person? He sighed and said, well then, what do you think of this bowl of noodles? Ding. Hidden quest activated. Requirement, give the cook a satisfactory evaluation. Reward, 15 ghost coins. Upon seeing the quest notification, Lin Yi pursed her thin lips. She thought the noodles were quite tasty. Would praising him really satisfy him? 15 spirit coins. Her salary was only 1 joss paper. You only need to tell the truth. Right. If it were your father, how do you think he'd rate this bowl of noodles? The cook still wasn't giving up. He added a couple more sentences. Lin Yi hesitated upon hearing this. She really didn't know any Mr. Chen. But the cook's words reminded her of the past. Her father was a very picky eater. Things she considered delicious, he found utterly repulsive. If judged by his standards, this bowl of noodles would be pretty awful. She still remembered the words he always used back then. Lin Yi lowered her head. She glanced at the noodles. After a moment's hesitation, she said, if it were my dad, he'd probably think this bowl of noodles is a failure. Of course, I think it's pretty tasty, don't mind me. Failure? I never expected that. Hearing that word. But the chef's eyes lit up. Yes, failure is exactly what I meant. Keep going. Lin Yi was utterly baffled. This chef's got issues. Why would he be happy being put down? But since that was the case, Lin Yi had nothing left to hold back. The father from her memories seemed to manifest within her at that very moment. She began repeating his signature phrases. Fish balls? No fish flavor. The taste is only on the surface. Failure. This radish-like thing is too stringy, fail. The pork rind's overcooked, no chew to it. The blood is mushy and scattered, a total disaster. After saying all this, Lin Yi took a deep breath. I give this bowl of noodles a 90 out of 100. But by my dad's standards, it'd probably be a complete failure. The words fell. Zhang Jian and the other two in the hall were left speechless. They were starving. Even that bowl of noodles the cook said they weren't worthy of eating had received such a lowly assessment? All three of them were nearly spitting blood. If you think it's bad, don't eat it. Let them eat it. We'll make sure not a single drop of soup is left. So picky? Lin Yi's livestream viewers were stunned. This is 5 million yuan worth of noodles. And it all ended in failure? Just who was her dad? Even this top-tier delicacy isn't good enough? Ha? Seriously, girl? 5 million for a single bite of noodles and it's still not good enough? This is making me want to cry. If you don't like it, just let me eat it. Won't the chef get mad? This feels like trouble. Just as Lin Yi was murmuring to herself, wondering if the chef might get upset. In an instant, shock, disbelief, bewilderment, panic. A whirlwind of emotions swept across his face. Zhang Jian and the other two present thought he'd gone completely mad. They were just waiting for the cook to pick a fight with Lin Yi. But the next second, thud. The cook suddenly dropped to his knees. It's Mr. Chen. It's him. This string of failures. Only Mr. Chen could critique my cooking like this. Tears welled up in the chef's eyes. Chapter 13, you know, the subjects of these news reports are all connected to your father, right? Ding. Mission complete. Mission reward dispersed. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the chef kneeling before her. A flicker of shock crossed her mind. Could it be? Was her father the Mr. Chen the cook had mentioned? The one who could make the cook so emotional? A string of failures. And yet he was satisfied? What exactly is her father's status? Could he be the chairman? In an instant, a flood of questions surged through Lin Yi's mind. Her face showed no trace of emotion. It wasn't an act. After all, she was now the vice president of the committee. Her position demanded it. She couldn't bring shame upon the committee. Unlike Lin Yi, the famished trio was stunned. Zhang Jian's faint hope shattered. She'd imagined the chef would fly into a rage over Lin Yi's words. But this was it? His eyes widened in utter disbelief. He even started questioning his own existence. Are you a masochist or something? After humiliating your cooking skills like that, and you're actually getting so worked up you're about to cry? In contrast, he didn't do a damn thing. Just had to endure hunger and get thrown into the toilet. Back to his old trade. Not even a bite to eat. This treatment is way too different. What's going on? Song Tianxin found it utterly baffling. The scene unfolding before her eyes was completely beyond her expectations. Zhang Jian had mentioned before that the inn's cook was terrifying. Kneeling? The cook who was practically clinging to Lin Yi's legs, weeping in desperation. You call that vicious and ruthless? Why does he look like an abandoned golden retriever? Sigh. Her blonde boyfriend sighed. Though he looked like a street thug on the outside. But his heart was the most sensitive. He was the first to ask Zhang Jian about it. Even when his own girlfriend made the first move, he forced himself to swallow his displeasure and anger. And what was the result? He ended up licking this pathetic thing? And he thought he was so impressive. Look at that guy. Not only did he get served by the chef, the head waiter, and managerly, he's even being picky about his noodles. He says it's not good. And the cooks are grateful. He's got the wrong person. He completely misjudged the person. If he'd known this earlier, he'd be the first to kiss up to Lin Yi. But when the blonde youth turned to look at Zhang Jian, his face had gone pale. Dark emotions inevitably stirred within him. A strange, secret satisfaction. At that moment, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream remained unmoved. Seeing Zhang Jian and the others acting like they'd never seen the world before, they let out waves of mocking laughter. Sis Lin is the vice president. What's wrong with the cook kneeling? Look at them, dumbfounded, hilarious. Even managerly knelt before Lin Yi. What's so surprising about a cook doing the same? If they knew Lin Yi's true status, they'd regret it to death. Beyond that, as for the Mr. Chen the cook mentioned, they were all quite curious. Even managerly was equally horrified by Chef Ding's actions. Don't be fooled by his earlier act of kneeling before Lin Yi. That was because he had wronged Lin Yi. And Lin Yi was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. All these years since becoming a ghost. Even as the shop manager, he'd never groveled like that before. At most, he'd bow to express regret. It was the vice president's status that made his legs go weak. What about the chef? He knew this man best. All these years at the Yuelai Inn, the cook had always been a stubborn bastard. Stubborn as a mule. That's the impression managerly always had of him. Even if a red-robed official ordered him to kneel, the cook wouldn't comply. He'd rather draw his knife. Kneeling before Lin Yi. It wouldn't be out of helplessness. It would be entirely sincere. Who exactly is this Mr. Chen? That he commands such respect from the chef? Managerly could tell. The chef had merely been polite to Lin Yi earlier. Now his eyes were filled with nothing but genuine respect. Ding. Chef Lao Ding's affection for you plus 90. Current affection level, Chef Lao Ding like a brother. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly heard the notification. The cook's favorability toward her skyrocketed? Simply because he learned her father was Mr. Chen? Get up. I have something to ask you. Old Ding, are you my father's friend? She took a deep breath. Lin Yi stood up and asked. The cook remained seated, refusing to rise. His eyes were filled with regret. As if he were filled with regret. Hating himself for having been so cold toward Lin Yi before. Get up, Lin Yi repeated. Consider it my father telling you to rise. Hearing this, the cook slowly rose to his feet. As for Lin Yi's question, a bitter smile touched the corners of his mouth. Friends? Who dares call themselves Mr. Chen's friend? If anyone dares to use Mr. Chen's name to swindle people, I'll be the first to chop them up. At best, I merely followed Mr. Chen for a period of time. Followed? Lin Yi remained impassive. But her heart trembled. So Dad had entered the horror game. How did he obtain the badge? Before Lin Yi could ask again, the cook pleaded, if it's possible, Miss Lin, could you do old Ding a favor? If you ever have the chance to see Mr. Chen, could you pass on a message for me? Go ahead, Lin Yi nodded. Gratitude flashed in his eyes. Old Ding's lips trembled slightly. His eyes filled with regret. Just tell him. Little Ding has realized his mistake. I've been waiting here, at this inn, for 10 years. 10 years? Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Dad entered the horror game 10 years ago? He was one of the first players? Managerly listened in a daze. He'd never seen the chef admit a mistake before. And so sincerely at that. Could it be that the cook stayed at the inn? Was to wait for that Mr. Chen? And he showed such respect toward Lin Yi. Could that Mr. Chen be the chairman of the committee? At this thought, Managerly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Zhang Jian and the other two, who were equally stunned. And coldly ordered, you lot, get back. Zhang Jian looked bewildered and said, Sir, we've already cleaned the restroom. Sweep it again. Zhang Jian and the other two had no choice but to comply. They felt like they'd eaten. They could only leave the hall. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. If I get the chance, I'll pass on your message. But, her voice trailed off. Seeing this, the cook hurriedly said, what would you like to ask? What do you need? Old Ding here can fulfill any request. Nothing, Lin Yi looked at him solemnly. I just want to know more about my father's deeds. Some things, in my view, aren't objective. The father I remember doesn't seem to be the same person you're describing. I always thought he was just an ordinary man. He worked 9 to 5s every day, occasionally pulling all-nighters for overtime. His biggest hobby was probably tuning into the local news broadcasts. Murder, dismemberment, serial killings, kidnappings, revenge killings. The more horrific, bloody, and sensational the case, the more engrossed he became. But overall, he's always been a good old man. That's the truth. Not a shred of falsehood. One was a worker who'd been exploited to the bone. The other was someone respected by the cook. Lin Yi struggled to connect her father with Mr. Chen. But at that moment, the chef gave a wry smile. An ordinary person? Listen to news programs? Miss Lin, do you know the subjects of those news reports? Mostly related to your father? Hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. Chapter 14, Mr. Chen's past standing up for the vulnerable, fighting for justice. Those news reports cases. All connected to Dad? This can't be real, right? Lin Yi's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. How could this be? She murmured softly. Her own father? Secretly connected to a serial killer who murders and dismembers victims? Lin Yi absolutely refused to believe it. Seeing Lin Yi's expression of utter disbelief, the chef shook his head and explained, Miss Lin, I'm not implying that Mr. Chen is connected to those killers. The people connected to him are mostly the victims. Connected to the victims? That's weird, right? Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. She listened to the cook's words without uttering a sound. Take, for example, the Yuelai Inn beneath your feet. A murder happened here before. He paused. The cook changed the subject. But let's not dwell on that. I still remember how Mr. Chen looked the first time I met him. Back then, he wore all black, acted a bit immature, and hadn't yet developed those terrifying, bizarre methods. He was even hunted down by a very weak supernatural force, looking utterly disheveled. You probably won't believe this, but back then, the cook's expression turned awkward as he spoke. I was one of the supernatural entities persecuting Mr. Chen. Lin Yi's pupils dilated. Her expression turned astonished. The cook began to recount his story. He recounted how he had come to know Mr. Chen. It had been a long time ago. Back then, the cook was just a child. Due to a special circumstance, he was forced to hunt down Mr. Chen. Truthfully, it wasn't my intention back then. I never wanted to kill Mr. Chen. But you don't know how incredibly difficult it was to kill Mr. Chen. The cook declared emphatically. Speaking of Mr. Chen, a barely perceptible pride flickered in his eyes. Don't think he's just an ordinary man. Back then, old Ding, was already a vengeful spirit, and every neighbor in the vicinity feared me. Yet even so, Mr. Chen managed to escape my pursuit 3 times. He was practically a madman back then. What struck me most was his uncanny ability to escape. Often, when it seemed he had no way out, he'd vanish mysteriously. This dealt me a tremendous blow back then. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, a suspicion began to form in her mind. Did her father exploit the horror game's logout mechanism? To return directly to reality? No. That's not right. He didn't complete the main quest. He couldn't have teleported directly back to reality. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly and asked, so, you didn't spare him in the end? The cook cleared his throat twice. His expression turned slightly awkward as he continued. Later, Mr. Chen wanted me to play a game with him. Hide and seek. He said if I caught him, I could do whatever I wanted with him. But if I couldn't catch him, I'd have to obey his every command. I wasn't convinced, so I agreed. Of course, I ended up failing. Lin Yi's expression was slightly amused. An ordinary person playing hide and seek with something bizarre? That's the sort of thing only a madman would attempt. The kicker? The supernatural entity actually lost. At this point, the cook's gaze turned to Lin Yi. And then there's what happened here before. It should have been featured on that news program too. This place used to be called Manhwa Restaurant. Yuelai Inn was built later. I wonder if you've heard of it. Skyfire Restaurant? Buzz. Lin Yi's mind jolted. The smile froze on her face. She immediately remembered. That news story I saw at home once. The 411 Tianhua Restaurant Massacre? Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. Yes. The cook nodded. Whoa. Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. You see? This was a criminal case that had once rocked the entire nation. I remember this case. The Tianhua Restaurant, Lin Yi murmured, biting her lower lip. It was a restaurant run by a married couple. The husband handled the kitchen, while the wife managed the accounts and general duties. Tianhua Restaurant was renowned throughout the city for its exquisite culinary skills and uniquely flavorful dishes. The couple lived happily together, raising a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter was 15, and the younger son was only 8. Under the chef's silent gaze, Lin Yi took a deep breath and continued. Later, as the restaurant became profitable, the husband developed an affair and repeatedly abused his wife. Until one day, drunk, he murdered his own wife. To be with his mistress, he even went after his own children, brutally murdering both of them. Finally, in an attempt to stage the scene, he injured himself but died unexpectedly. I still remember seeing the news back then. Dad felt so sorry for them, saying those children should have had such a bright future. Hearing this, the cook's eyes welled up. The skin on his face trembled. Seeing the cook's delicate expression, Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, "Could it be?" "Yes," the cook replied. "That bastard's son, that's me." These hidden truths from the past. Even Manager Lee was stunned. He had arrived when it was already the Yuelai Inn. Who would have thought such a murder had taken place here? Lin Yi felt her throat go dry. From the cook's words, she had already begun to piece together the events that followed. A jolt of electricity seemed to run through her entire body. "It seems you've already guessed. That beast ordered me to hunt down Mr. Chen. Simply because Mr. Chen was a threat to him. Simply because Mr. Chen sought to avenge me." The cook drew a deep breath. The coward's rage turns its blade against the weaker. The brave rage, drawing their blades against the stronger. Mr. Chen, an ordinary man, sought to aid him in a bizarre act of vengeance, to help him break free from that beast's control. It all sounded rather ridiculous. But what happened afterward completely changed his perception of Mr. Chen. "You know." The chef's gaze drifted into reminiscence. His spirit was unusually agitated. Every muscle in his body seemed to tremble violently. His words trembled as he spoke. Yet his eyes were exceptionally bright, as if ablaze with fire. "That day, he told me to stay put, that he wanted me to witness it with my own eyes. And so I watched as Mr. Chen risked his life, venturing alone into the Skyfire restaurant. His figure vanished from my sight. I still remember the words he once spoke to me. He said he wanted to stand up for the weak and fight for justice. He said I shouldn't be trapped in this quagmire. He vowed to open a new path for me. He did it." The cook's eyes glistened. A stinging sensation rose in his nose. As if he could see the scene of that day unfold. As the strange one he was, Mr. Chen shielded him from behind. Even now, Lin Yi's mouth opened, almost unable to breathe. Her body trembled slightly. A tingling sensation ran from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. Her entire body was numb. Her thoughts were drawn by the cook. To that dark and turbulent era. He wasn't killed by that beast, he lured it into the kitchen. Mr. Chen personally detonated the Skyfire restaurant. The cook blurted out. The flames that day from the door cracks to the eaves consumed every last bit of sin. Unquenchable wildfire, unquenchable fury. That beast was consumed by the blaze of the explosion. The flames that day also consumed all my humiliation. Boom! Hearing this, Lin Yi's scalp prickled. She couldn't fathom that her father had done such a thing. Blowing up the restaurant? And die together with the monster? What a fearless conviction. No wonder the cook called him a madman. And this kind of high-wire act. He's done it more than once. Simply to save a monstrosity that once hunted him down. After finishing Mr. Chen's story, the cook drew a deep breath, swallowing the torrent of emotions surging within him. He spoke slowly. "Now you understand why I laughed laughing at you for calling Mr. Chen an ordinary man? Though he often referred to himself as an ordinary man. But in my eyes, he is a towering, all-powerful hero." Chapter 15, The Boiling Dragon Nation players. Could my Dragon Nation possibly have such a great power? Buzz. As the chef's words fell, the entire Yuelai Inn fell into dead silence. A cold wind brushed against the cook's cheeks. Yet it could not extinguish the fiery passion burning within his heart. How could such a person exist? Manager Lee's face was etched with utter astonishment. His body seemed frozen in place. Standing up for the weak. Standing up for justice. It's easy to say. But putting it into practice is like climbing to the heavens. It's hard to imagine that anyone would actually put such conviction into practice. Ask yourself. If he and that Mr. Chen were to switch places, he couldn't possibly forgive the strange being that hunted him down. And then, to go even further, help him start anew. This requires not only a heart as vast as the ocean, but also the ability to forge paths through mountains and build bridges over rivers. Seen in this light, it makes perfect sense. Was entirely justified. His kneeling before Lin Yi was born of genuine emotion. Everything had found its perfect explanation. Madman. Ordinary man. Hero. It was all him. And none of them are him. These are others' judgments of him. They are also the choices one makes when facing different events and environments. Multiple versions of him. Only when combined do they form a whole. At least, Manager Lee held Mr. Chen in high regard. If the chef's words hold true, such charisma could indeed linger in one's mind for decades. Not only Manager Lee, even the mysterious head waiter who had arrived in the lobby at some unknown time, felt a profound tremor within. Mr. Chen's conviction pierced his very soul. to climb his way up to this foreman position. He had endured countless hardships. Back then, he was the underdog. Yet he never received help from seniors or friends. Even when humiliated and defeated, he had to swallow his pride and endure. If that was me back then, had met someone like Mr. Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have become so despicable. The eerie foreman's eyes brimmed with envy. Two formidable supernatural beings were utterly captivated by Mr. Chen's charisma. Completely captivated. Not to mention the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream. Nearly everyone was stunned. It was like a peaceful pond, suddenly hit by a nuclear bomb. You have to understand. Dragon Nation's players aren't the absolute best in the world. Before horror games emerged, Dragon Nation hadn't experienced war for many years. Unlike foreign lands with daily street battles, therefore, most ordinary people, in life or death moments, their instinctive reactions often fall short compared to players abroad. Consequently, players from the Dragon Kingdom suffer extremely high casualties. They also miss out on many opportunities. Many viewers, the moment they see a Chinese player enter a horror game, they immediately start predicting failure. This mirrors the situation with soccer in the past. While Chinese people may harshly criticize their national soccer team, deep down, how desperately they wish the national team could win just once. A decisive, satisfying victory. Let those foreigners see the 5,000-year legacy of the mighty Dragon Nation. The indomitable spirit hidden deep in the bones of the Dragon Nation's people. Unwavering resilience. Blood and tears that never cease to flow. All the pent-up fury within the Dragon Nation's players. As the chef's words were spoken, it erupted like a torrent. Like a powerful shot of adrenaline. It pierced straight into the hearts of every viewer. Holy, is this real? Does our Dragon Nation have such an incredible player? Mr. Chen's story brought tears to my eyes. What a madman. Heaven's Fire Restaurant? I remember it used to be right next door. Holy crap. Saving the bazaar? I'm getting goosebumps. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. At that moment, Lin Yi suppressed the shock in her heart. Rubbing her flushed cheeks, she said, "Looks like I underestimated Dad. So this bowl of noodles was actually your way of testing me?" Lin Yi had sensed something was off all along. The cook's skills weren't bad at all. Yet this bowl of noodles was poorly made. Now it was clear. He had deliberately made it this way. Just to trigger her memories. The cook's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. "Miss Lin, I apologize. I'll prepare something else for you right away." "No need," Lin Yi shook her head. "I'm already full." She didn't mean to blame the cook. After all, he was, in a way, a friend of her father's. The cook scratched his head and said, "Actually, it was Mr. Chen who taught me how to cook in the first place. But all these years, I've never been able to surpass Mr. Chen." "I see." But Lin Yi still had questions. "You say you know you were wrong. What exactly happened?" she asked. "This." The chef's head dipped slightly. "It's still because of me. I did something that angered Mr. Chen. I know I was wrong now." "What did you do?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Actually, after Mr. Chen helped me escape that beast's control, I stubbornly insisted on following him. A man like Mr. Chen who wouldn't be genuinely impressed? You should understand. I was perfectly aware at the time. If I let that one chance slip away, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. So I asked Mr. Chen to let me be his junior." The cook grew agitated as he recounted this. He cleared his throat twice before continuing. "That's why I said I only followed Mr. Chen for a short time. Unfortunately, something happened later that angered Mr. Chen." At that moment, the cook's mood inevitably sank. It felt like forcibly tearing open a wound that hadn't yet healed. He had never told anyone about this incident. Not even Manager Li. No one deserved to hear it. After leaving the ruined Tianhua restaurant, Mr. Chen and I went to a hospital, where I was responsible for cooking for him. Similarly, in the hospital, we encountered many strange occurrences. He told me to befriend them, saying we were both children of misfortune. At that hospital, many patients secretly gave me expensive ingredients. Mr. Chen didn't know about this at first. Later, when danger arose, Mr. Chen confronted that terrifying presence head-on. But I was too afraid to step forward, so Mr. Chen sent me to rescue others. But right at that moment, the chef's tone was filled with regret. I was worried about the ingredients. I just wanted to take the ingredients first, then go save them. But I was too late. By the time I packed up the ingredients and got there, they were already dead. Now I understand I should have followed Mr. Chen's orders. I shouldn't have made decisions on my own." Lin Yi was speechless. Because of the ingredients. He didn't go to save them? Which led to Dad's friend dying. No wonder he was furious. Any normal person with a sound moral compass would be furious. The cook shut his mouth. He still believed. Mr. Chen's anger stemmed from disobeying orders. That had angered Mr. Chen. Lin Yi sensed this implication. She looked at the cook, whose expression was unnatural, and said, "No. You're mistaken. Mr. Chen Dad isn't angry because you didn't follow his orders." "Ha?" The cook was dumbfounded. Lin Yi looked at the bewildered cook. She explained earnestly. In his eyes, those so-called ingredients are nowhere near as important as his friends. Just like you when danger came, he chose you over everything else. But you chose the ingredients, abandoning your friend, your family. That's what angers him the most. After Lin Yi finished speaking, the cook seemed frozen stiff. He stood motionless for a long time. His eyes were filled with shock. Lin Yi's words echoed in his ears. Actually, as Dad always says, being able to eat with family is more important than any delicacies. The cook fell silent. So that's how it was? Family. He murmured hoarsely. A single tear drifted from the corner of his eye. I understand. Boom. At that moment, the chef's long-buried emotional knot was suddenly unlocked by Lin Yi. His entire being was like a dragon awakening to enlightenment. In an instant, a crimson glow flickered within his pitch-black eyes. A dark mist rose from the inn's surroundings. The surrounding temperature plummeted dramatically. Manager Lee watched in utter shock. His lips murmured, "Red. Red robe?" Chapter 16, The Cook's Ascension. Red robe, maxed out affinity. Go seek Mr. Chen. Boom. The sudden upheaval and a sudden drop in temperature made Lin Yi shiver. A wisp of terrifying bloodshed invaded her nostrils. Her gaze froze. She saw red threads sprouting all over the cook's body. Like earthworms, crimson silk covered his entire body. Unraveling, coiling, sealing. Like a crimson cocoon. The butcher's knife in his hand, from blade to hilt, gradually stained with impenetrable crimson. An overwhelming aura of pressure. Like a heavy mountain peak, pressing down on Lin Yi until she could barely breathe. All she could hear was the cook still muttering to himself. So that's how Mr. Chen sees it. It was my mistake, old ding. I was too fixated on appearances. What truly matters to him has never changed. Mr. Chen. Tears welled up in the cook's eyes. He let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The pressure was simply too much. Lin Yi felt her eyelids grow heavy. At that very moment. Ding. Chef Lao Ding's affection for you +10. Congratulations. Affection has reached maximum level. Current affection level, Chef Lao Ding life and death companionship. Lin Yi heard the horror game's notification. She felt a bit dazed. She could see the last entry in her stats panel. Eerie affection, managerly 80, Chef Lao Ding 100. As her gaze fell upon the affinity values, Lin Yi discovered information related to the eerie affinity. The range for the weird affection stat. Range, 0-100. Below 60 is considered failing, indicating a casual acquaintance relationship. It increases incrementally from there. 60, casual acquaintance. 70, special affection. 80, wholehearted devotion. 90, as close as siblings. 100, through thick and thin. Manager Lee's 80% favorability rating. That's enough to consider him family. And the chef's maxed out goodwill. Given a proper reason. Even if Lin Yi demanded he commit suicide on the spot, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Lin Yi watched the cook, who remained unflinching. She'd found herself a powerful ally. A cook like this. He must be at least a formidable trickster, right? After a long while, amidst Manager Lee's stunned expression, the anomaly dissipated. Those strands of crimson thread burrowed into the cook's body. Peering closely, a crimson glint could be seen in the cook's eyes. No, old ding. You've become one of the red robes? Manager Lee swallowed hard in shock. The chef shook his head. Not yet. Not quite yet. I've only barely touched that feeling. That's good enough, Manager Lee sighed. You're practically halfway there. With you overseeing things, no more shady characters will dare to pull any tricks. The cook ignored Manager Lee. He turned to look at Lin Yi. Deep gratitude welled in his eyes. He bowed to her. Thank you, Miss Lin, for helping me resolve this long-standing emotional burden. Old Ding here has turned misfortune into fortune. My skills have improved slightly. You're welcome. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Do you still need me to deliver your message? No need. Old Ding shook his head decisively. Only now do I understand Mr. Chen's intentions. I must find him. No matter where he is. I must personally apologize to him for my past mistakes. Miss Lin, please consider what happened before as nothing more than a joke. That's for the best. Lin Yi's gaze fixed on the cook. He seemed like a different person. Reborn. Just as Dad had once helped him gain a new lease on life. She had accomplished something similar. Meanwhile, the three people scrubbing the bathroom with all their might. had scrubbed the bathroom 3 times over. Their bodies were coated in foul stench. They were practically pickled in it. Visibly, the restroom, once filled with filth, was now sparkling clean. The 3 were utterly exhausted. They were practically paralyzed. Not a single bite to eat. Pure manual labor. Even oxen and horses wouldn't get this kind of treatment. Finally, the young man with the yellow hair couldn't hold back any longer. He whispered, "Managerly, have you forgotten about us?" Song Tianxin rolled her eyes. She looked at her boyfriend. That spineless look on his face. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. She glanced again at Zhang Jian, his face pale. She felt neither of them could be relied upon. Noticing Song Tianxin's distant gaze, Zhang Jian's pride was deeply wounded. Desperate to save face, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine, though I am a bit tired. But we still get paid. This counts as overtime, right? Today's pay will be at least 30-something spirit cash." Song Tianxin felt a little better upon hearing this. She'd never done such dirty work in real life. After deducting the 1 joss paper given to Lin Yi, she and her boyfriend still had 14 joss paper coins combined. Once they were outside, that could be worth $1 million or $2. Just then, bang! The restroom door swung open. The bewildered-looking supervisor walked in. Seeing the clean and tidy restroom, he sucked in a sharp breath. This is way too clean. Wow! These people are pros at cleaning restrooms. If it weren't for Lin Yi's connections, he'd have praised the 3 of them. At that moment, Zhang Jian's eyes lit up with delight. He strode over to the foreman in 3 quick steps and humbly inquired, "Supervisor, we've finished all our tasks. Can we go eat now? We've been starving all day." The eerie foreman nodded. "Of course you may." He wasn't some heartless freak, after all. And so it was. The eerie head waiter led the 3, their hopes reignited, to the kitchen's back door. There, besides a filthy large iron barrel, nothing else. Zhang Jian and the others were dumbfounded. Song Tianxin asked, "Foreman, where's the food?" "Here." The sinister foreman gestured toward the large iron barrel. All 3 turned their gaze toward the center. Buzz. Their minds went numb on the spot. This wasn't food at all. It was a slop bucket. It was filled with all sorts of filthy bones and scraps. And flies were feasting on the delicacies without restraint. They wanted us to compete with flies for food? The 3 of them felt dizzy. They nearly choked on their breath. Lin Yi could enjoy the delicacies all by herself, and even criticize it as tasteless. And what about them? Left to eat leftovers? Is there any justice left in this world? "This supervisor, we can't eat this," Zhang Jian said, gritting his teeth. "How about we pay for it? We still get paid." "Right." Song Tianxin chimed in, "We can pay for it, can't we? Make her eat swill? I'd rather die. Just buy the cheapest thing. As long as it staves off hunger. At least we'll have plenty of money left over." The sinister foreman suddenly understood. "You want to spend money on it? I almost forgot. Hand over all the money from this morning first. Once you've paid up, then you can spend money to buy." "Pay? Why should we? We already signed the contract. Not to mention they actually worked all day. Now they want to take our wages too? This is a bit." Zhang Jian's face turned ashen. "That's not quite right. Sir, we've worked all day, you can't expect us to leave without any pay." The shady manager nodded understandingly. "Then each of you can keep 1 joss paper note. After all, our inn isn't some shady operation." Chapter 17, fellow players, they stay in the storage room while Lin Yi gets a 5-star room? Night fell. Crimson moonlight bathed the eerie world. Lin Yi couldn't refuse the Gui manager's kindness. She received today's wages. 50 ghost coins. She felt guilty accepting the money. After all she did today was kill a few fish and take out the trash, converting the 50 joss paper coins into real currency. That's nearly 2 million. Where else could you find such a sweet deal? But the viewers in the livestream chat didn't see it that way. "Sis Lin, just take it. The manager's about to cry. If you don't take it, he'll probably think you still haven't forgiven him." Holy crap, 50 ghost money? That's insane. If that money were mine, I'd gladly work for a lifetime. Haha, are you the committee's vice president? Just look at those guys from Zhangjian, their salaries are that high. True. Lin Yi thought of Zhang Jian and the others. They barely lifted a finger. They get 10 spirit money a day. She felt resentful. So she accepted it. But speaking of which, where are they? Could they still be in the bathroom? Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar. At that moment, Lin Yi heard the eerie foreman exhale with relief. Miss Lin, I've collected back the wages for those 3. I only paid them 1 joss paper each. I wonder if you would be interested? If you're not satisfied, their salaries can still be adjusted. At the mention of adjustments, the shady foreman clenched his jaw. As if even one joss paper was too much. Ha! Lin Yi stared in disbelief. This must be a rip-off joint, right? They can actually take back wages after the contract's signed? Seeing Lin Yi's shocked expression, the shady manager grew flustered. He thought she was dissatisfied. But suddenly, Lin Yi touched her earlobe and said, "Let's leave it at that for now. I think it's fine. She wasn't some saint. Why should she be ostracized and still give them raises? Not kicking someone when they're down. That was generous of her." Feeling a flicker of satisfaction, Lin Yi asked, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we call it a night? Where will I sleep tonight? Is there employee housing?" "Yes, of course," the shady supervisor nodded eagerly, bowing and scraping. "Please follow me. I'll take you there." Following the shady supervisor, Lin Yi crossed the lobby, heading toward the second floor. But suddenly, as she passed a corner, she heard a rustling sound. Lin Yi recognized the sound and instinctively murmured in confusion, "What is this room used for?" "It's a storage room. For storing things we don't need right now," the sinister foreman explained. Lin Yi happened to glance inside through the storage room window. Inside, piled up with a vast amount of seemingly useless junk, endless walls, floors, and corners, were covered in dark, shiny stains. Merely approaching it, and the air thickens with a suffocating, musty stench. Chittering rats and cockroaches scurried freely. It felt like being trapped in a garbage dump. No sunlight. Dim and lifeless. The environment was a bit too poor, wasn't it? Lin Yi remained silent. As a lowly employee, she naturally had no right to comment. But if she were to be strict about it, her position on the committee, she did have the authority to order the inn to make improvements. "Miss Lin." Seeing Lin Yi's calm expression, the devious manager's heart began to race. The storage room also fell under his purview. He just never paid much attention to it. Suddenly, Lin Yi's gaze drifted downward. She spotted Zhang Jian and the other two lying amidst a pile of junk. The three were filthy from head to toe. Their mental state was poor. Their expressions were filled with despair. Like rats in a sewer. Lin Yi was bewildered. Were these things useless too? What are they? Because the staff dorms are full, they just have to make do for now, the shady supervisor admitted guiltily. "Oh, I see." Lin Yi nodded. The Yuelai Inn was so large with many employees that the dormitories couldn't accommodate everyone. Understandable. "Do you think the storage room needs renovating?" the shady foreman asked. Since he'd asked, Lin Yi couldn't pretend not to see it. So she replied softly, "Let's discuss it in 3 days. After all, you're quite busy yourselves, right?" Yes, Miss Lin, you truly have foresight and discernment." The shady manager wiped away a cold sweat. Soon, Lin Yi passed by the staff dormitory on the second floor. But strangely enough, as she drew closer, there was no one living there at all. She took a half step back. Lin Yi pretended not to notice. The eerie foreman tried to explain, but Lin Yi cut him off. "It's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable staying here." "No, you don't stay here," the eerie attendant immediately corrected, "you stay on the 3rd floor. Please follow me." "The 3rd floor?" Lin Yi looked up. The Yuelai Inn only had 3 floors. Even Manager Li's office was only on the 2nd floor. So who stays on the 3rd floor? She was baffled. Lin Yi followed the mysterious head waiter to a room on the 3rd floor. She pushed open the door and walked straight in. The sight inside the room, it stunned Lin Yi in an instant. From the high ceilings to the plush carpet covering the floor, every square foot radiated opulence. Sofas and beds crafted from the finest materials gleamed with polished surfaces. Beside a massive fireplace stood exquisite crystal wine glasses and bottles of rare red wine. Along the wall stands a row of elegant bookshelves. Hardcover books were neatly arranged on the shelves. Is this the inn from the horror game? It looked more upscale than any she'd seen on TV. Is this for me? Lin Yi gasped in astonishment. Of course. The sinister manager bowed solemnly. As the most esteemed guest of the Yuelai Inn, only this room is deemed worthy of your stay. However, the Yuelai Inn lacks the resources and time to prepare a room befitting your status. We are truly sorry. Shameful indeed? Lin Yi stepped into the room. She gently stroked the sofa. The softness was irresistible. The curtains were made of the purest silk, edged with lace. She walked over to the curtains. Beside them stood an elegant wrought iron flower stand, overflowing with blooms and greenery. She peered out and could see the view beyond the window. The view was breathtaking. A profound sense of security. At that moment, the sinister-looking attendant quietly approached Lin Yi and said, "You are free to use everything here. If anything feels uncomfortable, we can replace it for you. For instance, if the sofa feels uncomfortable or you dislike the flowers, just let me know immediately and I'll have them changed right away." This was formerly the chairman's room, custom designed to 5-star standards. However, she hasn't visited in quite some time, so it's been left unused. If you wish, this room will be permanently reserved for you. With that, the sinister head attendant exited the room. Lin Yi remained standing by the window, her lips pressed together. How lovely. Lin Yi inhaled the floral scent and sighed softly. Was this the perk of power? She hadn't even spoken. The sinister foreman had already arranged everything. If she had to pay, 50 ghost coins wouldn't even cover a single night's stay. In reality, it was something she dared not even dream of. Phew. After a day of intense mental strain, Lin Yi lay on the sofa. She closed her eyes silently. Looks like she'd finally get a good night's sleep tonight. First, she'd take a shower. Chapter 18, The Delivery Scams Plot, Sky-High Service Fee? I've got money. Knock knock. The door to the storage room was knocked upon. Fighting off hunger. The three of them, having only sipped water to stave off hunger, woke from their drowsy state. They had finally fallen asleep. Suddenly, the unbearable hunger surged back through their bodies. Zhang Jian frowned deeply. Who is it? He asked impatiently. Late-night snack delivery. Came the voice from outside the door. The words fell. All three eyes widened. Food? Could it be that the mysterious foreman took pity on them and sent someone to deliver food? The three staggered to their feet. Like caged animals, they gathered around the storage room door. Song Tianxin's stomach twisted in waves of pain. Her cheeks were covered in cold sweat. Due to her frequent drinking, her digestive system was extremely fragile. As long as she didn't eat, her stomach would ache. But to save that one joss paper, the three of them had stubbornly eaten nothing. As for the leftovers, eating that stuff would make us no better than beasts. Their dignity. They couldn't bring themselves to lower their heads. Just 3 more days to endure. Creak. Under the gaze of Song Tianxin and her yellow-haired boyfriend, Zhang Jian opened the door herself. Outside stood a figure with an oddly gentle expression. He was pushing a small food cart, like the kind found on trains. And on the cart, clearly visible to the naked eye, several common food items. Meat buns, flour rolls, stir-fried noodles. These ordinary foods emitted wafts of aroma. The sight made the three of them stare wide-eyed. Their eyes were practically glowing green. Since it's a late-night delivery, it should be free. The three of them scrambled to grab it. Grab the meat buns and fried noodles and shove them into your mouth. Gulp gulp. Suddenly, the sound of wolfish gulping echoed from the storage room doorway. Seeing this, the delivery person murmured, "Slow down, no need to rush, there's enough for everyone." Moments later, the three, barely sated, prepared to close the door. Time to head back and rest. But suddenly, the delivery guy blocked the door. He immediately shouted, "Hold on. You haven't paid yet. You're not trying to get a free meal, are you? Charging us? Didn't you say it was a free late-night snack?" Song Tianxin blurted out, crumbs still clinging to her lips. "Why charge for it? The snacks are free, of course," delivery guy said cryptically. "But you haven't paid the service fee yet." At this point, his expression turned sour as he glared at the three of them. His gentle expression vanished instantly. His attitude took a sharp turn. Cold and ruthless. "You don't seriously think I'm doing this for free, do you? Pah! A bunch of lowly swine." Contempt and disgust flashed in his eyes. Is that even a thing? The three were stunned. They felt utterly humiliated. This is just playing with words. But they couldn't afford to provoke the delivery thugs. The three exchanged glances. Song Tianxin and her boyfriend only had 2 ghost coins combined. Zhang Jian had managed to save a little, but he just couldn't bring himself to part with it. Worked themselves to the bone. Earned by risking his life. To give it all away for a few bites of food? "Excuse me, sir, how much is the service charge?" Zhang Jian asked through gritted teeth. The delivery ghost shot them a glance. Then sneered coldly, "You don't look like wealthy people. I'll settle for 10 joss paper coins." 10 spirit coins? How dare he ask for so much? The trio froze in shock. They only made 3 jiao a day for their labor. If their wages hadn't been confiscated, they might have been able to afford it. But now, even selling themselves wouldn't cover it. This is far too much. Zhang Jian's scalp prickled, his face turning deathly pale as he said, "Sir, our daily wage is only 1 spirit coin. Could you make it a little less?" The delivery ghost snapped irritably, "What's it to me if your wages are low? Not a single coin less on this delivery fee. If you're short, you'll have to make up the difference with something else," he said. He glanced at the group's bodies. He gave a slight lick to the corner of his mouth. The atmosphere turned icy. The three felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar. Song Tianxin stammered, "Brother Zhang, between the two of us, we only have 2 joss paper notes. Could you, perhaps, cover the rest?" Zhang Jian's face flushed crimson with anger. His whole body trembled. They'd eaten the most of anyone just now. And now they wanted him to pay the most? He'd gone through 2 dungeons. And he'd only saved up 6 spirit coins. Even with today's wages, it only adds up to 7 spirit coins. That's not even enough for all 3 of us combined. What's the matter? Can't scrape together the money? Then it's easy enough. The delivery ghost chuckled eerily. He immediately prepared to crawl into the storage room. Seeing there was truly no other way, Zhang Jian felt his heart twist in agony. He pulled out the joss paper money he'd been reluctant to use from his pocket. His breath heavy, he said with pained reluctance, "Sir, between us, we only have 9 joss paper coins." "Oh?" The delivery guy looked surprised. It seemed they could actually afford it after all. Under Zhang Jian's bloodshot gaze, he naturally pocketed all the joss paper coins. Then, satisfied, he said, "Fine, I'll let you off with that 1 jiao for now. You can owe me. I'll be back at this time tomorrow. Remember, if I don't receive payment by tomorrow, you'll face the consequences." With that, he took half a step back, pushing his small food cart away from the storage room door. Zhang Jian, left reeling with rage, collapsed onto the floor. Rage consumed him. Watching Song Tianxin and the other person with their heads bowed. Put. Zhang Jian spat out a mouthful of old blood. This meal had cost him a whopping 7 joss paper coins. If this were real life, it could be worth millions. Enough to last a lifetime. Knock knock. At that moment, Lin Yi, lying on the sofa in a daze, heard a knock at the door. She rubbed her eyes, thinking it might be the mysterious foreman. So she opened the door. But instead, she saw a strange man pushing a small food cart. "Good evening, ma'am. I'm here to deliver your late-night snack," the delivery ghost murmured. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to size up Lin Yi. She looked harmless enough. The delivery guy thought to himself. This room has been unoccupied for ages. Could she have snuck in? That's probably how it is. A pig? What gives him the right to stay in such a luxurious room? The delivery guy swallowed hard without showing it. He found Lin Yi utterly irresistible. A staggering 28 points in charm made the delivery guy's heart race wildly. "Thank you, I'm not hungry," Lin Yi politely declined. The bowl of noodles from the cook had already filled her up. She simply couldn't manage a late-night snack. "Please have a little." "The late-night snack is complimentary," the delivery ghost urged softly, considering how hard the cook worked to prepare it. He'd already figured out how to collect compensation. Unable to refuse the delivery guy's persistence, Lin Yi could only pick through the leftovers. She took a clean piece of bread. However, just as she was about to return to her room, the delivery guy's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Wait! You haven't paid the service charge yet." "Service charge?" Lin Yi glanced at the delivery guy. Delivering a late-night snack this late at night. She really should pay. "How much?" Lin Yi asked, reaching into her pocket. "Not much, just 10 joss paper notes." The delivery ghost sneered. "Look at her. Probably just another cheapskate. What money could a pig like her possibly have? Better to have her repay with her body." But then, the next second, "Here, take it." Lin Yi pulled out 15 joss paper notes and handed them to the delivery ghost. Her tone was perfectly natural. "Here's an extra 5 joss paper notes. Thanks for your hard work." Chapter 19, Old Ding arrives. "You want Miss Lin to apologize to a cook like me? No money, huh? Then use huh?" The delivery ghost story was already on the tip of his tongue. Then he watched as Lin Yi handed over joss paper. A huge question mark appeared on his forehead. What the hell? He's got money. And she even gave me 5 extra joss paper notes? The delivery guy stared in utter disbelief. "Huh?" Lin Yi was equally puzzled. "The extra money is my tip for you. Don't you want it?" The delivery ghost fell silent. Wow, what a generous tip. He'd never met anyone like this before. Usually, when others discovered he'd played word games to force service charges, who wouldn't be furious? Who wouldn't hate him to the bone? Pay more? I've never seen that happen. Little did they know. Lin Yi was thinking. Since she had money, with a daily wage of 50 joss paper bills, there was no need to complicate things. She just wanted to get through this dungeon safely. But to the delivery ghost, this was a sign of Lin Yi backing down. "Hand it over." He snatched the joss paper from Lin Yi's hand. Then he refused to leave. Like a vicious wolf fixated on a plump lamb. Lin Yi's goodwill only fueled the delivery guy's greed. He wanted to extort every last penny from her. Then, he would force himself upon her body. At that moment, seeing Lin Yi preparing to leave, the delivery scammer immediately sneered, "Hold on. I paid the service fee, but what about compensation for my emotional distress? You humiliated me with these 5 spirit coins, causing me mental anguish. At least another 50 just paper notes to compensate me. Is that even a thing? Lin Yi's pupils froze. Her brows furrowed deeply. Taking the money and then extorting more? She'd definitely complain to Manager Lee about this delivery guy later. I don't have that much money. Lin Yi refused decisively. Then how about you give me back those 5 just paper notes you just handed over? No money? The delivery guy's eyes lit up. He'd been worried Lin Yi might actually have money. Not even 50 just paper notes. This just proves it. She couldn't possibly be paying to stay here? She must have snuck in. Today, he finally got his chance. Luckily, his sharp eyes spotted a light on the 3rd floor. Well, not only did you waste food, but you tried to dodge responsibility too. Hey, to uphold the inn's standards, I must punish you severely. The delivery guy dragged the small table aside. Lin Yi retorted, I paid for it. Besides, I didn't waste any food. As for your compensation for emotional distress, just give me my money back. Too late. A shadow of greed flickered in the delivery fiend's eyes. He stared intently at Lin Yi's body. Slap. He deliberately dropped the bread and fried noodles from the small food cart. The food was scattered all over the ground. Look. This is proof you're wasting food. Now you either give me the money or compensate me in some other way. Otherwise, when the cook finds out you've wasted the food, you'll be in big trouble. The cook won't be as easygoing as me. The delivery guy threatened. Intentionally framing Lin Yi. In his mind, the cook was the most terrifying presence in the inn. Manager Lee rarely showed his face. The head waiter only manages the waitstaff. But if you ever anger the cook, what awaits you? The harshest punishment. But unexpectedly, upon hearing the word cook, Lin Yi's expression turned slightly peculiar. You mean old Ding? Yes. What did you call him? The delivery guy hadn't processed it yet when he heard old Ding frown. Old Ding? You think you can just call him that? Got a death wish? Lin Yimo remained silent. This delivery guy still hadn't grasped the situation. Old Ding's goodwill toward her was maxed out. Even if she dumped all this food in the trash, old Ding would still give her a thumbs up. Good riddance. Just then. Bang. Thump thump. Terrifying footsteps echoed from downstairs. The delivery guy's face turned pale at the sight. He was only using the cook to threaten Lin Yi. He never intended for the cook to actually find out. If his scheme were exposed, his fate would be all too clear. He's coming. He'll be here any minute. You still have time to pay me compensation. Did you hear me? The delivery driver urged anxiously. Time was running out. The cook moved swiftly. Probably only a dozen seconds left. Lin Yi chuckled at this, then I'll just wait with you. Why are you freaking out? Worst case, I'll just apologize to him. The delivery guy froze upon hearing this. Is this person out of their mind? He'd already said the chef was terrifying. Forget apologizing. If the chef finds out you're wasting food, he'd chop you into mincemeat. Under immense pressure. Cold sweat beaded on the delivery guy's forehead. He felt utterly drained. Now there were only 2 choices. Either he cleaned up the ingredients on the floor immediately, or wait for the cook to arrive. He could seize the chance to frame her again. But seeing Lin Yi's silent expression, the delivery guy lost his nerve. Just as he bent down to pick up the soiled bread. Clang! Old Ding the cook had already arrived. He was holding a tray in his hands. When he saw the delivery trickster, a flicker of confusion crossed the cook's eyes. But when he saw the wasted food on the floor, he flew into a rage. You did this? Old Ding the cook glared coldly at the delivery ghost. The terrifying aura of a half-step crimson-robed cultivator. Like a grim reaper emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, the pressure instantly drained the delivery ghost's face of color. His hands froze mid-motion. No, it's not. The delivery guy stammered. He pointed the blame at Lin Yi, who stood calmly nearby. She did it. This pig wasted all this food. I tried my hardest to stop her. She said she wanted to apologize to you, but I think an apology is too lenient. My lord, you must punish her severely. Having said all this, the delivery trick snorted coldly inside. He could already envision it. The scene of the cook dismembering this woman into 1,000 pieces. She dared not pay. Did she really think he was just trying to scare her? But the next second, the air seemed to freeze solid. The chef's face turned as cold as ice. You want Miss Lin to apologize to me, a mere cook? Are you kidding me? Boom. Hearing this, the delivery guy was dumbfounded. What? What does that even mean? This statement twisted his worldview. Old Ding the cook actually called a pig a Miss Lin? What on earth is her background? The delivery guy stared at Lin Yi in utter shock. He felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all fail at once. Miss Lin, please wait a moment. At that moment, he saw the cook bowing respectfully to Lin Yi again. Then those crimson eyes locked onto him. A pair of powerful hands seized his head. I told you to deliver the midnight snack, not to come up to the third floor. Cook Old Ding was seething with rage. He stared at the wasted food on the floor. Almost face to face. He bellowed at the delivery boy. How could this trash possibly be fit for Miss Lin's status? Idiot! Idiot! The delivery guy gasped for breath. He was grabbed by the chef. Like a little chick being picked up. The fear of death clung to him like a shadow. Intense regret surged within him. Miss Lin. Did this fool deliberately provoke you? Did he say anything to you? The cook turned and urgently asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi paused to think before answering truthfully. He demanded a service fee in compensation for emotional distress. If I refuse, he says he'll have you punish me. Hearing this, the cook's face turned as cold as ice. Chapter 20, Overnight Fortune. Over 50 million, Lin Yi becomes a little rich lady. The chef was furious beyond measure. His face was nearly contorted. His exhaled breath felt like scorching lava. Listening to Lin Yi's words, his palms clenched unconsciously. His massive hands, capable of crushing anything. Like a vulture's talons crushing a raw egg. The delivery guy's skull crackled audibly. As if it might burst open at any moment. Its wretched, piercing screams echoed endlessly. In an instant, the once quiet Yuelai Inn was filled with the agonized wails of the delivery demon. Thump! 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 The commotion was so loud. And originating from the third floor. Managerly and the eerie headwaiter, their nerves stretched taut. They practically flew up the stairs in the blink of an eye. They arrived here. What's going on? Miss Lin? The two asked anxiously. Only to find the cook gripping the delivery boy's head. Old Ding, what are you doing? Managerly asked in shock. At that moment, the delivery ghost gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. When he spotted Managerly, a glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. He pinned his hopes of survival on Managerly. Though he was merely a ghost, having worked at the Yuelai Inn for so many years. Even if he hadn't earned any merit, he had certainly put in the hard work. Perhaps Managerly would instruct the cook to spare him. Manager. The delivery ghost forced out a hoarse whisper from his throbbing throat, hoping to catch Managerly's attention. But unexpectedly, Managerly merely gave him a quick glance. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Yi. The cook then shifted aside, standing in front of Lin Yi, as if to stand up for her. Managerly, you're just in time. The cook sneered coldly. This ignorant fool dared to use my name to extort and threaten Miss Lin. Today, Old Ding here will dispose of him right in front of you. No objections, right? Managerly was speechless. Under normal circumstances, the chef casually killing a new waiter, Managerly would turn a blind eye. But the delivery guy had been with the Yuelai Inn for so many years. Thinking of this, Managerly nodded. He had no objections. He sighed regretfully. All these years, old Xie. I'll turn a blind eye to what you've done all this time. But you absolutely should never have provoked Miss Lin. Don't you see we're on the third floor? Use your pig brain and think, do you really think you can mess with the people who live here? The words fell silent. The last shred of hope in the delivery man's heart vanished. His heart was filled with nothing but endless regret and despair. Even Managerly couldn't protect him. What kind of person was this guy? The delivery man glanced at Lin Yi out of the corner of his eye. He wanted to etch her image deeply into his mind. But the very next second, that became the last sight he ever saw. The cook snapped his neck instantly, dragging the corpse behind him. He dragged the corpse behind him. After disposing of the delivery ghost, the cook apologized to Lin Yi. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, for startling you. This tray holds something I prepared. You may taste it to calm your nerves. Oh, right, I almost forgot something, he said. He pulled a stack of joss paper from the delivery ghost's corpse pocket. He pulled out a stack of joss paper money. He didn't even count it. The thick stack of joss paper. He handed it all to Lin Yi. The cook finally said, Old Ding, I'll take my leave now. Lin Yi replied calmly, her expression almost drowsy. It's fine. I didn't really mind. Managerly gritted his teeth beside her. Miss Lin, I promise you. Right now, immediately. Overhaul the internal affairs of the Yuelai Inn. If anything like this happens again, I'll be the first to face you. Sweat beaded on Lin Yi's forehead as she replied, there's no need to be so extreme. It's not your fault. I'm not blaming you. That's a relief. Managerly exhaled deeply. I was afraid you might hold this against me. In that case, I shan't keep you from your rest. One by one, they departed. At that moment, Lin Yi held the joss paper in one hand. Carrying a tray in the other hand, she returned to her room. She locked the door behind her. She had almost fallen asleep. Now she had to start all over again. This clumsy delivery ghost is so annoying. Lin Yi sat on the sofa. She happened to glance at the screen. She noticed the audience was buzzing with discussion. The delivery guy probably won't realize until the day he dies just how much trouble he's gotten himself into. I almost died laughing asking old Ding to punish the streamer? What's the difference between that and asking a mom to spank her own kid? Delivery guy was too cocky, never thought he'd trip up with a streamer. Yeah, the delivery guy is just full of tricks. Lin Yi averted her gaze. What, asking the mom to beat the kid? What a mess. She took a deep breath. Lin Yi looked at the joss paper in her hand and murmured softly, so much money. This wasn't just the money she'd given to the delivery ghost, but also what she had kept for herself. She neatly stacked the bills one by one. Lin Yi began counting them. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 3 yuan. She muttered to herself. Suddenly, Lin Yi spotted a black note among the pile. You see? Ordinary joss paper is white. But black ones? Lin Yi looked closer. Only then did she realize it was a 10 yuan denomination. She pulled them all out. There were roughly 21 black joss paper bills. That's 210 joss paper notes? This much? Lin Yi was astonished. It seemed this delivery con artist had extorted quite a few people. Just as she was feeling pleased, she caught a glimpse of a crumpled red bill. What's this? Lin Yi unfolded the crumpled joss paper. The next moment, she was stunned. The spirit money note was actually a 100 yuan denomination. And it was the only one. It could cover 3 months of ordinary ghostly odd jobs. In the real world, it could be worth over 10 million. All told, Lin Yi obtained 397 ghost money. Nearly 400 spirit coins. That's over 50 million. Lin Yi's heart began to pound wildly. For a girl who hadn't even entered society yet, it felt like a dream. She had originally planned to go without returning. But now she was suddenly a little rich girl? When the viewers saw the money in Lin Yi's hands, the viewers in the livestream were filled with envy. Holy crap, nearly 400 ghost money? I risk my life washing dishes in horror games and only make 10 joss paper a month. Envy the guy above, I can't even find a job. Rich streamer, please sponsor me. The chef's so generous, giving away all the delivery money. Duh, have you even seen who the streamer is? After counting the money, Lin Yi happily stashed all the joss paper into the horror game. Only then did she have time to look at what the cook had delivered. It was a round dinner plate. A faint, peculiar aroma wafted from it. Lin Yi wasn't actually hungry at all. But after catching that scent, her stomach started rumbling. That bowl of 5 million yuan noodles earlier had been deliberately made unpalatable by the chef. Now that his culinary skills had greatly improved. A dish crafted with all his might. How delicious it must be. Lin Yi couldn't wait any longer and opened the serving tray. The next second, she was stunned by what lay on the tray. Chapter 21, 50 million a single meal? Aristocratic families? They don't even meet the threshold to see her. This is fried rice? Lin Yi stared at the contents of the tray. She couldn't help but exclaim. Good grief. Back to basics, that's for sure. Fried rice with egg. Also known as scattered gold rice, gold and silver jade. A well-made fried rice dish. Looks just like gold wrapped around silver. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Only the fried rice remained on the plate. Each grain of rice was crystal clear, plump, and glossy, not a single one clunked together. The golden eggs were truly exquisite, gleaming like pure gold. Paired with vibrant green scallions. The vibrant green hue provided the perfect accent. She wasn't hungry. But when she caught the light yet rich aroma of the fried rice, her stomach couldn't help but growl. Her entire being was utterly captivated by this bowl of fried rice. This was the most perfect fried rice Lin Yi had ever seen. Not a single flaw. It was like a work of art. The aroma seeped into her heart and lungs. Every cell in her body felt pierced. A fierce hunger and craving surged from her heart like a tidal wave. This is way too delicious. When viewers saw this bowl of fried rice, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were practically crying with envy. This bowl of rice looks so delicious. But they could only watch. So unfair. In the middle of the night, you're pulling this stunt. Don't even try, you'll never make fried rice like this. As a chef with 30 years under my belt, I'm bowing down to this bowl of rice. This is killing me with hunger, but I'm stuck munching on bread. We're all players, yet some can't eat or sleep properly while others get to star in a food show and stay in 5-star rooms. Just as the audience was whining and complaining, the big shot who'd earlier offered 5 million for a single bite of noodles spoke up again. Sis, Lin sis. Just one bite, bring me one bite, and I'll pay 50 million. Just sneak me a bite of that fried rice, and I'll wire the money to your card right now. Lin Yi saw this comment. She was stunned by this outrageous offer. Holy moly! 50 million for a single bite of rice? Is the rice made of gold, or are the eggs made of gold? Do they even value money anymore? Lin Yi admitted. She was tempted. It's true she had over 400 Joss paper notes. But there are countless ways to spend Joss paper in this horror game. These Joss paper notes couldn't be squandered. She was safe at the Yuelai Inn. But what about the next dungeon? She didn't even have anything to protect her life. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded. Alright, I'll save you a portion of the fried rice. But it'll take me 2 more days to leave the dungeon. I can't guarantee the fried rice won't go bad. If you agree, transfer the money to my account. After saying this, the big shot replied immediately. I'll transfer the money right now. Even if it goes bad, it's fine. I'm more than willing. A massive sum. Even a transaction that seemed completely unequal on both sides. All settled in just a few words from Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced around. She picked up a bowl meant for fruit. She placed the fruit on the table. She gently scooped 2 or 3 spoonfuls of fried rice into it. Then she found some plastic wrap to cover it. I remember seeing the freezer earlier. I'll put it in the cold storage first. I'll get it out for you just before we leave. Lin Yi said softly. The big shot replied immediately. Thanks. I'll transfer the money right away. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi took a deep breath. The food hadn't gotten cold yet. Now was the perfect time to eat. She gently scooped up a large spoonful of rice, along with golden egg yolk and vibrant green scallions. She shoveled it into her mouth. Boom! The next second, Lin Yi's eyes widened. An indescribable flavor surged through her heart. So delicious she nearly cried. Every inch of her body. A wave of heat surged through her. Sweat beaded on her fair skin. Lin Yi stared in shock at her own body. The injuries she sustained during the day. Had they actually healed after eating fried rice? Ding! You have sampled Old Ding's exclusive limited edition golden fried rice. Mental strength +2, physical strength +2, luck +1. You have gained the special effect, eat breakfast in the morning, die in the evening, and it's worth it, but all your injuries have healed automatically. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jiangzhou, the Zhu family. In this family that had endured for millennia, a man of extraordinary bearing and tall stature stared ecstatically at his computer screen. His name was Zhu Yuxuan, the son of the current head of the Zhu family. He was also the person who, moments ago in Lin Yi's livestream, who had just spent 50 million on a single meal. This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Father's illness can be cured. Zhu Yuxuan exclaimed joyfully. His voice echoed through the bedroom. Even his wife was drawn to the commotion. What's wrong? His wife wondered. Why are you suddenly shouting like that? You're not usually this excited. Food. I just spent 50 million on a bowl of rice. Zhu Yuxuan's eyes seemed to sparkle. He looked at his wife and said, 50 million for a single meal? His wife was stunned on the spot. Ever since that time, the head of the Zhu family had fallen gravely ill. Zhu Yuxuan had been sullen and withdrawn. Has he now lost his mind? His wife looked at him with concern. Noticing her gaze, Zhu Yuxuan swallowed hard and explained, Father was wounded by something supernatural. His illness can't be cured by conventional means. Only precious ghost artifacts or a ghostly physician can save his life. But such things are beyond our Zhu family's reach. However, I've heard that the meals prepared by the cook at the Yuelai Inn possess healing properties. I spent 50 million just to buy one bite. One single bite could save Father. I see. A look of surprise and delight flashed across his wife's cheeks. If 50 million could save the family head's life, then that single mouthful would be worth every penny. In fact, it's a bargain. Hurry and find someone to transfer the money to their account. She'll return to reality in 2 days. Don't waste any time. Zhu Yuxuan urged. His wife nodded immediately upon hearing this. Then she asked doubtfully, who is this benefactor? Our Zhu family must express our deepest gratitude. Horror. This one right here. Look. Zhu Yuxuan gestured toward Lin Yi on the screen. His wife saw a beautiful young woman, who was devouring a plate of fried rice. In an instant, her eyes froze. Could this be the fried rice worth 50 million a bite? And she's just eating it like this? How extravagant. Could it be her? His wife exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yes, her name is Lin Yi. She's also a benefactor of our Zhu family. Zhu Yuxuan took a deep breath. Don't underestimate her. With a single command, she could shut down the commercial organizations in the bizarre world. In 2 days, when she emerges, the entire Jiangzhou region will be thrown into turmoil. Our Zhu family might not even be worthy of meeting her. Hearing this, his wife's eyes widened in horror. Her heart trembled like churning ocean currents. Achoo! Lin Yi sneezed. She kept feeling like someone was cursing her. She rubbed her reddened nose. Lin Yi looked at the spotless plate. She could barely walk anymore. Her entire body felt as if it had been soaked in warm water. She was drenched in sweat. Yet Lin Yi didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she felt completely refreshed. She felt completely restored. Even her vision had sharpened considerably. Lin Yi glanced at the screen beside her. She chose to temporarily turn off the live stream. Each player can only temporarily turn off their stream for 1 hour per day to handle private matters. She was going to take a shower. This is not for others to see. Chapter 22, The Chairman of Yuelai Inn. You're that tag-along? The night passed without incident. Dawn. Lin Yi yawned. She opened her bleary eyes. She felt completely refreshed. Standing by the window, she took a light sniff of the floral scent as a gentle breeze brushed her cheeks. If not for the unfamiliar view outside the window, she might have thought she was back home. Knock knock. At that moment, the door was knocked. Miss Lin. Breakfast is ready. The sinister voice of the head attendant sounded. Coming. Lin Yi opened the door. She saw the flattering look on the sinister head steward's face. Miss Lin, did you sleep well last night? Is there anything that needs adjusting? Everything was fine. Lin Yi shook her head. As she spoke, she recalled last night's meal. She handed the bowl to the mysterious head waiter. Put it in the cold storage for me. I'll pick it up when I leave. Certainly. I'll remind you promptly when it's time. The mysterious head waiter didn't even glance at it. He immediately gave his word. Breakfast was plentiful. The cook prepared a full table for her. There were the most common buns, oatmeal, sweet potatoes, noodles, and rice noodles, alongside delicate dim sum like shrimp dumplings, siu mai, and rice rolls, paired with milk, coffee, and congee. Lin Yi ate a few bites. She still wasn't very hungry. Miss Lin, what are your plans for today? The chef inquired softly. Lin Yi hesitated, lost in thought. This question stumped her. It seemed there really was nothing to do. The main objective was to survive for 3 days. No other requirements. How about I help you with odd jobs? I'm pretty good at cleaning fish. Lin Yi suggested. Slaughtering fish would even grant her knife skill proficiency. Well, the cook hesitated. With your background, doing odd jobs might not be quite right. It's fine. No one will see me anyway. All right. At Lin Yi's insistence, the cook relented. But he asked again, I wonder if you have time now. The chairman wishes to see you. The chairman? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could this person be here to expose her? Lin Yi's expression grew unnatural. Her livestream viewers were stunned too. The chairman of Yuelai Inn? This was a legendary figure. Many players knew. 10 years ago, the Yuelai Inn. It was just a dilapidated inn. A place no one bothered to visit. Later, under the chairman's reforms, it soared to become the premier chain inn in Zhangzhou's eerie world. Once upon a time, every inn and tavern within 100,000 kilometers of Zhangzhou sought to unite and destroy the Yuelai Inn. On that day, the bizarre phenomena merged into a profound ocean. The momentum was overwhelming. Everyone believed the Yuelai Inn was doomed. Yet, that mysterious chairman suddenly produced a terrifying artifact. It appeared as thin as a sheet of paper. It subdued all the fierce and bizarre entities. Even the half-step crimson robe were effortlessly sealed within that paper. After that, no other supernatural being dared to provoke her again. Oh crap, how did such a big shot notice Sister Lin? I sense danger. Yeah, Lin Yi and that chairman are probably on equal footing. But if the chairman really wanted to kill Lin Yi, it'd be over in the blink of an eye. Why not just run away? The live stream audience was freaking out. At that moment, the chef reassured him, don't worry, she won't cause you any trouble. If you're not comfortable, it's fine. I'll tell her not to bother you. No, Lin Yi immediately refused. Go ahead. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. Lin Yi took a deep breath. She prepared to meet this chairman. After all, she still had a trump card. If things went south, she'd shut down the store immediately. Time would pause for 2 days. Then immediately return to reality. Squeak. The door creaked open. Still the familiar manager's office. Only this time, the person seated in the most prestigious position was not managerly. Instead, it was someone Lin Yi had never seen before. She wore brocade robes, her jade-like features and delicate frame radiating grace. Her skin was as smooth as congealed cream. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Her demeanor appeared exceptionally gentle. The woman was conversing with Manager Li. When she saw Lin Yi walk in, she waved her hand and greeted Lin Yi, Little E, you're here. Have a seat. Good afternoon, Chairman. Lin Yi said politely. She sat down across from her. The woman smiled warmly at her words. Don't be so formal. My name is M.O.U. Just call me Sister M.O. M.O. Sister M.O. Lin Yi murmured, biting her lip lightly. They had just exchanged greetings. Suddenly. Ding. M.O.U.'s affection for you plus 90. Current affection level, MOU like a sibling. The sudden surge in favorability startled Lin Yi. Who gets their affinity nearly maxed out just from meeting someone? Could it be that she recognized her? A thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. At that moment, Manager Lee chuckled softly. Miss Lin, the chairman heard you'd come to our inn. He had made a special trip just to see her. You two talk. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and departed. Only Lin Yi and MOU remained in the office. The atmosphere grew suddenly cold. Lin Yi remained silent. MOU, however, stared at Lin Yi, as if she were looking at a friend's child. Her gaze held both curiosity and affection. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. It's okay. MOU spoke up. Hey, don't be so tense. I'm not going to eat you. Besides, you already know my identity, don't you? MOU smiled faintly. Identity? Chairman? Lin Yi ventured. Not that. MOU shook her head. Think again. You know what happened at the Tianhua restaurant, right? Why bring up the Skyfire restaurant again? Lin Yi was baffled. But look at MOU. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shot through her mind. Her pupils instantly contracted in shock as she blurted out, You're that eldest daughter, aren't you? The one who was murdered at 15, old Ding's sister? You guessed right. MOU clapped her hands in delight. So that's how it was. Lin Yi's heart finally settled. No wonder old Ding never mentioned having a sister. Turns out she's the boss. The chairwoman of Yuelai Inn. But Lin Yi still had one question. Sister MO, shouldn't your surname be Ding? MOU chuckled softly. I changed my name. I didn't take that beast's surname. I took my mother's instead. I see. Lin Yi suddenly understood. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a slight flush of embarrassment. The other person had rushed here overnight just to see her. Yet she had suspected Sister MO of such wickedness. She had judged a noble person by her own petty standards. Seeing Lin Yi's earlobes turn crimson, MOU's smile grew even broader. She appeared all the more gentle. She rose to her feet and approached Lin Yi. They stood very close together. Lin Yi could even catch the faint, delicate scent emanating from MOU. Just as Lin Yi felt at a loss, MOU crouched down and met her gaze. Don't just keep your head down. Look at me properly. Well, does this look familiar? Do you remember me? Lin Yi bit her upper lip lightly. She felt that Sister MO was the most beautiful person she had ever seen. The most beautiful face she'd ever seen, aside from her own mother's. But this face felt increasingly familiar the more she looked at it. Lin Yi suddenly remembered. She had indeed seen MOU before. Where? Her mind raced frantically. Buzz. Suddenly, a face swollen from crying like a tabby cat flashed into her mind. Lin Yi remembered. You're that little tagalong who used to follow Dad around back then, she blurted out. The words left her mouth. Lin Yi instantly regretted it. Calling someone a tagalong was so rude. Would he be angry? But MOU's eyes lit up. That's right, that was me. I even held you when you were little, she said gently. MOU took Lin Yi's hand. You were such a handful as a kid. You insisted I take you out to play, and you called me Mr. Chen's shadow, which annoyed me for ages. Do you remember that time you said you wanted to play hide and seek with me, but then you snuck home and fell asleep? I searched the entire neighborhood and couldn't find you anywhere. I ended up crying right there. Finally, you came out, looking at me with such confusion, and even wiped my tears. You told me, don't cry, sis. I'll buy you a lollipop. Remember now? Chapter 23, Risk Assessment, S-Class MOU, what's your relationship with my dad? I remember now. I remember it all now. My dark past was exposed right then and there. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed as red as peaches. She'd been wary of Sister MO just now? Turns out she'd bullied Sister MO when they were kids. And called her a tagalong. Lin Yi's last shred of guard melted away completely. Vanished completely. However, at that moment, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Lin Yi met the chairman when she was a child? Is this really the same mysterious and intimidating chairman? She looked just like a gentle older sister. Also, running home during hide and seek is just too sneaky. No wonder she got so upset she cried. And she's still clinging to Lin Yi's dad like a shadow? The chairman's sidekick? How terrifying must her dad be? I'm genuinely stunned. Holy crap, the chairman is her dad's sidekick? I think I just heard something major. Is this even something I should be hearing? Holy crap, I'm still slaving away for that weirdo, and she's already got the chairman as her sidekick. So did she end up giving him the lollipop or not? Meanwhile, Jianzhou Paranormal Bureau. Risk Assessment Department. This department, responsible for assessing the danger levels of major dungeons. It also provides relevant recommendations. This ensures the utmost protection for the lives and safety of Dragon Nation players. After hearing MOU and Lin Yi's conversation, the entire department fell instantly silent. For they too had recently been assessing MOU's danger level. The relevant data had already been submitted. Name, MOU. Location, Jiangzhou. Ability level, Crimson Robe. Danger level, S. Human affinity, extremely low. Overall assessment, extremely dangerous. General advice, she may be encountered with low probability at Yuelai Inn. If approached, engage in conversation only. Avoid direct eye contact and maintain distance. This entity harbors profound resentment toward humans, with multiple documented instances of foreign player massacres. This is the Risk Assessment Department's genuine evaluation of MOU. Any top-tier player, just a glance, will feel their scalp crawl. Simply because this entity is utterly terrifying. Should anyone encounter it, leaving a whole corpse behind would be a miracle. But now, they saw a different side of her in Lin Yi's livestream. Crying her eyes out over hide and seek? Called a tag-along by a kid? This woman on the big screen, the gentle, approachable big sister, was actually the extremely dangerous MOU? The entire Risk Assessment Department staff was stunned into silence. Even the director's eyes went wide. Is that MOU? She looks so different. I recall the last record she used a scythe to mow down an entire group of foreign players. Could there be some mistake? After all, we've never actually seen her, just heard about it secondhand. Staff from the Risk Assessment Department whispered among themselves. The minister's expression grew increasingly grave. He looked at the group, raising doubts. The seasoned minister took a deep breath and declared, "No. The records remain unchanged. This anomaly favors only Lin Yi. It remains extremely dangerous for everyone else." As he spoke, he glanced at the data clerk beside him. He added one more sentence. Add Lin Yi and her relationship to the file. If any Jiangzhou players encounter her in the future, tell her you know Lin Yi. Whether as classmates or friends, it might just save someone's life. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and MOU chatted about some past events. Regarding her father and MOU's relationship, Lin Yi was quite curious. "Sis MO, what exactly is your relationship with my dad? You two couldn't possibly." Lin Yi trailed off. MOU's neck flushed crimson at the question. She seemed to feel hot. She fanned her cheek with her hand. She quickly denied it. "Don't say such things. I'm merely Mr. Chen's follower. He's a very busy man, we rarely get the chance to meet. I'm already very happy just to be able to work for Mr. Chen." A follower? Lin Yi eyed MOU's flushed face suspiciously. Something just didn't feel right. She asked curiously, "Back when old Ding was hunting down Dad, what about you, Sister MO? You didn't get involved too, did you?" Lin Yi wanted to know more. About her father's deeds. "Me?" MOU pursed her thin lips. "I'm not as crude as he was. That beast couldn't command me. It's just that certain things did happen back then." "I see." Lin Yi nodded. "So what kind of person do you think my father is?" Hearing this, MOU fell into recollection. "Mr. Chen." She looked at Lin Yi's curious expression. She smiled softly. "He was such a gentle person." "Gentle?" Lin Yi was surprised. This was quite unexpected. "Is Dad gentle toward the uncanny?" MOU spoke slowly. "You know, the first time I met him, I was genuinely startled. Back then, I was lost and filled with resentment. It was this version of me who encountered him, a regular person. He snuck into the dormitory of the Skyfire restaurant, found me, and didn't dare move. I just wanted to scare him into washing my hair." "Wash my hair? Asking an ordinary person to wash a ghost's hair?" Lin Yi shuddered. "And Sister MO must have been incredibly powerful back then. So did Dad wash it for you?" MOU nodded with a smile. "He brought the water and even urged me to hurry up. I was completely bewildered at the time. While washing my hair, I deliberately made some strange noises, but even so, he finished washing my hair for me. He even touched my face and complimented me on how pretty I was. He told me to smile more." "Touch my face?" Lin Yi's mind was in turmoil. What was her father doing? Was he trying to find her a stepmother? "But, Sister MO, you really are beautiful." Lin Yi blurted out without thinking. "Oh, I didn't look like this back then." MOU shook her head. "I was covered in knife wounds, drenched in blood, looked just like the female ghost in that horror movie." "You know the one? I think it was called The Ring." "What?" Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. "That's scary?" Her dad was way too over the top. He really has no limits. You know what happened next? That day, Mr. Chen asked me to come out first. He said he had a gift for me. It took me a long time to realize what that gift really was." MOU sighed softly. "It was freedom. In other words, he essentially gave me a second life. Dad sure knows how to charm." Lin Yi marveled. "Haven't you seen the blush on Sister Mo's face?" Anyone would be swept off their feet. Oh, right. Suddenly, MOU turned around. She looked at Lin Yi solemnly and said, "You will be the manager of this Yuelai Inn." Because of Xiao Ding, no manager has lasted long. Managers keep coming to me complaining they can't handle it. What? Out of the blue. Lin Yi was startled. Me as store manager? No way, no way. I have absolutely no experience in this field. Chapter 24, Handing over the store upon meeting? Head manager, affinity ranking unlocked. Lin Yi was utterly stunned by MOU's audacity. She was utterly shocked. Who gives away a store upon first meeting? Especially one from a horror game. You must understand. The Yuelai Inn was renowned in the eerie world. Is among the top earners. A delivery ghost. Carries over 100 ghost coins on their person. Not to mention the wages of higher ranking positions. If placed in the outside world, any job would fetch a fortune. As for the store manager position, that's a priceless treasure. Just imagine. Players from all over the world would be scrambling to get their hands on it. No, Sister MO. I really can't accept this responsibility. Lin Yi declined with a wave. Though deep down, she really did want it. Seeing this scene, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were drooling with envy. Holy crap, just say yes before she changes her mind. The manager of Yuelai Inn? Holy crap, how much does that pay? This is way too extravagant. Help me, I want a sister like this too. No wonder she's the CEO, she gives gifts like it's nothing. Please, just say yes. I want to work at the inn. At that moment, seeing Lin Yi's refusal, MOU. She gently suggested, Xiaoyi, you don't want to keep getting hassled by those weirdos, do you? Remember that weirdo who delivered your food earlier? If you were the manager, you could have him executed with a single word. The manager oversees every aspect of the inn. And with managerly assisting you, you could become a hands-off proprietor, no need for you to lift a finger. That made sense. Lin Yi was torn. MOU pressed her advantage. Besides, the Yuelai Inn has over 100 branches. This one is just one of them, nothing to get worked up about. You shouldn't feel burdened by it. Besides, did you know? The Yuelai Inn was originally Mr. Chen's business. He's just a hands-off owner. Dad's business? Just how much more was he hiding? Lin Yi was stunned. His position in the horror game is that high? And he entrusted such a massive enterprise to someone else, without overseeing it himself? Upon hearing about Lin Yi's father, the live stream audience held their breath. Holy, what did I just hear? Yuelai Inn is her dad's business? Why is it always her dad? This is terrifying. Who the hell is her dad? I've never heard of him. Of course not. What level of person are you that you'd even know about Mr. Chen? My mind was spinning for a moment. At MOU's repeated pleas, Lin Yi reluctantly agreed. MOU then handed her a work pass and instructed Lin Yi to wear it around her neck. The next second, ding! Identity verification item detected. Your bound profession has been automatically activated. Current profession, General Manager of Yuelai Inn. Bound effects, Intelligence +10, Stamina +10, Luck +1. Passive skill, command any active supernatural entity at the Yuelai Inn. Upon hearing the horror game prompt, Lin Yi finally snapped out of it. What kind of mind-altering potion had she been given? Her cheeks flushed with heat. With the boost from both professions, Lin Yi felt her mind clearer than ever before. With this new identity as store manager, she could also freely command the Yuelai Inn. Ha! 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 The head manager? Lin Yi was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be the branch manager? She looked at MOU, who was beaming, in utter confusion. Gotcha, didn't I? Now I can finally be a hands-off manager. MOU covered her mouth and giggled. Suddenly tricked. Lin Yi felt a bit wronged. She puffed out her cheeks. Like a bloated pufferfish. MOGA. Lin Yi's plaintive voice made MOU feel a bit overwhelmed. Her heart melted like cotton candy. She hurriedly comforted Lin Yi. It's fine, it's fine. I'll hang it up for you first. If you ever decide you don't want to be one anymore, just come find me anytime. Ha, nice weather today. MOU wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Stare. Under Lin Yi's piercing gaze, MOU looked away. His expression radiated thick-skinned indifference. Forget it. Since we're already bound together. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. This sister MO must be here to settle a childhood grudge, right? Come to think of it, did she really give her that lollipop back then? Now that was the question. To get back at Sister MO. Lin Yi deliberately said, Sister MO, did you know? My dad often talks about you. MOU's eyes lit up at this, and she hurriedly asked, What? Really? What did he say about me? Did he think I was too short? Or that I wasn't obedient enough? Tell me. Why aren't you saying anything? Under MOU's expectant yet nervous gaze, Lin Yi just opened her mouth but said nothing. She was nearly driven mad with impatience. Ahem, my throat's a bit dry. Lin Yi cleared her throat softly. I have water here, drink mine. You immediately handed her the thermos cup beside her. Lin Yi took a small sip, only to discover it was bitter. She stuck out her tongue. So bitter, what is this? As she spoke, the horror game issued another prompt. Ding! You have tasted MOU's original soul-nourishing fruit tea. You have gained the special effect, nourishing vitality. Your stamina begins to slowly increase. Your stamina +1. This tea has that effect? Lin Yi was stunned. What exactly did Mr. Chen say? I'm dying of curiosity. Please, just tell me, okay? Seeing Lin Yi still remain silent, MOU gently wrapped her arm around Lin Yi's. Like a little kitten, she began to act coy. It made Lin Yi's nose tingle. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, alright, I'll tell you. Dad once said you're an exceptional person with a sharp mind, but your luck just hasn't been good. I didn't understand back then, so I didn't ask further. He said that? MOU exclaimed in surprise. Then she seemed to become intoxicated. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her mind spinning. Mr. Chen actually complimented me like that. Seeing Sister Mo's expression, Lin Yi blinked. Sure enough, Dad's flirting has caused trouble. Sister Mo looks off. This isn't about wanting to be a follower at all. She's trying to be her stepmom. Out of nowhere. Ding! MOU's affection for you +10. Congratulations! Affection has reached maximum level. Current affection level, MOU life and death companions. Eerie affection rankings unlocked. Congratulations on achieving overall rank 29. Hearing the horror game's notification, Lin Yi looked utterly helpless. See? Sister Mo's affection meter is maxed out too. Her desire to be a stepmother is unstoppable. And she's only just entered one instance. And she's already maxed out 2 affection bars? And this thing even has a leaderboard? Lin Yi gave it a quick glance. This bizarre affection ranking chart was surprisingly substantial. It ranks anomalies based on their affection levels. Ranked by power. With only old Ding and Sister Mo's anomalies. And it actually placed her at number 29 globally. That's terrifying. Just how powerful is Sister Mo? Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Just as she remained silent, MOU snapped back to reality. She rubbed her flushed cheeks. With a hint of mystery, she said, if I'm not mistaken, my favorability toward you must be pretty high by now, right? Lin Yi? How did she know? Lin Yi's mouth fell slightly open. Then she heard Sister Mo chuckle softly. I recall there should be a ranking list, settled once every 3 years. The higher your rank, the better the rewards. If you have time, walk around here more often. The settlement is less than a month away, and many people want to get to know you. Chapter 25, 3 shocked individuals. Lin Yi as shop manager? 5,000 yuan spirit coin sales. In dining area. Zhang Jian and the others served dishes and meals with exhausted expressions. Not only did they endure agonizing hunger, but also constantly faced bizarre harassment. The trio had already decided they wouldn't eat anything these 2 days. When hunger struck, they would drink some cold water instead. They just had to hold out until the main quest was finished. They were truly terrified. Another weirdo was setting them up. The soup spilled all over. How did you carry it? At that moment, a bloated, swollen weirdo snapped at Zhang Jian. This creature resembled a giant meatball. Layers of fat piled upon each other, weighing at least 700 pounds. Zhang Jian finally realized upon hearing the voice. His eyes were blurred from hunger. He accidentally spilled a bit of soup, staining the guest's lapel. His face paled instantly, for he was already penniless. He truly couldn't afford to pay for it. I'm so sorry. Zhang Jian hurriedly bowed. I'll clean it up for you right away. He was just about to reach out to wipe it. Slap. In an instant, a sinister smile flickered across that eerie face. He forcefully pulled Zhang Jian into his embrace, like a bully molesting a young girl. Ha, I'm not blaming you. As an apology, just have dinner with me. Zhang Jian's face was pressed into the eerie, greasy flesh. He caught a whiff of suffocating, greasy stench. His face turned green. He nearly vomited on the spot. Yet Zhang Jian couldn't break free. He could only let the flesh grope wildly across his body. Despair filled his heart. Beside him, seeing Zhang Jian nearly ruined by the ordeal, Song Tianxin and her yellow-haired boyfriend shuddered. They certainly didn't want to be taken advantage of by the strange entity. Just then, clang, thump thump, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Song Tianxin caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Lin Yi descending the stairs. Her steps were light and graceful, her demeanor radiant. She had changed into an exquisite, beautiful white outfit. She seemed to have rested well. And what time was it now? She still hadn't started work? Song Tianqin felt a pang of resentment. She was practically growing panda eyes from staying up so late. She hadn't slept well at all last night. She was furious about that delivery scam. And she was scared of encountering more supernatural trouble. The storage room was infested with rats and cockroaches. It's damp and gloomy. I just had to tough it out. Finally, dawn breaks. Song Tianqin's gaze was unfocused. This treatment was like night and day. At this point, she could see it too. Lin Yi must have some extraordinary background. That was why all the strange occurrences at the inn were treating her so well. As for the ghost manager favoring Zhang Jian earlier, and then suddenly changed his attitude? It seemed he had mistaken her identity. She was filled with regret. But it was too late to say anything now. She couldn't find any way to make amends with Lin Yi. Even though they were classmates in the same grade, Lin Yi would never forgive her. Song Tianqin lowered her head, enduring the strange stares of the diners. Her heart ached as she toiled away. But then, a woman emerged from behind Lin Yi. She was chatting cheerfully. The two seemed extremely close. When the diners in the dining area saw this woman, the diners in the dining area instantly stopped eating, as if someone had pressed pause on their lives. They stared in disbelief. Is that Lord Mo? How could she be here? How could the chairman of Yuelai Inn be at such a small branch? Is this the Lady Mo who single-handedly repelled 10,000 demons? She looks so beautiful. And who is that person beside her? The inn's patrons whispered among themselves. Most of the strange beings dared not even lift their heads to look, simply because he feared his gaze would defile Mou. Chairman? Lin Yi? Song Tianqin and her blonde-haired boyfriend exchanged a glance. Both could see in each other's eyes deep shock. Lin Yi has a connection to the chairman of Yuelai Inn? No wonder. No wonder the strange happenings at this inn all catered to her every whim. At that moment, standing high on the second floor, Mou saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. Grasping Lin Yi's hand, she announced loudly. Following a decision by the Yuelai Group Board of Directors, Lin Yi is hereby appointed as General Manager of the Yuelai Inn flagship location. She will oversee and organize the future daily operations of the Yuelai Inn. To support Manager Lin Yi's work, the board has decided to place full authority over this branch's future revenue under Lin Yi's management. The moment these words were spoken, boom! Like a depth charge, it exploded within the Yuelai Inn. Everyone felt utterly incredulous. Who on earth was this? Never seen them before. And now he's become the head manager of the Yuelai Inn? And she can directly access the revenue? What's the difference from just handing the shop over to her? But under Mou's imposing presence, no one dared to utter a word. After all, if the Yuelai Inn goes under, it wouldn't concern them anyway. Only a handful of regular patrons expressed concern. But at that very moment, upon hearing Mou's words, Zhang Jian's eyes widened in shock. He struggled to break free from the fat man's strange embrace. His entire body felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Lin Yi as the head store manager? Just her, a newcomer? In that instant, Zhang Jian lost all rationality. His entire sense of dignity was shattered by this declaration. He was the veteran here, the one favored by the mysterious team leader. How could Lin Yi, that good for nothing, land this position? A fierce sense of imbalance. Jealousy, rage, resentment, bitterness. Negative emotions swirled together. How dare she? He shouted at Mou. The words fell. Managerly, standing behind Mou, darkened. He immediately turned to the shady shift supervisor beside him. How can someone still be causing trouble? How did you handle this? Get rid of him immediately. The sinister foreman glared at Zhang Jian. His teeth itched with rage. Meanwhile, the cook, seeing Lin Yi being questioned, grabbed his cleaver, ready to slaughter Zhang Jian. Under immense pressure, Zhang Jian felt as if he were drowning in the sea. His forehead and back were drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Mou's gaze was icy cold. She didn't look at Zhang Jian. Instead, her voice carried a chill as she declared, Lin Yi possesses exceptional ability and outstanding character. She is the most qualified to serve as this flagship store manager. Anyone who dares to cause her trouble is declaring war on me, Mou, and against the entire Yuelai group. With that, Zhang Jian was already being dragged away by the sinister-looking head attendant. Her mouth was tightly gagged with a rag, dragged into the kitchen. At that moment, only a group of eerie figures remained. Not a single word dared to be spoken. They stared at Lin Yi, whose face was flushed. Their eyes were filled with utter shock. Could she possibly be Mou's illegitimate daughter? And with such powerful backing? Mou swept a glance over the unsettled diners, then ordered again, to commemorate this special moment. Today's entire bill is on the house. The moment those words left his lips, all the oddities were stunned. You see? Yuelai Inn's dishes were notoriously expensive. Many of the ghosts had saved up for months just to indulge in a single extravagant meal. Ordering just one dish. That alone was enough to satisfy them. Did we just get incredibly lucky today? No charge? The moment the entire bill is on, the house announcement dropped. They're cheering like crazy. Yes. I'm all for it. This young lady clearly has strong work capabilities. She's the perfect fit for store manager. The crowd erupted in a strange chorus of shouts. After the announcement, Manager Lee pulled out an account book and said, "Manager Lin, this is our store's expense record for this month. After deducting all costs, this month's net profit totals 51,833 Joss paper. Please review it. I'll deposit this money into the Apocalypse Bank for you. You can use it freely with your card." Until Manager Lee handed her the bank card. Lin Yi felt a bit lightheaded. She still held MOU's hand. Her other hand stiffly held the bank card. Had she just received 50,000 spirit money? If this were real money, it would be an astronomical sum beyond imagination. Even if she spent her entire life, she couldn't possibly use it all. No. She wouldn't trade it for money. With over 50,000 Joss paper notes, wouldn't she be able to walk all over the horror game? Seeing Lin Yi awkwardly accept the bank card, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were stunned. 50,000 Joss paper notes? Holy Joss paper gods. Holy crap, and this is just 1 month's revenue. I'd struggle to create a job paying 10 Joss paper dollars. 1 Joss paper equals $20,000, so 50,000 Joss paper is. How many zeros is that? I did the math, roughly 7 billion, in a single month. This isn't just a little rich girl, this is a full-blown millionaire. Chapter 26, Vacation Time? Reward Roundup, staff gifts galore. 2 days later. Ding. Main quest completed. Dungeon name, Yuelai Inn. Difficulty, horror. Surviving players, 3. Not only did you survive 3 days at Yuelai Inn, but you also enjoyed a leisurely and joyful holiday. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Vacation Time. Congratulations on receiving the hidden reward, 1 random draw from the billion item weird artifact vault. Drawing a weird artifact for you. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, Inn Blood Mad Blade. The artifact has been stored in your inventory. You may choose to remain in this instance or challenge the next one. Return yes no. Lin Yi listened to the chilling game prompts. Her eyes widened slightly. She had already spent 3 full days at the Yuelai Inn. Over these 3 days, only the first day had been somewhat tiring. After Sister Mo handed over the position of head manager to her, Lin Yi felt as though she were on vacation. She didn't have to lift a finger. She dined on gourmet cuisine and slept in a 5-star bedroom. She could even enjoy afternoon tea and take little naps in Sister Mo's arms whenever she spoke, and the ghosts would scramble to do the work for her, serving tea and water, bustling about, living an utterly extravagant and decadent life. Upon seeing the mission reward, Lin Yi finally rose from MOU's lap. MOU looked at Lin Yi with gentle confusion. Aren't you going to rest some more? Lin Yi shook her head at the question. No, I should be going. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, Sister Mo. My mission is complete and it's time for me to leave. Hearing this, MOU suddenly understood. She murmured softly. True. You should go out and take a walk. Many old friends are eager to see you. Remember to listen to me. Make sure to visit Mr. Chen's friends often. The rewards from the rankings will surpass your expectations. Lin Yi nodded obediently. She would definitely listen to Sister Mo. After all, she was curious too. Just how many friends did her father have? How many secrets did he still hold? Lin Yi left the bedroom. She glanced at the reward she'd drawn. Name, Crimson Blood Mad Blade. Type, mysterious artifact. Grade? Description, a blade of unknown origin, tainted with an ominous aura. Legend holds that every past owner has been consumed by its malevolence. It possesses strange powers, and it is said someone once used this blade to slaughter the Crimson Robes. Usage requirements, consumes 100 milliliters of blood, 100 spirit coins per second. Gazing at the blade, Lin Yi's expression turned stunned. A blade without a rank? What the hell is this thing? You must understand. According to the hierarchy of weird artifacts, mysterious artifacts are categorized as defective, bloodstained, dark crimson, blood red. The more powerful the artifact, the lower the chance of obtaining it. Lin Yi had never heard of such a thing. Who in the Dragon Nation possessed a blood red artifact? And upon seeing the words slaughter Crimson Robe in the description, buzz, Lin Yi's eyes flickered with shock. To breach the Crimson Robe's defenses, wouldn't it require at least a dark crimson grade artifact? Or even a blood crimson grade artifact? Which means, she hit the soul with one shot? That powerful? No way. Lin Yi muttered under her breath. At that moment, She finally noticed the last line of usage conditions. Consumes 100 milliliters of fresh blood per second? No way. Lin Yi paused. That was outrageous. How much blood does a person even have? If a person loses more than 20% to 30% of their total blood volume, there's a high probability of death. She weighed just over 90 pounds. That's only about 3,000 milliliters of blood. Which means she can only use this blade for less than 10 seconds? Automatically explodes after 10 seconds? No wonder they say it backfires on the user. Terrifying. But you can replace it with joss paper. 100 joss paper per second? Lin Yi couldn't hold back anymore. Might as well use blood. What kind of lives could 100 joss paper buy? If Sister Mo hadn't given her that 50,000 yuan in sales revenue, she couldn't afford it even if she sold her soul. She'd finally become a little rich lady. Only to find out that 50,000 joss paper notes. And it only lasts less than 10 minutes? Lin Yi shuddered. She hadn't even drawn her blade. It was stored in the horror games warehouse. At that moment, as soon as she reached the first floor, Lin Yi spotted Managerly and the others. And Chef Old Ding. They all seemed to be waiting for her. What's going on? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Managerly and the others greeted her with smiles. Miss Lin, we heard you were leaving, so we came to see you off. Here's a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. As he spoke, Managerly opened a wooden box in his hands. Inside lay tea leaves with a vibrant, flame-like appearance. I noticed you've been quite fond of tea these past few days. These are Dragon's Blood Imperial tea leaves. It improves blood circulation and helps replenish blood and energy. He finished speaking. The enigmatic head attendant chimed in beside him. Miss Lin, we apologize for any offense caused earlier. Here's a small gift from me. Please accept it. Inside are 2 sets of clothing tailored to fit you perfectly. These garments were custom made at Eerie Tailor Shop and are waterproof and dustproof. He handed over a neatly packaged small handbag. Old Ding grew anxious at the sight. I have a gift too, he blurted out. When Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to him, Old Ding felt a bit embarrassed. As if he felt his gift was inadequate. I've prepared many dishes for you, each infused with soul-preserving herb to keep them fresh for a long time. Please take all these dishes with you. Lin Yi turned around. She saw 3 large tables laden with delicacies. Each dish was meticulously prepared by the chef. Each dish was as good as the fried rice. Seeing this scene, viewers in Lin Yi's livestream went wild with envy. Holy crap, Dragon's Blood Imperial tea? That priceless tea costing 20 jiao per gram? There's gotta be half a pound in this box. You mean this tiny box holds 10,000 joss paper dollars? Eerie Tailor Shop? A bespoke boutique exclusively serving ghosts and higher-level supernatural entities? Those 2 outfits must cost thousands of joss paper too. The chef's 3 tables of food must cost over 10,000 joss paper dollars. My eyes are bleeding just looking at this, Gazing at the 3 expectant faces, Lin Yi felt embarrassed. She felt a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed from the distance. Yu approached. She looked at the flustered Lin Yi. She chuckled softly, take them, Yi. They're all tokens of their goodwill. Given your current status, accepting these insignificant little gifts isn't such a bad thing. Since Sister Mo had spoken so, Lin Yi reluctantly agreed. She accepted them all. But the entire table of dishes stumped her. These things aren't exactly easy to take with you. Seeing this, Yu smiled brightly and said, don't worry, I still have one more gift to give you. Here, this is my gift. Take it. She tossed a white, paper-like rolled-up object to Lin Yi. Ha! Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. She looked down at the white paper in her arms. What is this? She asked, puzzled. This is a very powerful artifact, you know. It was also given to me by Mr. Chen back then. I rarely used it, but now I'm passing it on to you. Dad's thing? Lin Yi was intrigued. She unfolded the rolled-up white paper. There was a painting on it. It depicted numerous bizarre and grotesque corpses. And a large patch of black ink. It was impossible to make out what lay within. Just as Lin Yi was puzzled. Buzz. Her eyes suddenly widened. Without meaning to, her fingers pierced through the paper. They actually reached into the painting. Witnessing this bizarre scene, viewers in Lin Yi's livestream went wild. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Mysterious Artifact Recognizes Its Master. Dad's the hospital director? This can't be. So weird, is this a painting? I heard about this in horror games. Isn't this Mou's artifact? Holy crap, Mou gave her own artifact to the streamer? Can you actually go inside this painting? Some viewers were still giggling. And the real heavy hitters among the players. At this very moment, they felt their scalps tingle. Their entire bodies trembled slightly. A veteran stepped forward to explain. This is the artifact MOU once used to single-handedly repel tens of thousands of anomalies, even those nearing the crimson robe tier. It might even be a blood-red grade artifact. And she actually gave this to Lin Yi? Hearing this, ordinary spectators and players were stunned. A blood-red grade artifact? They'd never seen such a thing. They'd never even heard of it. You must understand. Blood-red mysterious artifacts could only be obtained by killing red rogue mysterious beings. They're extremely rare. They've never even surfaced on the black market. Each possesses god-defying capabilities. The big shot continued recounting the rumor. I've heard of a foreign player who once obtained a blood clan Fong, a blood-red mystical weapon. That artifact granted him the power of a crimson robe blood clan member for a brief time, utterly terrifying. This haunted painting is no less terrifying. Boom! Granting the power of the crimson robe? That's absolutely insane. The live stream audience erupted. They started flooding the chat. This is information only accessible to the elite. At that moment, Lin Yi didn't glance at the comments. Instead, she eagerly plunged her hand into the eerie painting. The paper where her fingers touched the painting rippled like water. She saw nothing behind the painting. My hand can go through it? What's the point of this painting anyway? Lin Yi asked curiously. What use? You'll have to figure that out for yourself. MOU replied leisurely. First, drip your blood to bind the painting to its master. Once that's done, no one can enter this painting without your permission. This can also serve as a means to protect your life. Xiaoding's dishes can be stored inside too, they won't spoil. I see. Lin Yi nodded. She pricked her finger. She dripped a drop of blood onto the painting. Buzz! A crimson light burst forth from the sinister painting. And Lin Yi felt a telepathic connection with it. With a flicker of her thoughts, the eerie painting shot forward, burrowed into her wrist, startling Lin Yi to her core. She looked down to find a tiny painting had appeared on her wrist. It depicted eerie corpses and black ink. Was this a miniature version of the eerie painting? It looked like a tattoo. How fascinating. Lin Yi marveled. Pretty cool, huh? You should study it more. This painting has tons of magical secrets, MOU chuckled. MHM. Lin Yi nodded. With the mysterious painting in hand, she now possessed a means to protect her life. Her mood instantly relaxed. Before long, with the help of old Ding the cook, Lin Yi summoned the eerie painting. He placed all his dishes inside the painting. As old Ding finished placing the last dish, along with manager Li's tea leaves, along with the bizarre foreman's clothes, Lin Yi didn't forget that plate of fried rice either. Old Ding finally said, drenched in sweat, now I can finally relax. Miss Lin, I may be leaving the Yuelai Inn soon. We'll meet again someday. Lin Yi bid farewell to old Ding. While there was still time, she couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. She dashed to the restroom, summoned the eerie painting. It hovered in midair. Lin Yi murmured softly. Just moments ago, the painting felt icy cold to her touch. Now it felt warm. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yi first reached out with one hand. Then she took a step forward, stepping into the eerie painting. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi entered the eerie painting. Before her eyes appeared a dense jungle. Looking up, the sky was a blank white. No sun, no moon. The sky was blank. The atmosphere here was serene, as if no living thing existed. Lin Yi walked along the path leading into the forest. One after another, numerous eerie corpses appeared on the ground, just like the corpses she had seen in the eerie painting earlier. Each one met a gruesome end, as if cut by some scythe. Some were so bizarre that their heads were missing. Yet there was no foul odor. Lin Yi watched with keen interest. Strange. Could it be that time stands still within the eerie paintings? Am I the only one who can move? Lin Yi licked her parched lips and murmured. Soon, she spotted a small wooden box. It appeared to be manager Li's dragon's blood imperial tea, and the clothes given by the mysterious foreman. Old Ding's dishes, all piled together. Lin Yi simply found an empty spot and organized them. She placed the vegetables on the clean, open ground, just as she was clearing away a patch of thick, overgrown weeds, and was about to straighten her clothes. In that instant, her gaze, beyond the thicket, a hidden path appeared. She saw patches of shadow there, as if something was placed there. Could it be Sister Mo's belongings? Lin Yi felt no fear. Sister Mo had said, within the eerie paintings, she was the absolute ruler. Sister Mo said she rarely uses the goo painting. It must belong to Dad? Lin Yi pondered. She took a step forward, toward that patch of shadow. No wind, no dust stirred. The trees lining the path seemed frozen in place. It felt somewhat contradictory. After all, it was only a painting. Lin Yi walked through the quiet path, She discovered what that shadow truly was. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Here too was an open space. Arranged wine jars were stacked on the ground. No labels adorned them. Nor were there any markings. Their surfaces gleamed, their necks slightly ajar. Each one must weigh several hundred pounds. Soft straw lined the base, keeping the area around the jars clean and tidy. She moved slightly closer. Lin Yi could smell the fragrant aroma wafting from the jars. It made her stomach rumble. She had never tasted wine before. Yet these wines made her crave a sip without even realizing it. Is this the liquor Dad stored? Didn't he drink it? Or did he forget? Lin Yi pondered. She examined each wine jar one by one. Each one was filled to the brim with fine liquor. Except for one. The liquid inside had dwindled to the bottom. It looked like this one was almost finished. Just then. What is it? Lin Yi suddenly felt like she'd stepped on something. She thought it was a rock. But when she looked down, a white corner peeked out. Pulling back the weeds covering it, Lin Yi discovered it was a small card. What is this? Is this also from my dad? Lin Yi bent down, puzzled, and picked up the small card. He must have been drunk. And left his things behind here? Her gaze drifted downward. Jiangzhou Third People's Hospital. Name, Chen. Work ID? My dad's? Lin Yi blinked. She saw her father's portrait printed on the red background of the ID card. Below it were two lines. Employee ID 0000001. Title, Director. As Lin Yi examined it closely, she had just read the words Director. Buzz. Suddenly, the work ID in her hand vanished. As if transformed into a streak of light. Who knows where it vanished to? Ha! Lin Yi was stunned. Where was the work ID? She hadn't even gotten a good look. Did she just catch a glimpse of the hospital director? Her dad was the hospital director? Chapter 28, Me, the Director? If I ever meet my best friend, I'll protect you with everything I've got. The ID card vanished. Lin Yi searched everywhere. But she couldn't find it. She could only give up reluctantly. But if she got the chance, she planned to search the hospital. Perhaps she could uncover some trace of her father, Chen. Lin Yi stood up. There's still a path ahead of her. Perhaps he had left something behind. Just as Lin Yi was about to continue forward, the path suddenly vanished. What's going on? Lin Yi rubbed her eyes. She realized the path had indeed vanished. Could it be because her strength wasn't sufficient? Was the haunted painting blocking her path? That seemed the only possibility. Lin Yi chose to give up. She would return when she grew stronger. She would explore this painting again. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yi stepped out of the eerie painting. She held the painting in her palm. She discovered the pile of wine jars. Only at the outer edge of the painting. She hadn't even ventured deep into the painting. What on earth had her father left inside? Lin Yi felt an agonizing curiosity. The matter was settled. She glanced at the screen beside her. You may choose to remain in this instance or challenge the next one. Return yes/no. Should she proceed to the next instance? Lin Yi hesitated. Without a doubt. Given her current strength, it would definitely be dangerous. But Sister Mo said, there's less than a month left. Before the popularity rankings are finalized. She should use this time to explore more. Besides, Lin Yi desperately wanted to know where exactly her father had gone. This feels like some variety show. Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Why is he so hard to find? She sighed. Lin Yi tapped her personal attributes. Name, Lin Yi. Overall ability, vengeful spirit within professional scope. Occupation, Vice Chairperson of the Jiangzhou Paranormal Market Supervision Committee, General Manager of Yuelai Inn. Talents, none. Mental strength, 16 plus 20 plus 10. Physical strength, 13 plus 20 plus 10. Charisma, 8 plus 20. Fortune, 8 plus 1. Malice, 0 plus 30. Skills, sword technique mastery. Items, Blood Mad Blade, Eerie Painting. Eerie Affinity, Managerly 89, Chef Lao Ding 100, MOU 100. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at her personal attributes. She discovered her overall strength had reached the level of a vengeful spirit. Unfortunately, she must remain at the Yuelai Inn to enjoy the dual-class synergy bonus. Furthermore, don't the items stored in the haunted painting count as equipment? As I looked on. Wait a minute. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed strangely. When did Managerly manage to increase her goodwill again? She caused him quite a bit of trouble these past few days. Could he actually be enjoying it? She shook her head. Lin Yi chose to proceed to the next instance. Hopefully it's that hospital. After all, old Ding had mentioned it. He and Dad had been to that hospital. As for that plate of fried rice, she'd give it to them after she got out. Then have the chef make a fresh batch for them. Consider it a delay. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Yi's figure vanished. Meanwhile, the horror game silently issued a prompt. Ding. Identity verification item detected. Binding in progress. Matching you to the corresponding instance. The white light dissipated. The scene before her eyes gradually sharpened. Lin Yi saw the horror game prompt. Instance name, Jiangzhou City Third People's Hospital. Difficulty, a fear. Surviving players, 3. Main quest, earn positive reviews from 10 patients. Hint, this abandoned hospital is rumored to be haunted by unexplained patient disappearances. Legends speak of the neurology department chief being spotted at dawn wielding a blood-soaked skull-crushing hammer, conducting inhumane experiments on patients. Lin Yi read the prompt. Her heart pounded. It really is here. Jiangzhou Third People's Hospital. Lin Yi murmured softly. She remembered this hospital had been abandoned decades ago. Rumors swirled about all manner of supernatural phenomena here, such as the headless ghost, the hanged ghost, and the ghost baby. An adventure blogger had once visited. They discovered numerous abandoned medical instruments and bloodstained sheets in the late-night corridors and windows. Blood-soaked heads are often seen. Fine. Maybe I'll find news of Dad here. She looked around. Lin Yi felt this hospital looked familiar. It seemed like she had been here as a child, just as she was lost in thought. Buzz. Another chilling message from the horror game arrived. Ding. Identity verification item detected. Your profession has been automatically activated and bound. Current profession, Director of Jiangzhou Third People's Hospital. Binding effects, Intellect plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Charm 50, Malice plus 50. Active skill, induces fear in patients within range. Passive skill, plus 1000% proficiency bonus to medical profession. Lin Yi? What the hell? She looked closely. Her personal attributes had changed again. Name, Lin Yi. Overall ability, Spectre within professional scope. Occupation, Vice Chairperson of the Jiangzhou Occult Market Supervision Committee, General Manager of Yuelai Inn, Director of Jiangzhou Third People's Hospital. Talent, none. Mental strength, 16 plus 20. Physical strength, 13 plus 20. Charm, 850. Fortune, 8. Malice, 50. Lin Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Me, the dean? She was completely bewildered. Could it be because of that strange painting? Because of that ID card she found? Had her father's profession been bound to her? She knew absolutely nothing about treating patients or saving lives. And what's with this charm and malice? Her charm is in the negative. Malice is off the charts at 50. And it's causing patients to feel fear? Are you sure this is the hospital director? Not some kind of murderer? Just as Lin Yi was lost in confusion. Lin Yi? Suddenly, she heard a familiar shout. She turned her head. Inside the red translucent dome, a vibrant young girl gazed at her with a complex expression. And Xingxue? Lin Yi blurted out upon seeing her. What are you doing here? And Xingxue was Lin Yi's classmate. She was also her childhood best friend. They shared everything. When Lin Yi was bullied, and Xingxue always stood up for her. I've been chosen by the horror game. And Xingxue said, her eyes filled with tension. What about you? Are you a veteran player? I haven't seen you in days. Lin Yi shook her head. I've only been through one dungeon. At that moment, and Xingxue sighed. Seeing you here, I don't know whether to feel happy or sad. My family got 5 talismans from the Paranormal Bureau for me. I'll give you 2 for now. She said. She pulled 2 talismans from her pocket. Lin Yi hurriedly refused. I don't need them. You keep them. What if some supernatural entity tries to harm you? And Xingxue's family background could only be described as ordinary. These 5 talismans must have emptied her family's savings. Lin Yi's heart warmed. It felt truly wonderful to be cared for. To reassure Xingxue, Lin Yi patted her chest and declared, rest assured, I'll protect you. With me here, no supernatural threat will dare harm you. She was the dean, after all. Even if she did snag her dad's work ID. But the supernatural entities in this hospital. Surely they'd show her some respect? Seriously? You said you'd only been through one instance. Acting all high and mighty. And Xingxue also sounded skeptical. Just trust me. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. As the two were talking. Poof. A derisive snort echoed from somewhere. As if amused by Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi looked toward the source of the sound. A woman clad in black stood leaning against the wall, her arms crossed. She appeared to be in her 20s. Her eyes were deep and piercing, making one hesitate to meet her gaze. Her demeanor was composed and cool, quite mysterious. Her name was Yan Yao. She was a veteran player who had completed over 10 dungeons. Due to special circumstances, she had been abandoned by her teammates. She hadn't soloed a dungeon in quite some time. Now, listening to Lin Yi and Xingxue's conversation, Yan Yao found it rather amusing. At the brink of life and death, who would risk their life to protect others? She herself was the most obvious example. Though she had voluntarily requested to leave the team, the cold stares from her former teammates still pierced her heart deeply. Seeing Lin Yi's bewildered expression, Yan Yao coldly advised her, "I'd advise you, without absolute certainty, don't give others hope. The despair that follows hope is more crushing than despair alone." Chapter 29, Sudden Accident, Best Friend's Fear, Demanding She Pay in Ghost Money? Lin Yi heard these words, felt a strange sense of bewilderment. She didn't even know this woman. Hearing these words seemed to imply she was overestimating herself. And Xingxue frowned and retorted, "Who are you? Do we even know you?" Lin Yi said she'd protect me. I believe her. The words fell. Yan Yao paid no heed to the two. Instead, she closed her eyes tightly, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. A faint hint of disdain was revealed. What a strange person. And Xingxue clicked her tongue. She turned to Lin Yi and offered comfort. "Lin Yi, let's just ignore her. As long as we stick together, there's no hurdle we can't overcome." Lin Yi nodded. Yan Yao gazed thoughtfully. Her gaze shifted to the screen beside her. It seemed many spectators recognized her. Hot, isn't that Yan Yao? Why isn't she running the dungeon with her team this time? Let me check her squads in another dungeon right now. So she got ditched? No way, I remember Yan Yao being super strong, she could control paper dolls. Her teammates said she voluntarily left the group. Could her skills have declined? Is her name really Yan Yao? A top player who voluntarily left the team? Lin Yi committed this information to memory. Buzz. Suddenly, the protective shield shielding the three vanished. The three were now exposed within the hospital. Lin Yi had assumed they would be targeted like at the Yuelai Inn. Strange entities would covet them. But strangely enough, most of the strange entities here merely glanced at them before hastily departing. Soon, a nurse in white robes approached the three of them with an eerie air. She appeared to be in her 40s, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Upon closer inspection, a corner of her white uniform was stained with blood. The head nurse's voice was hoarse as she said, "You three, go change into scrubs. The hospital is short-staffed right now. You'll start as nurses. Daily wage, 1 Joss paper note. No set hours, be on call at all times. Ensure every patient receives attentive care." The head nurse spoke sparingly. After delivering these instructions, she led the three of them to the changing room. Lin Yi and the others donned pristine white nursing uniforms. And Xingxue grew nervous at this point. She whispered, "Lin Yi, I have no experience as a nurse. What if someone gives me a hard time?" Lin Yi shook her head reassuringly. "It'll be fine. If anything happens, I'll handle it." Yan Yao overheard their whispered conversation. Yet her expression remained utterly unchanged. Coldness ran deep in her eyes, as if she already considered them dead. Even if something happened, she wouldn't lift a finger to help. Poof. Yan Yao averted her gaze. She still needed to gain enough power, return to exact vengeance, to wash away her humiliation. That day in the dungeon, after she announced she was leaving the party, her teammates abandoned her outright. In that hellish slaughterhouse of a place, covered in blood, she fought for a sliver of survival and managed to hold on until the dungeon ended. Complete the main quest. Gain power. That was her ultimate goal. Every obstacle standing in her way would be utterly crushed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Xingxue were unaware of Yan Yao's deep-seated grudge. Each of them was assigned 10 patients. This far exceeded the duties of a nurse in reality. Looks like this hospital is really short-staffed. And Xingxue murmured, "I have a bad feeling about this." Sure enough, her words proved prophetic. Lin Yi and Xingxue were soon swamped with work. This nurse had far too many tasks to handle. First, checking on patients, assisting doctors with treatments. Then there were the forms to fill out and reports to submit, plus comforting patients and cleaning medical equipment. Her duties are complex and varied, and there can be no mistakes. Fortunately, the hospital's peculiar patients haven't given them any trouble yet. These peculiar individuals were here to seek treatment. Some even took the initiative to be friendly toward them. After a full day of work, Lin Yi and Xingxue each received positive feedback from 3 patients. Judging by this, within 3 days, the main quest will be completed. Though weary, they relished the busyness. Night fell. All 3 were assigned to the night shift. They wouldn't get any sleep that night. Lin Yi was chatting with a kind-hearted elderly woman. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the next ward. It sounded like an 4 bottle had been smashed. Her heart immediately sank, because that was the ward under Xingxue's care. Noticing the change in Lin Yi's expression, the elderly woman slowly said, "Go ahead and tend to your duties. I'll be fine here." "Thank you," Lin Yi said gratefully. She hurried to the next ward. The moment she entered, she saw Xingxue standing there looking panicked. A patient lay in the hospital bed. A fierce-looking stranger was cursing furiously. "How the hell did you stick the needle in? Yuing pierced right through my flesh. Just you wait, I'm going to file a complaint against you." And Xingxue replied with a pout, "You insisted I do your left hand. I told you to stay still, but you kept fidgeting. I'm not exactly an expert at this." Earlier, when she gave this weirdo an injection, his left hand kept trembling. And Xingxue had wanted to use his right hand instead. But he insisted his right hand had been pricked too many times. It hurt too much. He insisted Xingxue use his left hand. But she accidentally inserted it too deeply. This bizarre individual immediately yanked out both the needle and the 4 bottle. He deliberately smashed the 4 bottle to pieces. The strange man snorted coldly, "I don't care. This is your fault. How do you plan to compensate me? If I'm not satisfied, you'll be facing a complaint." Compensation. And Xingxue froze. She didn't have any spirit money to compensate him. But if she got reported, the head nurse would come down hard on her. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Yao happened to be in the same ward. She could tell. This weirdo was deliberately looking for trouble. She was just targeting Xingxue because she was new. She wanted to extort money. This sort of thing. She'd seen it all before. But Yan Yao remained silent. She just watched quietly. Lin Yi also noticed this peculiar intent. She'd seen this kind of thing before at the Yuelai Inn. They just want compensation in joss paper. At that moment, Lin Yi stood unobtrusively before Xingxue, shielding her behind her back. This action drew Yan Yao's astonished gaze. "You're actually protecting her?" Tisk Yan Yao's mood grew complex. She stared at the sinister, twisted expression. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said, "How much do you want?" "I'll compensate you." A cold gleam flickered in the strange figure's eyes. "Not much, just 200 spirit coins. You stabbed me so painfully you have to pay for that." 200 spirit coins? And Xingxue gasped in shock. She knew the value of spirit money. Forget 200 spirit coins. This bizarre life. Probably not even worth 20 joss paper notes. Their daily wages were only 1 joss paper. Yan Yao shook her head at the sight. "Why bother? You can't afford the compensation anyway," she murmured softly. Even she lacked the necessary joss paper. After dozens of dungeon runs, her savings barely reached 90-something spirit coins. In her view, Lin Yi, who had only completed 1 instance run, could never afford the compensation. Instead, she'd end up losing everything herself. Just as Yan Yao was about to leave the ward, when she couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Fine. I'll give it to you. Don't be hard on her." Lin Yi calmly pulled out 200 joss paper bills from his pocket. He handed them to the eerie figure. This money wasn't easy to come by. Wanting this money, you might not live long enough to spend it. Chapter 30, Too many patients? Too busy? Then reduce the patient load. Lin Yi's malicious intent. The joss paper appeared. Buzz. The entire ward fell deathly silent. Even that strange extortionist froze in place. He didn't reach out to take the money. After all, he'd made an outrageous demand. It was merely a setup for the slow tug of war to come. In his mind, these two definitely didn't have much money. Forget 200 joss paper notes. They probably didn't even have 20 joss paper. He said that just to scare them. But who could have imagined? She actually pulled out 200 joss paper bills. The swindler's eyes flickered with a hint of greed. Then he looked at Lin Yi with a troubled expression. He couldn't afford this money. If he accepted the money, he'd likely be killed by the supernatural forces. He'd be killed by the supernatural. It was a hot potato. Besides, anyone who can casually pull out 200 joss paper bills is definitely someone he can't afford to provoke. At that moment, Xingxue stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. "Where did you get all this money? Didn't you say you'd only cleared 1 instance? That's 200 spirit coins. I've heard some veteran players only have a few dozen spirit coins in their pockets." Yan Yao was equally astonished. She stared in shock at the joss paper in Lin Yi's hand. Not only the most common 1 jeton. There were also black 10 yuan notes. And a red 100 yuan joss paper note. You see? Even she had never seen a 100 denomination joss note before. Such joss paper is incredibly rare. They're completely out of reach for ordinary players. Only the bosses in high-level dungeons could produce such notes. In the dungeons she'd experienced, even that slaughterhouse boss couldn't even produce red joss paper. She only cleared 1 instance? Impossible. Yan Yao glanced at Lin Yi's profile. Doubt began to stir within her. She absolutely wasn't a newbie. Just as the con artist hesitated, The other patients in the ward snapped out of their shock. Take it, old Wang. This is the compensation they're giving you. 200 Joss paper notes? Nurses these days are loaded. What kind of hospital is this? Nothing but greedy scum. Even a little nurse can just whip out 200 Joss paper bills. It's for you, take it. Remember to treat the brothers to drinks. The entire group of ghosts urged the money-demanding ghost to accept the payment. Only he took the money. Only then did they get a chance to get a piece of the action. Fine then. The money-grabbing trickster said awkwardly. He didn't dare meet Lin Yi's gaze. His right hand trembled slightly as he accepted the 200 Joss paper notes. Then, he looked at the envious ghosts in the hospital room. Everyone gets a share, come on, come on. The money-extorting specter began distributing the shares. Except for him. There were 10 ghosts in the ward. He alone took 15. He kept only 50 Joss paper notes for himself. Dragging so many ghosts down with him. The money-extorting ghost finally felt somewhat relieved. However, one of the supernatural beings snorted coldly at the sight. He refused to join the other ghosts in the ward. Instead, he refused the 15 Joss paper notes offered by the money-extorting ghost. He scowled disapprovingly. The nurses are treating you, yet you still bully them like this. You heartless beasts. The strange figure's head was bound in bandages. As if some malevolent spirit had bitten through it. Only one fierce eye remained exposed. The sound of the bandages' eerie mockery echoed. In the hospital ward. Most of the eerie presences remained silent. Yet one reckless entity still shouted. You Sioux bastard. You're the one who murders and robs, yet you dare call us beasts? You've killed more than any of us. At these words, the bandaged stranger's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The blabbering apparition immediately shut its mouth. If killing you lot paid anything, not a single one of you would be left alive. At that moment, Lin Yi helped in Xingxue pay the compensation. Yet she did not leave. Lin Yi glanced at the bandaged figure. Then she slowly asked the strange presence in the hospital room. Is there anyone else who feels unwell? The words had barely left her mouth. And Xingxue froze. She tugged at Lin Yi's arm. What are you doing? She whispered. Sure, you're loaded, but you can't just let them rip you off like that. Let's go. I'll find a way to compensate you for those Joss paper bills. Yen Yao was equally baffled. What exactly was Lin Yi trying to do? Alone. How could she possibly fight off all these supernatural threats? Besides, as nurses, they absolutely couldn't harm patients. Yen Yao couldn't fathom Lin Yi anymore. Unexpectedly wealthy. Yet she acted like a complete novice. She walked over to Lin Yi. Yen Yao lowered her voice. It's enough. If you want revenge, don't do it here in the hospital. Wait until this bizarre group leaves the hospital. Following the rules is the first principle for surviving this horror game. Even the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were stunned. Voluntarily handing over money? What's going on here? Did the streamer just get scared out of her wits? She can't possibly compensate every single patient. 50,000 Joss paper notes? Paying out one by one? That's no small expense. Even if the streamer is wealthy, they're not a philanthropist, there must be an ulterior motive. Before Lin Yi could answer. At that very moment. I felt a bit off earlier too. A strange figure in the ward couldn't resist the temptation and blurted out. I don't want much, just give me 100 ghost money. Seeing this, the other ghosts joined in the clamor. I want compensation too. That little girl just squeezed my arm. I want 30. The group of ghosts had taken Lin Yi for an easy target. A sucker. Greed flashed in their eyes. They looked ready to squeeze every last drop out of Lin Yi. The bandaged weirdo couldn't figure out what Lin Yi meant. Surprised eyes turned to her. In an instant, the ward atmosphere instantly became lively. It felt like the new year had arrived. Yen Yao noticed the strange gaze fixed on her. She couldn't help but slip her hand into her pocket. There was a paper effigy inside. Everyone present, both human and supernatural, couldn't fathom Lin Yi's purpose. Only she herself knew. Huff. Lin Yi drew a breath. She still remembered what Sister Mo had said to her before she left. Mo Jia had told her. Remember this. Over here, you can walk tall without fear of any supernatural threat striking you down. Because your status alone makes you the nightmare of every supernatural threat. Whether it's me, or any commercial organization, school, or hospital. Their principals, deans, they'll all fear you. If even a single hair on your head were to fall out, they'd be so terrified they'd lose their minds and apologize to you. You should have more confidence. Yes. After navigating the first instance with extreme caution, Lin Yi decided she wouldn't hold back anymore. Since her own father held some standing in the horror game. And he was the director of this hospital. Why should he stand by and watch as they deliberately made things difficult for him? Follow the rules? She was the rule. No grudges left unavenged overnight. Lin Yi had intended to draw the Inn blood-mad blade. But since the bandage demon was here, there was no need for her to get involved personally. Lin Yi silently committed the clamoring Gue to memory. Then she asked the bandage fiend, who was frowning, "Can you kill fiends?" The bandage ghost looked at her in confusion. Killing ghosts was his original trade. But this group of spirits was astonishingly poor. Even if he slaughtered them all, he wouldn't get a single drop of profit. "Sure. What do you want?" Bandage ghost asked in a low voice. "Do me a favor." Lin Yi's eyes flickered. "What favor?" the bandage ghost asked coldly. "My services come at a steep price, at least 300 spirit coins. I'll give you 1,000. She said. Lin Yi's icy gaze fixed on the patient in the hospital room. Her finger pointed like the king of hell taking attendance. This one, and him. Go eliminate them. So many patients. Mistakes were bound to happen. Just eliminate a batch of the uncooperative ones. The rest should fall in line. Boom. With Lin Yi's sudden reversal of attitude, she unleashed the Dean's fear effect, combined with a staggering 50 points of malice. Remember this. The higher the malice, the more terrifying the supernatural. Humans fear the supernatural by 3 parts, while the supernatural fears humans by 7. True villains even make the supernatural tremble. The moment these words were spoken, Lin Yi's malevolence surged like a towering tidal wave, swept over every strange presence among the patients present. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What? No payment? And now he wants to kill them? In an instant, the ward fell silent. Chapter 31, The Supreme Membership Card. Money and Power, I am the rule. Is this a hospital? Or is it the morgue? A nurse attacking a patient? The patients present felt an eerie chill run down their spines. A deep dread swept over their hearts. This is no joke. She could even pull out 200 Joss paper bills at a moment's notice. No one would doubt it. Could she produce 1,000 Joss paper bills? This wasn't some pushover. She's a living demon king. They could sense the malevolence radiating from Lin Yi. Like butchers raising their cleavers high. And they were the lambs awaiting slaughter. She felt no emotion. She simply wanted to kill them as a matter of course. This time, they'd kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. Yet for some reason, amidst that overwhelming wave of malevolence, all the patients were utterly terrified. As if the dean himself had arrived. Fear seeped into my very bones. Not even the courage to speak. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, a flicker of disbelief flickered in Xingshue's eyes. Is this really the same person she knew? Gentle and kind Lin Yi she knew? Gazing at Lin Yi's retreating figure, she seemed somewhat unfamiliar now. Like someone of high rank and great authority. Looking down from above. Surveying the crowd below. That aura of authority made Xingxue feel as though she were worlds apart. But with a blink of an eye, Lin Yi reverted to her usual self. For a moment, Xingxue thought she had seen wrong. Even Yen Yao's breath caught for a moment. Her heart raced with shock. Her calm exterior couldn't mask the terror within. She even urged Lin Yi to follow the rules. Was this following the rules? It should count. After all, Lin Yi didn't personally harm the patient. Instead, she chose to hire the evil trickster. That's just basic rule following. Shouldn't she have reported it to the head nurse, to the director? Only to receive their indifferent stares? You call that following the rules? That's exploiting loopholes. Never let a grudge go unavenged. Every single one of these money-grubbing freaks deserves to be crushed. Is this ing a newbie? Bull. Newbie player. How could they possibly produce 1,000 Joss paper notes? Yen Yao's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Could she have run into some red rogue offspring? Or perhaps the daughter of a top-tier tycoon from Manhwa? It wasn't just them. The viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were stunned. The twist came too suddenly. But regarding Lin Yi's change in attitude, they could understand. After being timid and submissive in the first instance, Lin Yi was bullied by her teammates. Constant retreat. Only to be met with relentless humiliation. He must strike hard. Only then could she thoroughly deal with these weirdos. Besides, she had Sister Mo backing her up. She possesses 50,000 spirit coins. She holds a position on the Oversight Committee. Why should she be bullied? This is exactly how it should be done. And you want compensation? Give up your lives instead. Yes, this is satisfying. Damn rich people sure talk a big game. That bandaged weirdo's totally stunned. Didn't expect that, did you? I've got enough to pay you back and enough to buy your lives. Time. 10 seconds passed. The weirdo in the hospital room panicked. 1,000 Joss paper notes for our lives? She's just playing games, trying to scare us. Ha, I don't buy it. Sue, but she'll only risk her life for you if she sees the money. Old Sue, don't listen to her, she won't pay you. The eerie patients all cried out in terror. The bandage ghost snapped back to her senses. He looked at Lin Yi. Just as the patients had said. He was in the business of hunting ghosts and stealing goods. He also moonlighted as a hitman. He wouldn't risk his life without seeing the money first. Hearing these words, Lin Yi pulled a bank card from her pocket. It had been given to her by Manhwa. It contained 50,000 Joss paper notes from the Yuelai Inn. She whispered to Bandage, "Take care of them first. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Do you trust me?" "I do. Of course I do." Bandage Fiend stared at the bank card in Lin Yi's hand. Shock flashed in his eyes. "This is the supreme membership card of the Apocalypse Bank. You need to deposit over 10,000 nether coins in a single transaction to qualify. Of course I believe you." Upon hearing Bandage Ghost's words, boom! The bizarre atmosphere in the ward shattered. Some still clung to a sliver of hope. After all, 1,000 Joss paper coins. To avenge a mere 200 spirit coins? That's completely not worth it. They thought Lin Yi was just bluffing. But she's serious? "I'm sorry, I'll give you the money right now." "Don't kill me, don't kill me. You can't escape responsibility if you kill me. I just came to see a doctor. It's all your fault. Damn you, old Wang. You've ruined me." Doomsday Bank? How could she have a Doomsday Bank membership card? Patients in the ward cried out in fear and begged for mercy. Some bizarrely even knelt down and kowtowed. The extortionist who had been blackmailing in Qingshui. His face was utterly devastated. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't have imagined it. He'd only intended to extort a few dozen Joss paper bills. Never did he expect to stir up such a terrifying mess. 10,000 Joss paper coins. Enough to kill him 100 times over. How could he have been so utterly blinded by greed? The con artist regretted it so much he could have turned green. And Qingshui stared blankly at the bank card in Lin Yi's hand. For a moment, she didn't know what expression to wear. Now there's bad news. One piece of good news. The bad news was, her best friend, Lin Yi, might have been hiding her true identity. It's finally been exposed. The good news is, Lin Yi is her best friend. And she promised to protect her. And Qingshui felt no jealousy or estrangement whatsoever. Only one thought filled her mind. With a bestie like this, she was going to be so awesome. Yan Yao watched the patient in the hospital room, broken and sobbing. Her regard for Lin Yi rose another notch. Possessing such a premium bank card. What on earth was she? Even if she's the red-robed stranger. Or even if she were a top-tier player in the Dragon Nation. Couldn't possibly pull off a bank card with deposits exceeding 10,000 spirit coins. And casually hand it over to her daughter to squander. Lin Yi's mysterious background had already surpassed her wildest imagination. With Lin Yi's assistance, her revenge plan might be accomplished with remarkable ease. Unfortunately, there was no bond between them. She hadn't spoken up for them earlier. As for using paper dolls to aid them, Lin Yi probably hadn't even noticed. Yan Yao's eyes dimmed slightly. She'd have to rely on herself after all. She silently walked out of the ward. This is the horror game. Power and money means you can do whatever you want. Here, as long as you possess one. Buying lives is the simplest thing of all. Lin Yi and Qingshui stood outside the hospital room. And Qingshui kept staring at Lin Yi with curiosity. Lin Yi waited silently for old Su to finish his business. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. Sister Mo was absolutely right. She didn't have to be so cautious, and constant yielding only invites contempt from the strange. Yan Yao was also right. She just has absolute confidence. She could give her best friend hope. 10 minutes passed. Creak. The hospital room door opened. Old Su, bandaged and haggard, emerged. He wiped his blood-stained hands on his clothes. Then he said to Lin Yi, "The job's done. The hospital won't blame you either, I did it all myself." "MHM. Lin Yi nodded. "In a few days, I'll go to the bank and transfer the money to you." "No need." Old Su shook his head. He wasn't stupid. He could casually pull out a Supreme membership card from the End Times Bank. The status of someone like that. He'd never even see someone like that in his daily life. This time, he was just lucky. He's just experiencing the common folks' plight. And these idiots just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Doing her a favor. Far more precious than 1,000 Joss paper notes. Only a fool would want Joss paper. Chapter 32, Dragon's Blood Imperiality, 4 dishes and a soup. Old Su is shocked. Not long after, the head nurse, her face worn with fatigue, came to make her rounds. When she noticed only old Su's ward was occupied, her expression turned slightly surprised. She distinctly remembered. This ward was filled with strange patients. Where have all the patients gone? The head nurse asked Lin Yi and Qingshui. They seem to have suddenly had something come up and left ahead of time. Ask old Su, that's him. She tugged at the slightly nervous and Xingxue. Lin Yi replied calmly. Left? The head nurse furrowed her brow slightly and stepped into the ward. She inquired about the situation from old Su, who looked perfectly nonchalant. He merely chuckled. Yeah, I saw them leave. I can vouch for that. After all, he was now the only witness. And only he could prove it. What he said was the absolute truth. They're all gone? Some patients haven't settled their treatment fees yet. The head nurse looked around the ward in confusion. The room's furnishings appeared somewhat disorganized, as if it had weathered a storm. There were clear signs of someone having tidied it up. It's fine, sister. I'm from the same hometown as them. I'll cover their bill. Old Su patted his chest and guaranteed. As long as someone pays. The head nurse couldn't control other matters. She didn't ask any further questions. After all, nurses aren't allowed to lay a hand on patients. That's a rule that can't be broken. Disputes between patients. It falls outside the hospital's purview. Just as she was about to leave the ward, the head nurse suddenly frowned suspiciously. Why is the toilet flushing non-stop? And why is the cabinet door open? What's inside? And why is your suitcase leaking blood? Old Su cleared his throat twice. Well, you see, my fellow villagers left me a chicken before they departed. That chicken was amazing. It could dance and play basketball. It wrecked the toilet and smashed the cabinet door, so I had to slaughter it. Rest assured, I'll compensate for all the damage. The exhausted head nurse accepted his explanation without question. She nodded. As long as it can be compensated, receiving such a strange chicken isn't your fault. If anything else strange happens, just call the nurses. They'll help you. The head nurse departed. Lin Yi and Xingxue finally entered the ward. And Xingxue was utterly baffled. What was that? The head nurse told me to keep an eye on a chicken that plays basketball? Old Su cleared his throat at the scene. I was just fooling her. There's no chicken. Speaking of which, Miss Lin, are you hungry? Does the hospital provide meals? Starving. Starving to death. Speaking of which. And Xingxue belatedly clutched her rumbling stomach. She'd been busting her butt all day. She hadn't even had a sip of water all day. Her nerves were stretched to the limit. She was already so hungry she felt dizzy. Old Su nodded at the sight and said, I'll go get you guys some food. It's too late now, the hospital cafeteria's closed. I'll go to the convenience store next door and get you some bread and water. Toward the two of them, he was extremely sincere. Not only did he not ask for the money from earlier, he even offered to buy them dinner. And Xingxue exclaimed in delight, Really? Thank you. She was so touched she nearly shed tears. This stranger was surprisingly kind-hearted. No problem. Just call me Uncle Su. Miss Lin, shall I go now? Old Su said as he rose from the bed. Lin Yi shook her head at the sight. No need to go to all that trouble. I have some prepared dishes here. Chef Old Ding had saved 3 tables worth of dishes for her. Not eating for a day. I've already started to miss it. Under their bewildered gazes. Buzz. Lin Yi gently summoned the eerie painting. When he saw that painting floating motionless in the void, Old Su's pupils trembled with disbelief. This is. He swallowed hard. He felt his eyes go wide. As a master of the macabre, walking the razor's edge between life and death. His head had suffered severe injury. He nearly lost his life. All for snatching a blood-stained artifact. It was a white candle. As long as it stayed on my body and was lit, it would vanish from the sight of other supernatural beings. It served as a cloaking device. Remember, blood-stained supernatural artifacts are no trivial matter. They are born only after the death of vengeful spirits. Blood-stained supernatural artifacts are tainted with the blood of wrong spirits, and possess certain unique abilities of those souls. It takes thousands upon thousands of wrong souls to forge a single blood-stained artifact. Above the blood-stained level lies the dark crimson mystic artifact. The birth of deadly monstrosities carries an ominous aura. Above the dark crimson lies the crimson-blooded weapon. Hidden within lies the secret of the crimson robe, the crimson-red mysterious artifact. Even in the realm of the bizarre, it is a rarity. Forget about seeing one. Many anomalies have never even heard of it. This seemingly light painting is saturated with a crimson aura. Old Su's breathing grew ragged. She just pulled it out like that. It speaks volumes about her formidable resources. Yet this, far from making Old Su feel envy or jealousy. Instead, it only deepened his respect for her. The moment the crimson artifact appeared, the difference in their class is like night and day. This is indeed a thigh as thick as an elephant's leg. Once you've got your hands on it, why bother with any tricks? A lifetime of comfort and ease. At that moment. And Xingxue watched Lin Yi with curiosity as he fumbled around inside the painting. Though she didn't know what it was, she could guess. This thing must be incredibly precious. Xiao Shui, what would you like to eat? Lin Yi asked, turning back. I have all 8 major Chinese cuisines here, but the chef specializes in Shandong cuisine. Like stir-fried pork kidneys, scallion braised sea cucumber, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 9-turn pork intestines. Plus offal noodles and fried rice. I highly recommend the fried rice. It's incredibly fragrant. And Xing Shui was dumbfounded. Suddenly, she realized something. She was utterly shocked. Wait, can you actually take the things in this painting out? You're just figuring this out now? Lin Yi chuckled softly. Fine, but how did so many dishes get in there? Is this painting some kind of fourth-dimensional pocket or something? And Xing Shui muttered in exasperation. Just take whatever you see. I'm starving. I could polish off 3 huge bowls of plain rice. Just take whatever you want, huh? Lin Yi pulled out 4 dishes and a soup from the bizarre painting. She also grabbed the tea leaves Manager Li had given her. And the 2 sets of clothes the head waiter had given her. She planned to take a shower later. After a busy day. Her nurse's uniform had long since soaked through and dried. Sticky and clammy. Clatter. Just as old Su watched Lin Yi bring out dish after dish and arrange them. And was getting dizzy from the aroma of the food. He instinctively grabbed the tea box Lin Yi tossed his way. Lao Su, I've got a box of regular tea here. Go brew it for us. We still have to work the night shift. Drink some tea to stay alert. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, old Su hurriedly nodded. Yes, Miss Lin, I'll brew it for you right away. He lowered his head. And happened to catch sight of the tea box. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He rubbed his eyes hard. Old Su nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this Dragon's Blood Imperial Tea? 20 ghost money per gram? This entire box is packed full. Must be over a pound. Tens of thousands of ghost money. You call this ordinary tea? Old Su's hands started trembling. He's had his share of tea. But back then, it was a few pounds for just 1 jiao. The most ordinary tea leaves. Tea more precious than life itself. Could he really drink this? Go on, old Su, brew a big pot. It's not like this tea costs much anyway. Hearing Lin Yi's deliberately casual words, old Su suddenly realized. Miss Lin was saying this. Was to spare her best friend any mental burden? What a truly wonderful best friend. Chapter 33, Why wear a nurse's uniform? Aren't those top-tier outfits costing over 1,000 each more appealing? 4 dishes and a soup. Plus the finest Dragon's Blood Imperial Tea. Such incredible treatment. Old Su was nearly moved to tears. He'd been teetering on the edge of death. He hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Let alone such exquisite cuisine. His eyes were filled with nothing but gratitude. Just this one meal alone was worth more than 1,000 spirit coins. His heart was filled with relief. Thank goodness he hadn't taken Lin Yi's money earlier. And Xing Shui ate in astonishment, exclaiming, Holy cow! These dishes are incredibly fragrant. And this tea is delicious too. Hiccup. Why is the horror game prompting me to add attributes? This is weird. Could I be hallucinating? Lin Yi sipped the hot tea. She noticed her mental and physical stamina had both increased by 1 point. She said, less talking, more eating. After we finish eating, let's find an empty ward. I have clothes here, we can take a shower. Whatever you say. And Xing Shui nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Meanwhile, Yen Yao carried 3 takeout boxes in her hand. She walked slowly from a distance. Her stomach was already growling with hunger. Thinking that Lin Yi and the others hadn't eaten either, she bought 3 boxed meals from a street vendor near the hospital. These boxed meals weren't cheap. Each one cost her 2 ghost money. It broke Yen Yao's heart. But if it could win back a little goodwill, then the cost wouldn't matter at all. Just as Yen Yao stepped outside the ward, she suddenly noticed many patients emerging from the hospital. That smells so good. Who's having a meal? There's also the aroma of tea, making me so hungry I can't sleep. Where's that smell coming from? I'm starving. The patients looked like they hadn't eaten in 10 days, pacing back and forth. Yen Yao discreetly covered her boxed meal. She was afraid these patients would snatch her meal. Thankfully. Until Yen Yao arrived outside Lin Yi's ward, no patient had paid any attention to her boxed meal. But then, just then, Yen Yao finally caught the scent of its source. Right inside this very ward. Creak. Yen Yao quietly opened the door. She saw Lin Yi and the other 2 eating and drinking tea. They were enjoying a table laden with delicious dishes. And the tea leaves, releasing a wispy, fragrant aroma. In an instant, she placed the boxed meal behind her. Would you like to join us? Lin Yi asked upon recognizing Yen Yao. There was plenty of food left. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. But Yen Yao shook her head. I've already eaten. I'll cover your shift. After saying that, she gently closed the door behind her. Then she sighed. A sense of frustration welled up inside her. It seemed that trying to win Lin Yi over was completely futile. They were simply worlds apart. She was already feeling the pinch over these 3 boxed meals. But then she saw them enjoying a feast. And the aroma of those dishes reminded Yin Yao of an inn. She had once worked as a waitress there. Those memories had long faded. She only remembered that even the most ordinary dish there cost 10 spirit coins. Higher-end dishes easily cost several dozen. Some even cost over 100 spirit coins. Things she could never afford in her lifetime. She had intended to act as a mentor, to offer them some life-saving advice. Now, looking back at what she'd said earlier, it felt like a slap in the face. Forget it. Yin Yao carried her boxed meal with a sense of desolation. She turned and walked away. The next day arrived. With an entire ward's worth of patients gone, the workload on Lin Yi and in Xingxue was significantly reduced. They even found time for a brief rest. Their spirits were more refreshed. Their work grew increasingly proficient. Counting yesterday's, each had already received 5 positive reviews from patients. No more patients came to cause trouble. But just in case, Lin Yi still asked Old Su to withdraw 10,000 spirit money from the Apocalypse Bank as a precaution. Of course, she wouldn't use this money for compensation. Instead, she planned to wield the Yin blood mad blade. She'd slash anyone who annoyed her. This fabric feels incredibly soft. It feels softer than those expensive outfits on TV that cost tens of thousands. And Xingxue wore the clothes Lin Yi had given her. She murmured in quiet admiration. And Xingxue's nurse uniform had gotten dirty yesterday. So both of them changed into new clothes. Truly a gift from the meticulous head attendant. Custom made from Irin tailor shop. Light as a cicada's wing, breathable and soft. Even Lin Yi couldn't put them down. Xian and Xingxue happened to be nearly identical in height and weight. The only difference was that in Xingxue had a bit more to offer. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to wear this? Should we change back into our nurse uniforms? And Xingxue still seemed hesitant. Seeing this, Lin Yi urged, "What's there to be afraid of? They're both white anyway. You can't tell unless you look closely. Besides, your nurse uniform isn't even dry yet. This hospital wants us to wear these nurse uniforms for 3 days straight. They're already filthy. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Old Su nodded in agreement beside her. "That's right, Missin. Just listen to Miss Lin. With me, Old Su, around, who'd be so blind as to mess with you?" He felt somewhat numb now. He'd thought it was just an ordinary outfit. But unexpectedly, he spotted the small logo of Irin tailor shop. This garment must cost thousands of Joss paper notes per piece. Understated yet extravagant. Old Su showed Lin Yi the utmost respect, seeing both of them speak so highly. And Xingxue finally accepted the dress. "By the way, the head nurse said she needs us to come over to assist the hospital doctors with a consultation. Let's go." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The two arrived on the 3rd floor of the hospital. They pushed open the conference room door. Inside sat 5 peculiar doctors. They seemed to be discussing something. Lin Yi and Xingxue exchanged a glance. The head nurse's meaning. She meant for them to do odd jobs, like fetching tea and water and such. The moment they entered, a strange-looking nurse near the door ordered, "You, go get us a cup of water. And you, fetch the materials over there." Both obeyed without question. And Xingxue fetched the water. Lin Yi fetched the materials. After all, this was part of a nurse's duties. Before long, the conference room grew noisy. A strange argument erupted. The man who had just given them orders wore black-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes were cold and furious. "I already said it wasn't my mistake last time. That person heard it wrong. What does that have to do with me? If anyone's to blame, it's the nurse. Why didn't she ask me?" Lin Yi waited nearby. She understood everything. This bizarre doctor seemed to be randomly prescribing medication to patients, resulting in the patient's death. Yet he still shifted the blame onto the nurse. After working as a nurse for just 1 day, Lin Yi finally understood why no one wanted to be a nurse. Too much work, too little pay, and they have to shoulder the blame. And then get slandered. No wonder this hospital is understaffed. At that moment, beside the man in glasses, another man, slightly balding, and greasy-looking doctor in his 30s spoke up for him. "Yeah, Brother Liao's right. You guys just talk. What's done is done. Why keep bringing it up?" The argument continued. Before long, the other weirdos in the conference room stormed out in anger. Only the glasses weirdo and the bald weirdo remained. The bald weirdo kept trying to calm the bespectacled weirdo. These two weirdos seemed to be in cahoots. "You two idiots, don't you have eyes? Can't you see Brother Liao is parched? Hurry up and pour Brother Liao another glass of water." The bald-headed ghost barked impatiently at the two. "I'll go. and Xingxue volunteered to take on the task. She brought water for both of them. Suddenly, as the spectacled specter spoke with heightened emotion, he swung his arm out. Smack! This sudden movement unexpectedly knocked over the water Xingxue had brought. The paper cup spilled water all over both of them. It also soaked the materials on the table. Chapter 34, Work ID Exposed, Director Shocked You're the Dean? At that moment, looking at the soaked materials, and drenched in water, Glasses Wei's expression darkened. Anger and resentment flashed in his eyes. Beside him, Bald Guai exclaimed in shock and fury, "Look at the mess you've made. You've soaked all the materials." He hurriedly pulled out tissues, intending to help Glasses wipe away the water stains. But his right hand holding the paper towel was slapped away by a sharp blow. The spectacled demon's gaze locked onto the flustered Xingxue, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Already seething with pent-up anger with no outlet. And Xingxue just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Though she had been forced to pour the water, and the glasses-wearing creep had been fidgeting wildly. That's what led to the accident. But he couldn't care less about that now. I'm sorry. And Xingxue hurriedly apologized. She bowed to the two peculiar doctors. Lin Yi also approached. Standing beside Xingxue, she explained, "Sorry, she didn't mean it. How about we help you wash your clothes?" Ha! The bespectacled one offered a sinister, insincere smile. He adjusted his glasses lightly. Those pitch-black eyes were as cold and menacing as devouring black holes. "This material is of utmost importance to the hospital. You two nurses, do you think washing clothes is all you have to do?" Seeing the boss's displeased expression, the bald-headed villain joined in the tirade, "You two idiots. Brainless fools. With your skills, selling you wouldn't even cover the damages. Where are your nurse uniforms? Look at what you two are wearing." He was just ranting. He noticed something off about Lin Yi and the others' clothing. But upon closer inspection, the bald-headed creep spotted the logo on Lin Yi's clothes. "Iren Tailor Shop? Brother Liao, this is that shop's clothing." He startled. He turned to Glasses Guai and said, Glasses Guy also looked surprised. "You see, Iren Tailor Shop was renowned throughout the region. Many supernatural beings took pride in owning one of its garments. Top-tier quality, premium fabrics, and stylish design. They're also remarkably durable in combat. A luxury item in this bizarre world. But that exorbitant price often leaves the strange being sighing in longing. Even he couldn't afford a single piece of clothing. How could these two nurses possibly afford it?" This sudden revelation made the bespectacled weirdo feel a bit uneasy, adding to his existing dislike of them. His eyes glowed with a bone-chilling coldness. His tone was sharp as he demanded, "Where did you steal those clothes? Speak up. You've only just become nurses, and already you're stealing things damaging the hospital's reputation. If I find out, you'll face the consequences." Hearing this, Lin Yi's brows furrowed deeply. You really can't idolize any profession. There are scoundrels among doctors too. This outfit was given to her by the manager. Besides, did they really think clothes costing thousands of Joss paper notes would be easy to steal? She saw right through it. These two weirdos were deliberately making things difficult for them. Before she could speak, and Xingxue grew impatient. She'd been a law-abiding citizen her entire life. Stealing? Forget it. Passing by a beggar without money. She'd feel ashamed. How dare you say our clothes are stolen? These are clothes Yi lent me. She bought them herself. And Xingxue bit her lip and said, Bought? Who can prove it? Do you have the receipt? The bespectacled man shot in Xingxue a sinister glance. He sneered coldly. If one looked closely, one could detect a glint of greed deep within his eyes. Since you claim to have bought it yourself, how can you prove it? The bald-headed trickster chimed in. He chuckled. All right then, take off your clothes first. I'll verify it for you. If you really bought them, I'll apologize. Despicable. Shameful. How dare he ask them to undress in front of him? And once they take off their clothes, who knows if they might switch them out? He who suspects must provide proof. Why should they be the ones to provide evidence? Lin Yi's expression instantly turned icy. The clothes have nothing to do with you. Besides, I saw there were copies of that document earlier, right? Your clothes just got wet, they'll dry soon enough. You share the blame. If you hadn't been waving your arms around, Xiaoshui wouldn't have knocked over that cup of water. You're just trying to extort money, aren't you? Hearing Lin Yi's words, both men were taken aback. They never expected her to talk back. This was an unprecedented situation. All those little nurses before. Who among them hadn't been bullied by them? Even when punished until they were covered in bruises, they wouldn't dare utter a single word of complaint. At this point, a cold smile curled the corners of Glass's lips. The photocopies, who saw them? Why haven't I seen it? he said. He turned to the bald-headed stranger beside him and asked, "What about you? Did you see it?" "I didn't see it either." The bald man replied matter-of-factly. "Brother Liao, I think they're just looking for trouble. With shameless people like that, we need to punish them severely." Lin Yi was at a loss for words. She couldn't say anything more. Since they were deliberately looking for trouble, she couldn't be bothered to waste her breath. Tensions flared between them. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. And Xingxue felt a twinge of nervousness. She slipped one hand into her pocket. There lay 5 talismans she had purchased. All she could do was watch what Lin Yi would do next. She was certain the situation would escalate. If the dean or director found out, those 2 weirdos wouldn't dare cause trouble anymore. "Extract the blood mad blade," Lin Yi murmured silently. She was furious. So what if it costs 100 spirit coins per second? Give her a minute. 6,000 spirit coins. She wouldn't believe she couldn't slash these 2 freaks to death. You gotta remember. In the hospital, she gets a job bonus. She possesses the strength of a specter. These 2 weirdos don't even look like fierce ghosts. Lin Yi was confident. The bloodthirsty blade that slaughtered even the crimson robe. Couldn't she handle 2 puny trash ghosts? "Extracting for you, please wait." Ding. Shui mad blade successfully extracted. In an instant, a crimson blade appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Its edge was razor-sharp, its body crimson as blood. Upon the crescent-shaped, blood-soaked blade, a sinister crimson glow swirled within. Who knows how much strange blood it had soaked up? It looked like a terrifying weapon bathed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thud. 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 An invisible aura of bloodlust swept across the entire scene in an instant. As the joss paper began to burn away, a streak of savage crimson flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Glass's ghost and bald ghost's expressions turned ashen. For they both felt a soul-piercing dread toward the knife in Lin Yi's hand. A single glance felt as if their very souls were being obliterated. "What do you think you're doing?" The spectacled trickster took a terrified step back. His expression was frantic. "I told you not to mess around. This is a hospital. If you kill us, neither the director nor the president will forgive you." The bald-headed apparition's complexion suddenly darkened. The 2 Yi never could have imagined that Lin Yi could produce such a terrifying weapon. Just as Lin Yi was boiling with rage, she failed to notice the ID card that had vanished earlier had inexplicably reappeared on her chest. Her portrait was clearly visible on it. Jiangzhou Third People's Hospital. Name, Lin Yi. Employee ID 0000001. Title, Hospital Director. The arrow is on the string. Lin Yi won't sit around waiting for nonsense. 100 spirit coins per second. She immediately prepared to slash these 2 weirdos to death. And Xingxue watched, her scalp prickling. You really intend to kill them? If she really killed these 2 bizarre doctors, they might never make it out of this hospital alive. But gazing into Lin Yi's eyes, cold enough to freeze her solid. And Xingxue sensed she wouldn't stop there. A storm was brewing. At this critical moment, squeak! The conference room door burst open. A gray-haired elder stared at Lin Yi with trembling eyes. "Dean? Dean?" Chapter 35, No more pretending I am the dean, and I'm calling my blows. The sudden voice caught Lin Yi off guard. The crimson blood blade was already raised high, but its spellcasting was abruptly interrupted. "Dean? Was he calling me?" Only then, Lin Yi suddenly noticed the ID badge hanging from her chest. The elderly man who had barged into the conference room wore a neat white lab coat. His cuffs were slightly gathered. A dark tie hung from his collar. His hair was gray and slightly thinning. He appeared exceptionally sharp. A name tag on his chest. Read Office Director. Upon seeing this gray-haired elder, Glass's weird and bald weird saw him as if he were a savior. They urgently called out, "Director Zhou! Come quickly! These 2 nurses are rebelling. They have sinister motives. Not only did they disrupt the meeting, but they actually tried to kill us. Look at her, she's even carrying a weapon." Lin Yi heard this, felt slightly annoyed. She was all set to deal with these 2 troublemakers, when suddenly the director arrived. But judging by their expressions, they hadn't quite processed it yet? Why does everyone she meets seem to know her? Looks like she won't have to make the first move after all. Lin Yi stowed the blood mad blade away within the haunted painting. Let's see how this director handles things first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll bring in old Sue. Lin Yi was prepared to go down fighting. At that moment, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were utterly baffled. Wait, what did that old man just call himself? Dean? Where's the director in the conference room? Is he hiding in the cabinet? Isn't that Zhou Minsheng, the office director of that creepy hospital? Seems like he's the highest ranking person under the director. I remember Director Zhou's medical skills are incredibly advanced. I've seen him talk to some major bosses in other horror instances, and those powerful entities all respected him. No way. I was all set to watch the streamer show off, and now it's suddenly interrupted. He can't be here to help those two weirdos. At that moment, hearing the shrieks of the two eerie doctors, Director Zhou first glanced at Lin Yi, whose expression remained calm. Then he noticed their pale faces. He instantly grasped what was happening. Earlier, while poring over ancient texts in his office, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, one reminiscent of that legendary dean. He immediately dropped everything and rushed to the conference room where Lin Yi was. In that instant, Director Zhou's lips pressed tightly together, his face turning ashen. He seemed to be struggling to suppress the rage boiling within him. A stern, uncompromising aura radiated from his brow. He knew these two doctors were up to no good, but he never imagined they would dare provoke the dean themselves. They'll face punishment for their crimes and death is inevitable. You two bastards. Amidst the stunned and terrified expressions of the bespectacled and balding doctors, Director Zhou's furious voice pierced their chests like a sharp blade. You blind dogs. Don't you know who you're talking to? Nurse? Look again. Is she a nurse? You dare slander the director? The director? The bespectacled and balding men were instantly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Even if you gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare frame the dean. After all, the bizarre hospital they worked at used to be a rundown, struggling place. Thanks to the director's reforms, this hospital became a sacred place for healing in the eyes of the supernatural. The reason they dared to act so wickedly was precisely because they had the good fortune to be taken in by the hospital. The director is a god among gods in the eyes of all doctors and department heads. If anyone dared to speak ill of the director outside these walls, the department heads within the hospital would go berserk. They dare frame the director? Forget Director Zhou. Those mysterious doctors, attending physicians, and specialists won't forgive them. They might never be able to work in a hospital again. Outside the hospital, they won't escape death either. This heavy burden has fallen upon them. Glasses was flustered. He couldn't understand why Director Zhou would say such a thing. He couldn't even spare a thought for Lin Yi. He hurriedly explained, "We didn't frame the president. At most, we're just slandering." Just as he spoke these words, the bald man's eerie voice trembled as it reached them. "Leah. Brother Liao. Her work ID, no, she's not a nurse." The stammering voice. It made Glasses Guai extremely irritable. If she's not a nurse, then what could she be? Head nurse? Even if she's connected to the director. So what? At worst, she'd just have to pay for some damages. But suddenly, following the bald man's sinister gaze, the next second, boom! The bespectacled weirdo was struck as if by 5 bolts of lightning. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his facial muscles instantly stiffening. All because he saw Lin Yi's work ID. Employee ID 0000001. Title, Director. He couldn't believe his eyes. Director? How could that be? How could she possibly be the dean? Glasses forced the air out of his chest, shouting in disbelief. The dean is clearly a man. Director Zhou, you must be mistaken. Director Zhou's eyes flashed with anger at the remark. His nostrils flared slightly. Like a fierce beast. How dare you? Get down on your knees. A thunderous roar erupted. Director Zhou's eyes turned crimson. A terrifying aura erupted. Killing intent filled the air. A strong scent of blood filled the conference room. The bespectacled and balding figures couldn't withstand Director Zhou's aura. Their legs felt as if crushed by a hydraulic press. Their knees buckled suddenly. Deformed and shattered. Crash. The two creatures knelt before Lin Yi in agonizing pain. At that moment, Director Zhou's icy voice echoed through the conference room. Whether you're the dean or not, I can judge that for myself. But you too. Let me tell you. Slandering the president, that single act alone is enough to make you the target of everyone's hatred in this hospital. If the president wants to kill you, consider yourselves lucky. At this point, Glasses Guai and Bald Guai fell silent. Under the immense pressure from Director Zhou, they lacked even the courage to open their mouths. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads. Their entire backs were drenched in cold sweat. Could she really be the dean? The moment this thought took shape, both men were overcome with dread. Their pupils contracted. Their entire bodies trembled. Even their kneeling posture became unsteady. After temporarily dealing with the two, Director Zhou finally approached Lin Yi. He did not kneel. Instead, he bowed sincerely to Lin Yi. "My deepest apologies, Director. I arrived too late. I was unaware of your arrival at the hospital. Had I known earlier, I would have rolled out the red carpet to welcome you and host a banquet in your honor." Lin Yi fell silent for a moment. Damn it! Looks like she won't have to take action herself after all. Lin Yi felt a bit frustrated. The bloody mad blade took 10 seconds. If the director had arrived sooner, she wouldn't have lost over 1,000 Joss paper notes. But since he arrived late, she could have executed them herself. But it just had to be at this moment. Caught in the middle. Looking at the two eerie doctors kneeling on the ground, Lin Yi felt like scaring them. She spoke lightly. I intended to observe you as an ordinary nurse, but all I got in return was false accusations. Enough with the charade. I am the director. I'm laying my cards on the table. Chapter 36, Firing the Creepy Doctors. Shocked audience. So you were the one showing off all along? The moment those words left her mouth, the entire conference room fell deathly silent. Even her best friend, and Xingxue, was stunned. And Xingxue was dumbfounded. What the hell? Her absolute best friend was the director of this hospital? She had suspected Lin Yi's identity might be astonishing. But she never imagined it would be this incredible. You should have just said you were the director. Was all this tension really necessary? The two talismans in her pocket were soaked through with sweat. So all this time, did you come here just to show off? No, when did you become the dean? And Xingxue lowered her voice. She whispered into Lin Yi's ear. You don't know medicine either. Is this real or fake? Did you hire this bunch just to mess with me? Lin Yi remained silent. Instead, she tapped the ID badge pinned to her chest. It belonged to her father. Borrowing it to show off a little was perfectly fine. Upon seeing the badge, Xingxue bought it. Employee ID 0000001, title, Dean. Impressive. She gave it a thumbs up. What else could she say but awesome? This was her absolute best friend. Her bestie was the hospital president. And she's just a little nurse. Couldn't she just walk all over people? And it wasn't just her. Seeing Director Zhou's deep respect and admiration for Lin Yi, the viewers in the livestream were completely dumbfounded. The reversal came too fast. They couldn't even process it. Weren't they just being falsely accused by these two weirdos? How did it suddenly jump to the dean? This isn't even fast-forwarded. The livestream audience exploded in an instant. The streamer is the director of the creepy hospital? Seriously, holy crap, a director this young? Didn't you miss the key point? She's a player. A player as the director of the creepy hospital? Is she new up there? There's even a player who's the chairman of the oversight committee. Damn, this is insane. She pulled off that bluff so unexpectedly. Whoa, I thought something bad was about to happen. Turns out the streamer was just here to show off. Beyond the shock of Lin Yi's sudden showboating, many players were pleasantly surprised. After all, in horror games, injuries can be deadly. Yet they often can't get treatment at the Eerie hospital. Either the Eerie doctors have ulterior motives, or the treatment costs are exorbitant. If Lin Yi were the director of this bizarre hospital, that'd be like a little cow ringing the doorbell. That would be absolutely incredible. With just a word from her, the bizarre hospital would treat players normally and offer discounts. That would be a great service. Dragon Nation players guaranteed to boost survival rates. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Glasses Guai and Bald Guai broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder their clothes were all from Yi's tailor shop. This is the dean, after all. Wearing her clothes. That's an honor for us. Stealing? Bull. If the dean ever asks for something, any tailor shop would send their most skilled craftsman. Both of them felt an eerie chill run through their bodies. In that instant, it dawned on them. No wonder they don't wear nurse uniforms either. It was all a hint all along. She had hinted all along that her identity wasn't ordinary. Too bad. Both of them were so blinded by their own delusions. They simply failed to notice. Upon realizing this, the bespectacled man hastily bowed his head in apology. Dean. I know I was wrong. It's all his fault. Blame that you fellow, he deliberately tried to frame you. He continued to kowtow to Lin Yi, begging for mercy. Each blow was delivered with extreme force. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like it would knock a hole right through his skull. And Bald Guai, hearing the man he'd always fawned over suddenly shifting blame like this, was about to explode with rage. Liao, I've been doing all your dirty work. All those dirty, shady deals you pulled, wasn't it me who cleaned up your messes? And now you talk to me like this? He pointed at the bespectacled trickster in utter disbelief. His heart sank completely. Beside them, Director Zhou watched as the two shifted blame onto each other. His facial muscles tensed, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with rage and disgust. He couldn't help but roar. Enough! Shut up, both of you! This isn't your place to speak. As the words fell, the two strange beings shut their mouths. They dared not utter another word. Seeing this, Director Zhou finally took a deep breath. He apologized to Lin Yi. Dean, please rest assured. I will severely punish those who embezzle, accept bribes, and commit crimes. But as for these two fools, how do you suggest we handle them? How to deal with them? Kill them, of course. Need I even ask? Lin Yi blinked. Seems like even in Dad's business, there are unscrupulous people too. Perhaps he was too busy to manage them properly. Or maybe he has too many businesses? Or simply too lazy to bother? Any of those could be true. But since it's his father's hospital, and Director Zhou is his subordinate, Lin Yi naturally kept her manners in check. Asking her to volunteer to kill these two weirdos? That would be a bit impolite. I don't have much experience with this sort of thing. Lin Yi hesitated before answering. If it were up to me, I'd recommend firing them. Having them around would corrupt the hospital's atmosphere. These two doctors have been up to no good. They must have made quite a few enemies. Without their status as doctors, they won't escape death once they step outside. Dismissal? Understood. Director Zhou nodded solemnly. The next second, the bespectacled man's cheeks contorted with terror. The bald-headed man wore an utterly defeated expression. Before either could react, a surgical blade, gleaming with a cold, sharp glint, appeared in Director Zhou's hand. Without a word, with a sharp thud, he plunged the scalpel into both men's hearts. Their pupils instantly dimmed. They couldn't even utter a plea for mercy. Their entire bodies shattered instantly, like wisps of crimson smoke, sucked into the scalpel. After dispatching the two anomalies, Director Zhou turned around. He whispered to the stunned Lin Yi, as per your orders. They've been dismissed. Dismissed equals killed? This was truly unexpected. Director Zhou was deliberately trying to scare me. Was he plotting to seize power? Lin Yi's heart pounded. Seeing her expression, Director Zhou hastily explained, don't jump to conclusions. This was stipulated from the outset. The director stipulated that once someone is expelled, they are to be erased immediately. He said we can't leave any potential risks for the hospital. Sometimes you have to be ruthless. Otherwise, who knows if they'll seek revenge after being expelled. I see. Lin Yi pressed her thin lips together. Dad really knows how to get things done. And his heart is far crueler than hers. She wanted to fire them. Who knew firing someone meant erasing them? Cut off the grass at the root? This was a lesson Dad had taught her without even realizing it. On one side, seeing Lin Yi and Director Zhou dispatch two strange beings with just a few words, Lin Yi still wore that calm expression, like some cold-blooded killer. And Xingxue shuddered. You've changed. You're not the little puppy who used to cling to me anymore. Now you kill without batting an eye. And your eyes don't even get dry. Chapter 37, Past revealed. Compared to your father, you're downright gentle. Director's office. Lin Yi and Xingxue followed Director Zhou to this place. A faint scent of disinfectant hung in the air. Directly opposite the entrance stood a desk. The desk was piled high with various documents and ancient texts. A black cup sat on the left side. In the corner sat a sofa and a small coffee table. The walls were adorned with posters detailing medical knowledge and regulations. Please have a seat. Director Zhou said respectfully to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded. She suddenly noticed Xingxue seemed a bit nervous. So he took her hand. Xiaoxue, please wait here for a moment. I'll talk with Director Zhou. Upon hearing this, Xingxue offered, how about I wait outside for you? No need. You're not an outsider. Lin Yi chuckled softly. She soothed Xingxue. The latter looked deeply touched. I've been so wrong about you all this time. You weren't timid or avoiding trouble, you just refused to talk to those people. Seeing her best friend misunderstand something, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. She couldn't very well say. It wasn't until she got into horror games that she'd only vaguely realized her father's identity. You and your friend have such a close relationship, Director Zhou remarked with a light chuckle. Xiaoxue and I have known each other since we were very young. Back then, she protected me. Otherwise, I would have been bullied for sure. Lin Yi replied honestly. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Is there something you need from me? Director Zhou cleared his throat twice. There's no need for formalities. You're the dean, and I'm merely the office director. Using honorifics toward me would be putting the cart before the horse. However, I do have some matters I wish to discuss with you, primarily concerning the former president. His gaze fell on the ID badge hanging from Lin Yi's chest. Director Zhou voiced his greatest concern. I wonder what your relationship is with Mr. Chen. Oh, Lin Yi's expression remained calm. Another question about her father. That's my dad. Dad, I get it now. Director Zhou's eyes instantly widened with even greater respect. If there had been a trace of elder-like concern earlier, now, that trace of elder-like sentiment vanished instantly, replaced instead by the respect of a subordinate. He knew Mr. Chen was adept at selecting talent. At first, he'd only thought Lin Yi was the successor he'd arranged. Little did he expect she was his biological daughter. This made everything perfectly legitimate. Seeing Lin Yi's bewildered expression, Director Zhou felt as though he were seeing the late Mr. Chen himself. The resemblance is uncanny, you and Mr. Chen. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But there's one thing, you and Mr. Chen are quite different. You're much gentler than Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's actions were impossible to predict. I remember the first time I met Mr. Chen, he grabbed me and used me as a human shield. It nearly gave me a heart attack. But after joining his side, I discovered he treats his subordinates quite well. Is Director Zhou also Dad's little sidekick? Lin Yi blinked her eyes. Hearing a different side of Dad from others. It felt rather peculiar. But she'd just drawn her sword at the slightest provocation. She nearly sliced those two weirdos to bits. And this is supposed to be gentle? Seeing Lin Yi's skeptical expression, Director Zhou chuckled. When Mr. Chen stormed into the hospital alone that time, a cleaver in his left hand and me in his right, using me as a shield, he hacked his way from the first floor to the fifth. It stunned everyone. That night, the hospital's blood plasma bank was filled to capacity. That night, the hospital morgue was also filled to capacity. He nearly turned the hospital into a hellish inferno. If you possessed even half of Mr. Chen's madness, I'd have noticed you long ago. That insane? Lin Yi was stunned once more. He blew up a restaurant right after entering the horror game. Then stormed the hospital and took hostages? Scaring the wits out of everyone? This wasn't the gentle father she remembered. He was practically a ruthless bandit. And Xingxua, watching from the side, exclaimed in shock, No wonder you've never mentioned your father before. Is Dad really this fierce? He wouldn't kill me too, would he? Scared.jpg. Lin Yi sighed, my dad only kills the supernatural. He doesn't kill people. The office lights were soft. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Xingxue. Lin Yi looked at Director Zhou and asked, I have one more question. This work ID was just something I found. It seems like my dad lost it after drinking too much. Is it really appropriate for you to call me director? After all, I don't know any medical skills. She said as she. Lin Yi removed the ID badge. Director Zhou explained, rest assured, since you've been recognized by the badge, you are the director. Mr. Chen must be aware of this arrangement, otherwise this badge wouldn't be linked to you. Lin Yi chatted with Director Zhou for a while. Nothing much came of it. Finally, Director Zhou gently advised, Director, while I've said you're gentle, this is a strange and mysterious world. Here, you can't afford to be a good person, it would leave too many hidden dangers. You could learn a thing or two from Mr. Chen. With your standing in Mr. Chen's influence, you needn't hold back. Another person trying to persuade her. Lin Yi felt her ears were practically growing calluses from hearing it all. MOGS said she lacked confidence. Director Zhou said she was too kind. Seriously. The ghost of that patient who died in that ward would cry if it heard this. And she'd already killed the ghost with a knife. This. Still gentle? They're all subconsciously comparing her to their dads, right? In their minds. Just how brutal and violent a man is dad. Thinking of this, Lin Yi politely replied, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly noticed a wine jar tucked away in the corner of the office. Director Zhou noticed Lin Yi's puzzled expression. His expression instantly turned stern. This liquor, a friend left it in my care. You know, as director, I must lead by example. How could I possibly drink in the hospital? Is that so? Lin Yi was somewhat perplexed. She had clearly seen the jar slightly open. It looked like it was used frequently. If your friend enjoys drinking, I have something to give you. Since Director Zhou had done her such a big favor, Lin Yi wasn't about to be stingy. She happened to recall the wines depicted in the eerie painting. Keeping them was pointless. There were still several large jars left. Last time, she'd filled a few mineral water bottles with it, thinking she could give them away as gifts. Seeing Lin Yi searching for something in the eerie painting. No need, you really don't have to be so polite, Director Zhou hurriedly said. Besides, I don't need anything. I've got everything I need here. It's nothing special. Just some liquor, Lin Yi explained. Wine. Director Zhou said sternly. Then I certainly can't accept it. Thank you for your kindness, but ahem, my friend doesn't drink much, and there's still quite a bit left here. While exchanging pleasantries with Director Zhou, Lin Yi had already retrieved the liquor from the eerie painting. It was poured into a mineral water bottle. A full bottle. Her expression was slightly hesitant. This was left by my father. I don't drink, so it's useless to keep it. To be honest, I'm not even sure how good this stuff is. If you don't want it, then never mind. Hearing Director Zhou's repeated refusals, Lin Yi felt embarrassed by the meager offering. She just casually filled a mineral water bottle. It just didn't look presentable. Just as Lin Yi was about to put the wine away, suddenly, Director Zhou's eyes widened in shock. He sprang to his feet as if electrocuted. Mr. Chen's liquor? Chapter 38, wine worth 10,000 ghost coins per pound, and you're using a mineral water bottle to store it? Buzz. Director Zhou's eyes lit up instantly. like a tabby cat spotting a mouse. His previously calm face was now filled with anticipation, curiosity, and eagerness. But upon catching Lin Yi's skeptical gaze, Director Zhou's expression turned stern again. But seeing Lin Yi about to take the wine away, he immediately began scratching his head and rubbing his temples. He couldn't help but call out, "Hold on. Mr. Chen's wine, my friend mentioned earlier that he'd like to try it. You know, as the director, I don't drink myself, but I often entertain guests. To be honest, there isn't much left in this jar, ahem. Besides, since it's Mr. Chen's wine, it shouldn't be a problem for me to sample a little after hours." Having said all this, Director Zhou's weathered face flushed slightly. Lin Yi Tong froze. "Are you pulling a face-changing trick on me? Is Dad's liquor that magical? That it couldn't even hold Director Zhou's disguise together?" She'd once tried a sip of baijiu out of curiosity. But that fiery taste made her spit it out immediately. Her body couldn't handle it at all. It wasn't some divine nectar, some elixir that could turn you into an immortal. Lin Yi handed the mineral water bottle to Director Zhou. The moment he took it, his expression turned utterly shocked. He looked utterly heartbroken. "This bottle contains Mr. Chen's liquor? Oh my, this is such a waste of a precious resource. Using this kind of bottle will greatly affect the taste of the wine." Director Zhou muttered to himself as he walked to the corner. He picked up the exquisitely flawless ceramic wine jar. Inside, the wine was already poured. Director Zhou looked around. Seeing no suitable container available, he steeled his resolve. He poured the wine directly from the jar. Out the window. Splash. The wine from the jar revealed a thick, crimson liquid, soft and smooth. Lin Yi was utterly baffled. Before long, Director Zhou walked in and out. He rinsed and dried the inside of the wine jar again. He carefully poured the liquor from the mineral water bottle into it. Not a single drop was wasted. He seemed to cherish it to the utmost. A stark contrast to his attitude toward that blood-red wine. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were utterly astonished. Director Zhou, clearly a seasoned wine connoisseur. Look how he treats that wine like it's his life. What is that crimson liquid? Looks kinda like blood flower wine made from flowers blooming on the corpse of a fierce spirit steeped in liquor. Holy crap, I heard just 10 milliliters of this stuff can fetch over 100 ghost coins. That must be a couple ounces here worth thousands. What's he doing? He just poured it out? Just to make room for the liquor in that mineral water bottle? Director Zhou's actions left the audience, who knew the origin of the crimson wine, utterly dumbfounded. Though they'd never tasted it, they'd heard of its rarity. Holy cow! You can't be this wasteful, can you? Pouring out thousands of yuan worth of liquor? Just to make room for the booze in that mineral water bottle? You could have just used a cup to pour it. It's not like there aren't any cups. Why did you pour out the original liquor? There was a cup you could have used. Lin Yi blinked and asked. Ahem, that's my teacup. How could I use it for liquor? Besides, keeping Mr. Chen's liquor in that mineral water bottle every second it sits there, the flavor could deteriorate. I mean, this jar is actually perfect for it. Director Zhou noticed Lin Yi's amused expression. He really couldn't bring himself to continue. His face was burning up. He should have known better than to show off earlier. He was heartbroken over the spilled blood flower wine too. But this mineral water bottle held nearly a pound of liquor. This was Mr. Chen's liquor. Thinking of that, his pang of regret vanished instantly. Director Zhou was itching with anticipation. He couldn't wait to taste it. If only Lin Yi were here. If it were anyone else, he would have kicked them out long ago. Director Zhou could only force himself to exercise patience. Dean, is there anything else? It's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading home to rest? Director Zhou hinted deliberately. Lin Yi looked bewildered. It's still noon. It's not quitting time yet. Besides, we have night shifts to cover. There's no such thing as quitting time. Director Zhou felt so flustered he was practically burning up. He immediately retorted, "You're the director. You can leave whenever you wish. You don't need to personally cover the night shift. I'll have the head nurse cancel it for you shortly. Why don't you and your friends go ahead and eat? I'll look into some ancient texts and meet you at the cafeteria shortly." Lin Yi shook her head. "I'm not really hungry yet. I ate too much this morning." Director Zhou was at his wit's end. He sighed helplessly. Just as he was at a loss, Lin Yi curiously asked, "Director Zhou, is my dad's liquor really that good?" "Of course it is." Director Zhou blurted out. "Mr. Chen's liquor, it's said to be exclusively crafted by the top-tier Red Robe Master Brewer. Only Mr. Chen could persuade that Master Brewer to work. This liquor uses many precious ingredients. I've heard it contains shadow-shrouded sorghum and dust-heart fruit. Just these two alone push the cost per pound to nearly 100,000 spirit coins. And that's just the base cost. Then there's the masterful craftsmanship of that legendary red robe master brewer. I'd wager that if sold on the market, a single pound would fetch at least 200,000 spirit coins. Countless supernatural beings who know Mr. Chen's reputation would be clamoring to buy it. At this point, Director Joe sneered. This blood-red wine isn't even worthy of sharing a glass with it. 100,000 Joss paper notes per pound? Lin Yi was utterly shocked. Her body trembled. This isn't wine at all. It's practically money. She still had several jars of liquor left. Each one held at least 300 pounds of liquor. If she sold them all, wouldn't that mean? Lin Yi's scalp prickled. Over 100 million in Joss paper? She dared not even imagine it. No wonder Director Zhou's expression changed so quickly. Just this 1-pound mineral water bottle. The liquor inside could fetch 200,000 Joss paper dollars. Additionally, Lin Yi suddenly thought of a question. Is all the liquor Dad drinks this expensive? Then there must be quite a few unused items lying around the house. How much could those things be worth? Meanwhile, hearing Director Zhou's words, and Xingxue was stunned. You're this wealthy? Giving away liquor that costs 100,000 yuan per pound? She was so stunned she couldn't speak. Even the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were frozen in place. Everyone's expressions looked like they'd been run over by a tank. Stunned and incredulous. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within them, as if they'd stumbled into another world. A world that shattered their entire worldview. 10,000 spirit money for a pound of liquor? That's probably a whole city's worth of players combined. Wouldn't even cover a month's wages. And that's supposedly the cost price? Can't even afford a pound of liquor? Holy, holy, holy? I'm speechless. 100,000 spirit coins for a single pound of liquor. No wonder he poured out the original liquor. 100,000 Joss paper notes could buy an entire shop in a horror game. This is insane. What kind of rich people's world is this? The streamer isn't just a rich mom, he's a rich grandma. Are you kidding me? Would anyone actually buy such expensive liquor? This streamer is a top-tier rich kid. Real-life rich kids wouldn't even qualify to lick their feet. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Drunken Immortal. Do the entire internet wonders, what does this wine taste like? At that moment, just as Lin Yi was stunned, an unexpected notification from the horror game appeared. Ding! Director Zhou's affection for you plus 90. Current affection level, Director Zhou like a brother. What the hell? Just for sending a bottle of liquor? Is the affection meter almost full? Lin Yi pursed her lips. And he claims he doesn't drink? Director Zhou has been practically drowning in alcohol this week. Seeing Lin Yi's slightly amused expression, Director Zhou couldn't hold it together any longer. He deflated instantly. He knew Mr. Chen's drinking habits inside out. Refusing to drink now would just be ridiculous. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. Director Zhou shook his head helplessly. I just love drinking. As a director, I even enjoy having a drink during work hours. Go ahead and laugh, no need to hold back. If you want to punish me for poor performance, go ahead, but first let me have a sip. I just can't resist anymore. Lin Yi explained, I wasn't laughing at you. I just suddenly remembered something funny. Director Zhou's face flushed crimson. His heart brimmed with gratitude. The dean was so kind. Even now, he was giving him a way out. Meanwhile, and Xingxue glanced left and right. Her curiosity had reached its peak. What are you two still talking about? I've never seen such expensive wine before. Shouldn't we try it soon? The words fell. Lin Yi urged, go ahead and try it first. It's fine, just pretend we're not here. Alright. Director Zhou nodded hastily. He retrieved an exquisite set of wine glasses from his desk. 3 smooth, rounded wine glasses emitted a faint glow. Mysterious dark red patterns appeared exquisitely detailed under the light. The material they were crafted from was unknown, but they looked incredibly expensive. It's a pity I don't have proper glassware to match this wine. It's a bit of a waste, really. Director Zhou remarked. He carefully drew wine from the flask. His movements were gentle to the extreme. As if cradling a newborn infant. As if afraid of accidentally bumping or knocking it over. Every single drop of wine caused him immense pain. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi slowly said, Xiao Shui and I won't be drinking. We have work to do later. You enjoy it yourself. She still had several jars of wine left. There was no need to drink the one given to him. But Director Zhou had just poured himself a cup. His hand froze mid-motion. He understood Lin Yi had said this deliberately. Indeed, even if he drank this wine himself, it would still make his heart ache. It's fine, a little won't get you drunk, Director Zhou persisted in his persuasion. No, thank you. Please enjoy it yourself. After Lin Yi's repeated refusals, Director Zhou's face softened with emotion. In that instant, ding! Director Zhou's affection for you plus 10. Current affection level, Director Zhou through thick and thin. Lin Yi. Holy crap. Director Zhou cherishes this wine. He cherishes it more than his own life. Lin Yi and Xingxue watched with intense curiosity. They watched as Director Zhou poured only about 10 milliliters of liquor. But at first glance, the wine appeared quite ordinary. It had a slightly viscous, clear color. It did smell quite fragrant, though. And Xingxue asked curiously, this? 10,000 jiao per pound? It looks pretty much like the wine my dad drinks. Director Zhou explained, hold on. Once I infuse it with some yin energy, the liquor will reveal its true nature. After saying this, he lightly touched the rim of the wine cup with his fingertip. A wisp of yin energy flowed from Director Zhou's fingertip. The wine within the cup absorbed that wisp of yin energy. In an instant, a delicate yet profound fragrance swept in from all directions. A mere whiff was enough to instantly intoxicate anyone. And Xingxue sniffed the scent in astonishment. How fragrant! What is this aroma? Just this small cup feels more fragrant and mellow than an entire bottle of wine. Just smelling it makes me feel like I'm getting drunk. Lin Yi looked down. The ordinary-looking liquor from before. Now it glowed a golden hue. Like amber, the liquid in the glass was crystal clear, resembling a golden river flowing beneath the setting sun. Its delicate luster shimmered alluringly under the light. Her gaze was utterly captivated. No wonder Dad gets drunk. This wine is simply astonishing. Lin Yi marveled silently. The remaining bottles couldn't be given away lightly. Better to keep them. After all, it's such a precious thing. This is Mr. Chen's wine, also known as the Immortal's Nectar. Even legendary immortals would become utterly inebriated from it. Director Zhou explained. The next moment, he gently raised the wine cup, took a small sip. A look of pure bliss spread across his face. The wine exploded in his mouth with a smooth, delicate texture. Like strolling through a gentle rain, it permeated every cell, thread by thread. Not like a fiery blaze, but like a spring breeze caressing the face, gentle and lingering. As if sharing a drink with Mr. Chen under the setting sun. Savoring the brewer's passion and emotion. It's so fragrant. Director Zhou murmured, his eyes glistening with warmth, his mind drifting. If only. Once you've seen the ocean, other waters pale in comparison beyond the Wu Mountains, no clouds can compare. Fearfully, this single sip will make all other wines henceforth taste like stale soup and leftover water, impossible to swallow. Director Zhou couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He sighed to Lin Yi, President, thank you for your generosity. I'm afraid I'll have to give up wine from now on. Seeing Director Zhou's expression, as if he had ascended to paradise, Lin Yi licked her parched lips. Curiosity burned within her. Could this wine really be that delicious? Aren't they all supposed to be fiery hot? Her live stream viewers were also scratching their heads in curiosity. Director Zhou looks like he's about to ascend to heaven. I'm dying of curiosity. What does this wine even taste like? As a 30-year veteran drunkard, I feel like I've wasted my entire life. Wah, I want to taste that immortal dew too. Will you sell it, host? I'll take just one sip. Forget it. That one sip probably costs thousands of ghost money. Can you even afford it? Even the richest second-generation heir in real life couldn't afford this stuff. A moment later, Lin Yi was ready to leave. Just watching an old man drink wasn't exactly thrilling. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Director Zhou set down his glass. He slowly approached Lin Yi. To show my gratitude, I also have a gift for you. Director Zhou said earnestly. Lin Yi looked puzzled. Under her gaze, Director Zhou handed Lin Yi a thick notebook. The horror game also issued a prompt. Congratulations on acquiring Director Zhou's medical expertise. Ding! Director Zhou has imparted mastery-level medical skills to you. You seem quite interested in medical arts. These are the notes I've used over the years. Take a look when you have time. Director Zhou murmured softly to Lin Yi. This was truly a magnificent gift. Lin Yi hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Before leaving, Lin Yi overheard Director Zhou mention that a friend would be visiting shortly. He asked if she could let his friend sample the wine. Lin Yi nodded. Without asking further, she simply said he could handle it himself. Only then did Director Zhou mutter to himself. I was planning to let him try the bloodflower wine. Old Lu sure is a lucky bastard. Why did he have to show up now, of all times? No way he can only have one sip. Not a drop more. Chapter 40, Appointed Director, Yan Yao was stunned. The affable head nurse? Skill levels in the horror game. Divided into beginner, proficient, expert, master, and peerless tiers. There are 5 tiers in total. At the Yuelai Inn, Lin Yi's knife skills had advanced to mastery level. Thanks to this mastery level sword technique, she was able to avert danger while taking out the trash. At this moment, Lin Yi held Director Zhou's notes in her hands. Her heart pounded wildly. You see? For most players to master even a basic skill, it takes countless efforts, especially medical skills. Even in real life, training a doctor takes at least a decade. And medical skills in a horror game? With this mastery level medical skill, even without any special status, she could still thrive in horror games. If only she'd acquired this skill sooner. Would her mother still be with her? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a pang of sadness. But she quickly pulled herself together. If only I could master medical arts to the level of a grandmaster. Lin Yi murmured softly. If she could find her mother back then, perhaps her mother could still be saved. As Lin Yi pondered, watching the notebook in her hands, viewers in the livestream felt a pang of envy. Dr. Zhou's notes as a medical student, I'd love to see them. Rumor has it Director Zhou has been the head of neurology for 30 years. He's also proficient in other internal medicine fields, like respiratory medicine, gastroenterology, etc. What about obstetrics and gynecology? This notebook of insights must be worth at least 10,000 ghost money. 10,000 ghost money wouldn't even cover 1/10 the cost of the alcohol the streamer gifted him. Lin Yi and Xingxue returned to the second floor. The moment they stepped off the stairs, they immediately noticed every doctor's attitude toward them had done a complete 180. The specialists who had previously ignored them were now extremely respectful toward the two. They would proactively greet them upon sight, smiling as they ask, "Good morning, Director. Director, have you eaten? I have a meal card here, please take it for now. Good afternoon, Director. Is there anything I can help you with? Go anywhere." Lin Yi could hear specialists from every department addressing her as Director. Under Lin Yi's questioning, she finally learned that Director Zhou had mistakenly believed she wanted to conceal her identity as the hospital director, yet feared she might be targeted by other doctors. So he appointed her as the head of neurology. This news instantly weighed heavily on Lin Yi. You see, Director is the highest rank in medical titles. Its rank is equivalent to that of a professor at a medical university. If she were just a ceremonial president, that would be one thing. But being a director is different. Not only must she master the fundamentals of her specialty and possess extensive clinical experience, but she must also be adept at guiding the department's comprehensive operations, conducting research, and cultivating senior talent. This instantly piled immense pressure on Lin Yi. But with her mastery of medical skills, she wouldn't show any weakness. The director's words. She was an expert in a specific field. And because she had the president's work ID, she can gain skill experience at 10 times the efficiency. Acquire skill experience. With expert-level medical skills, she could rightfully become a department head. Amidst the flattery of her fellow doctors, Lin Yi decided to seek out the head nurse first. She had lost interest in being a nurse. It would be best if the head nurse assigned Xingxue as her assistant. Meanwhile, head nurse's office. The head nurse sat at her desk, her expression sour. Her mood was foul. Her voice was unusually cold. Across from her, Yan Yao stood with her head bowed, staring at the visibly nervous Yan Yao. The head nurse coldly demanded, "How are you doing your job? 3 patients have already filed complaints against you. If you don't want to work here, just say so. Don't tarnish the hospital's reputation." Yan Yao's breath caught at the words. She had to attend to 10 patients at once. The pressure was overwhelming. There was simply no time or energy to properly care for each patient. She'd barely slept a wink these past 2 days. With her nerves stretched to the limit. Mistakes are bound to happen. But if she really gets fired by the head nurse, it would mean failure of the main quest. Her revenge plan would come to an end. "I'm sorry, head nurse. I recognize my mistake and promise it won't happen again. Please give me another chance." Yan Yao endured the humiliation. Her sincere voice echoed through the office. "Give you another chance? If you make another mistake, I'll be the one held accountable. Why should I give you another chance?" The head nurse's voice was cold and sharp. She hadn't been fond of managing things before, mainly because she feared a bad mood would affect her complexion. Patient complaints could be a big deal or a small one. It all depended on the head nurse's attitude. Seeing the head nurse pressing her relentlessly, she could only sigh inwardly. She took a small bottle of perfume from her bosom. It was a defective artifact. Though seemingly useless, it was nonetheless one of the most precious types of occult artifacts. Cosmetics. And the most fervently pursued item among female weirdos. She obtained it during her 5th dungeon run. She never brought herself to sell it. She'd always thought it might come in handy someday. Yan Yao gently placed the small bottle of perfume on the head nurse's desk. "Head nurse, this perfume was given to me by someone else. I don't need it. Please take it for yourself," she said humbly. She expected the head nurse to gladly accept it. But the next second, thud. The head nurse, in her 40s, flushed with anger. With a flick of her right hand, knocking the perfume bottle off the table. Who asked for your perfume? Do you think I'm old? You. This bottle of perfume seemed to pierce her heart. Yan Yao was utterly stunned. She never imagined the head nurse would be so difficult. She felt a pang of regret for the shattered perfume on the floor. I'm sorry, I'll take it away right now. A chill gripped Yan Yao's heart. She gathered the remnants from the floor. At that moment, the head nurse's icy voice reached her ears. Let me make this clear, you're fired. No one can save you now. Get out. Get out of this hospital. The head nurse's tone was utterly unyielding. In an instant, Yan Yao felt as though she'd been plunged into an ice cellar. If she left the hospital now, she feared she would face certain death. The office fell into a deathly silence. Yan Yao's mouth opened slightly. She couldn't think of anything to say to win back the head nurse's favor. She had no cards left to play. She had lost everything. Just then, squeak! The office door swung open. Lin Yi walked in, her eyes filled with confusion. She had just heard something break outside. The moment she entered, she saw Yan Yao cleaning up the mess. Why was she here? Yan Yao? Lin Yi stared at Yan Yao, who was ashen-faced. Are you here to see the head nurse too? Upon seeing Lin Yi, the head nurse, whose expression had been icy cold, immediately changed her expression, becoming extremely obsequious. Is there something you need from me? The head nurse asked softly. Before Yan Yao could answer, Lin Yi turned and said, Hello, I'm here to submit an application. I've been transferred to the neurology department and would like Chen Shuai to assist me there. Beside them. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yan Yao felt even more downcast. Though she didn't know how Lin Yi had transferred to neurology, the head nurse was already in a foul mood. And she was trying to pull someone from her team? Getting away without a scolding would be lucky. Yan Yao silently cleaned up the debris scattered on the floor. She approached Lin Yi's ear. She wanted to tell her to stop talking. But just then, the head nurse appeared. Like a blooming little white flower. Her words were so gentle and kind. Would you like your friend to come over? Of course, that's no problem at all. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Hearing this, Yan Yao was stunned. They were both nurses. Why was the head nurse's attitude so completely different? She was being kinder than she would be to her own daughter. Chapter 41, the hospital filled with the scent of wine, patients craving it, and the uncanny drawn in. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Yi nodded to the head nurse. Also, could you please take good care of the patient I was previously responsible for, old Su? That's all. Yan Yao listened with a dazed expression. She wanted the head nurse to help take care of someone? What a joke. How could the head nurse possibly? No problem. It's no trouble at all. The head nurse agreed immediately. Without a moment's hesitation. Her face softened into a gentle smile. The harsh, sharp expression from moments before seemed never to have graced her face. Yan Yao was utterly stunned. She couldn't fathom why. Could it be that the head nurse disliked her? Or had she discovered Lin Yi's true identity? Oh, I have some tea someone gave me. Why don't you take it to perk yourself up? The head nurse said with a kind expression. Even the wrinkles on her face seemed to radiate kindness. She took out a small packet of tea leaves from the drawer. This only deepened Yan Yao's confusion. After all, Lin Yi possessed the finest tea. The head nurse giving her tea. Didn't that mean she had no idea about Lin Yi's background? Sure enough. Lin Yi shook her head and said, Thank you for your generosity, but I already have tea. Very well. The head nurse said regretfully. It was as if Lin Yi hadn't accepted her gift. It was unfortunate for her. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, she caught sight of Yan Yao in the corner, looking desolate and pale-cheeked. Suddenly thought of something. She turned to the head nurse and said, By the way, I'm still short-staffed. Could you assign her to my team too? Certainly. The head nurse replied without hesitation. Just name your wish, anyone you want. 2 brief sentences. And her fate was sealed. Yan Yao stared in utter disbelief. Was this how she gained a new lease on life? Was it really just a matter of Lin Yi speaking? The head nurse didn't even ask a single question? Yan Yao bit her lower lip. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. A fate full of twists and turns. From hell to heaven in an instant. This left her with complex feelings toward Lin Yi. Take your time, please come again if you need anything. Listening to the head nurse's almost fawning words, Yan Yao couldn't make sense of it. Her thoughts only turned to Lin Yi's identity. Only deepened her shock and speculation. Who exactly was she? Even a veteran like herself was walking on eggshells in this terrifying hospital. But Lin Yi? Not only was she freely enjoying delicious meals and tea, she can even shatter the rules she once deemed unbreakable. Even the head nurse was fawning over her. All these incidents. It shattered Yan Yao's worldview. It also shattered her pride as a veteran player. The journey passed in silence. Yen Yao, her emotions in turmoil. She followed Lin Yi and in Xingxue to the third floor, where the director's office of the neurology department was located. Since Director Zhou had previously held the position of director of neurology, there were no other doctors in this office. As for Yen Yao, and Xingxue had long forgotten the earlier incident. She looked at the silent Yen Yao with curiosity. Why isn't she speaking? What did you do to her? I transferred her over here too, Lin Yi said casually. She took out her keys. She prepared to unlock the office door. Just then, seeing Lin Yi acting so recklessly, Yen Yao nervously interjected, "Wait, aren't you supposed to knock first?" She knew. Doctors in every department of the hospital had their pride. One must be especially careful about certain details. They couldn't afford to anger these doctors. Unexpectedly. And Xingxue looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Is the head of neurology. She opened her own office, why would she knock? Hearing this. Yen Yao's eyes went blank, her expression turning numb. In that instant, she seemed to forget where she was. Nor did she know what to do next. And Xingxue's words had her mind reeling. Seeing her expression, the viewers in Lin Yi's livestream found it amusing. She hadn't seen this coming at all. Well, for the average player, forget about becoming a director. Just getting hired at the creepy hospital is already considered a top-tier player. Unlike Lin Yi, he starts out as the head of neurology. This is like a dimension-lowering attack. This kid's gone completely bonkers. Which veteran player wouldn't be stunned? She was a nurse just yesterday, and now she's a director? Stop picking on the kid, she's so pitiful. She got kicked out of the team, and Xingxue's still picking on her. Isn't Xingxue doing this on purpose? So mean. Not long after, the three entered the office. The office was laid out much like old Zhou's. Clean, bright, and tidy. Lin Yi settled comfortably into the spacious chair, and Xingxue stretched out casually on the sofa. Only Yen Yao. She felt a bit at a loss. Not sure what to do. Seeing this, Lin Yi casually remarked, "Don't just stand there like a fool. There's a chair right there. Sit down." Yen Yao snapped out of her daze. She instinctively obeyed Lin Yi's command and sat down. Her entire body felt stiff as a wooden puppet. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. "It's okay. No supernatural entities will bother you here. Thank you for your help." Yen Yao murmured her gratitude with her head bowed. Seeing how unaccustomed she was to this, Lin Yi didn't pry further. Saving Yen Yao had been nothing more than a passing remark. Though this person was quite sharp-tongued. But at least the words she had spoken to advise her earlier were heartfelt advice. Lin Yi also noticed Yen Yao seemed ready to bring her lunch. But she didn't need it. Just as Lin Yi was about to drift off in the plush seat, suddenly, a commotion erupted from the neighboring office. Lin Yi sat up. And Xingxue asked curiously, "Did Director Zhou's friend arrive?" The next second, her nostrils twitched slightly. That smells so good. How much have they been drinking? The air was thick with the scent of alcohol. It seemed to be wafting out from Director Zhou's office. Lin Yi opened the door. The scent of alcohol filled the hallway. She sniffed again. First floor, second floor, third floor. The entire hospital was saturated with this intense alcoholic aroma. Many patients curiously emerged from their rooms, seeking the source of the aroma. Even the attending physicians stepped outside. This liquor seemed to exert a strange, powerful attraction. "Who's drinking? That smells so good, let me have a taste. I've had enough. Yesterday it was the smell of food, today it's the smell of wine. Is this a restaurant or a hospital? Go get me some wine. I can't focus on my treatment without a drink." Not just inside the hospital. Even outside the hospital. Strange things were being drawn in. In just a moment, the hospital is about to be overrun by the supernatural. Many strange entities are trying to break into the hospital. Go track down the source of that wine aroma. Meanwhile, in Director Zhou's office, two astonishing auras erupted. It seemed a heated argument was unfolding. At that moment, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that some powerful supernatural entity had come to seize the bar? She hurried toward the nearby office. The moment she opened the door, she saw Director Zhou arguing with an unfamiliar supernatural being. Both were red-faced and neck-strained. The argument was fierce. "I told you, just one sip. Not a drop more. What are you grabbing for? You've spilled nearly half of it. Lu, how do you plan to compensate me?" Chapter 42, Master Level, Medical Skills? The explosive office, medical skills level up again. Director Zhou's expression was seething with fury. As if he'd lost a child. The skin on his face was twitching. Across from him sat an elderly man roughly his own age, dressed in bright ceremonial robes. The old man exuded a defiant spirit. His wrinkles resembled dried-up rivers, yet his back remained straight. His eyes were deep and piercing, though his flushed face gave him a drunken appearance. Upon hearing their argument, Lin Yi calmly inquired, "What's going on, Director Zhou?" Seeing Lin Yi arrive, Director Zhou seemed to have found a savior. He clutched the wine jar tightly. Then he approached Lin Yi and angrily accused the old man, "It's this bastard. I intended to use the liquor you gave me to entertain him. But after he took one sip, he wanted another, so I gave him a little more. But then, when I wasn't looking, he tried to snatch the wine from me. I rushed to stop him, and nearly half the wine you gave me spilled." At this point, Director Zhou's cheeks flushed. It was from sheer frustration. Lin Yi suddenly understood. This old man must be Director Zhou's friend, right? The two of them were indeed birds of a feather. Both were fond of drinking. And over a mere bottle of wine, they'd actually let it ruin their friendship and start an argument. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Is it really worth it? It's just a sip of wine. Director Zhou retorted, "If it were ordinary blood flower wine, I wouldn't mind him finishing it. But this is the wine you gave him. Mr. Chen's supply is already scarce, I wouldn't even dare drink it myself." Hearing this, the old man whistled in amazement. "Old Zhou, you really are a stingy devil. We grew up together like two peas in a pod. You get upset over me taking a couple sips of your wine? Look at you, how petty can you get? And you want to hit me? But I don't blame you. Just give me a couple more sips, and you can beat me however you like. Drink my ass." Director Zhou roared. "You might as well drink horse piss. This is fine liquor, you're downing it by the cupful. Who can keep up with that?" Seeing the two about to quarrel again, Lin Yi hurriedly stepped in to stop them. At that moment, the old man looked at her respectfully and said, "You must be Miss Lin? Long admired, long admired. My surname is Liu. You can just call me Old Liu. I was just joking with old Zhou." Lin Yi relaxed upon hearing this. "Glad to hear it. I was worried something strange from outside had gotten in." As the words fell, Old Liu's eyes darted toward the wine jar Director Zhou was clutching. Seeing his expression, which seemed ready to snap if anyone tried to take the liquor, Old Liu turned to ask Lin Yi, "Miss Lin, I wonder if you have any more of this liquor? I'd like to buy some liquor." Director Zhou sneered coldly, "You drunkard. You've already spent all your savings on liquor, what money do you have left?" "Director, don't listen to him. Just look at his shabby appearance." "Naturally, I have no money," Old Liu said slowly. "But I can offer something else in exchange," he said. He pulled a thick, yellowed notebook from his pocket. Upon seeing the notebook, Director Zhou's expression changed drastically. "Old Liu, have you lost your mind? You've spent your entire life compiling these notes, you're trading them for liquor? You must understand. Old Liu had actually worked at the haunted hospital before. His medical skills were no less than anyone else's. He was even hailed by many patients as a master surgeon. One was internal medicine, the other surgery. A true twin star. Later on, Old Liu became obsessed with drinking and revelry, neglecting his medical craft as he wandered in search of liquor. It had been a long time since they last met, so he treated Old Liu to fine liquor. At this moment, Old Liu handed his notes to Lin Yi and said, "Don't mind him. He's just talking nonsense. It's just a notebook. All my medical knowledge is in my head. I wonder how much liquor this notebook could buy." Lin Yi gazed at the notebook, her heart racing with desire. She already had Director Zhou's internal medicine notes. If she could get her hands on the surgical notes too, wouldn't that mean mastering both internal and external medicine? Wouldn't her medical skills skyrocket? "Wait a moment," Lin Yi said. She retrieved a bottle of liquor from the eerie painting. "Is this bottle enough?" "Enough? Of course it's enough." Old Liu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shoved the notebook into Lin Yi's arms. He snatched the bottle from her hand, as if afraid he'd be a step too slow. As if Lin Yi might change her mind. "Hey, you little rascal," Director Zhou sighed helplessly, "since you've got your liquor now, hand back what you just drank." "No way. I haven't had enough yet." Old Liu snorted. He tucked the mineral water bottle filled with liquor into his coat. Under Lin Yi's awkward expression, two medical masters, old men in their 60s, like quarreling children. They were making a scene. "Congratulations. You have acquired Director Liu's medical insights. Ding. Director Liu has imparted master-level medical skills to you. Ding. Congratulations on advancing your medical skills to expert level." Expert-level medical skills? This was unexpectedly smooth. Lin Yi was stunned. Old Liu's medical insights had made things incredibly convenient for her. It could have taken days to advance to expert-level medical skills. And that was with a 10x proficiency bonus. All for just one bottle of wine. And Xingxue saw Lin Yi return to the office. What happened? Nothing. Lin Yi shook her head. She placed her notes on the desk. Old Joe's friend came by, and the two of them were fighting over the liquor, arguing like crazy. I gave them another bottle, and they stopped arguing. And Qing Shuai understood. So that's why, she muttered. No wonder the place reeks of alcohol. Their unguarded words reached the ears of Yan Yao, who was sitting nearby. Old Joe? Yan Yao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the office director next door? I think his surname is Zhou. He was the highest-ranking person here. The highest-ranking person here. If she ran into him, she wouldn't dare look twice. Lin Yi actually called him Old Joe? What's their relationship? She had intended to ask more questions. But now, Yan Yao was completely speechless. It felt like she'd just heard some earth-shattering news. After acquiring expert-level medical skills, Lin Yi didn't rest on her laurels. She promptly issued orders to assign some patients to her. Whether surgical or medical cases, she was capable of handling. When they saw the director was a young woman, many patients felt hesitant. However, because Lin Yi was highly efficient in her consultations, and she never accepted bribes, some patients who were just hoping for a miracle came to see her. The results were surprising. They discovered her medical skills were truly impressive, even surpassing most attending physicians. Gradually, more and more patients began seeking treatment from Lin Yi. Long queues formed outside her office door. Some patients even argued over cutting in line. However, whenever Lin Yi stepped in, those peculiar patients would obediently lower their heads, like elementary school students caught by their homeroom teacher. In this process, and Qing Shuai and Yan Yao served as her assistants. The trio's main mission was completed in less than a day. But none of them left. The more positive patient reviews they received, the more main quest rewards they'd receive. Yan Yao was thoroughly impressed by Lin Yi. She threw herself into the busy work. In just 10 short days, Lin Yi's medical skills were nearing mastery level. She was about to leave this instance. Ding! You helped cure a patient's illness, triggering a 1000% passive bonus. Medical proficiency plus 100. Skill, medical arts expert level. Current EXP, 87,102 100,000. Chapter 43, Ascending to Spectral Form. You promised survival, not becoming a divine healer? Take a break. You haven't slept in nearly a day. Lin Yi was examining an elderly man complaining of back pain. Suddenly, she heard in Qing Shuai's concerned voice. She had no heart to reply. Instead, she continued speaking softly to the elderly gentleman. Sir, you really need to take better care of your health from now on. Your back pain stems from prolonged exposure to damp environments and your lower back catching cold. I'll prescribe a decoction to help you recover. It's not expensive, don't worry, just 1 jiao will cover it. Sitting across from Lin Yi, the elderly gentleman, who had looked somewhat tense, heard these words. His face lit up with deep gratitude. He kept saying, thank you. Thanks to you, doctor. I've been to so many places, but those doctors either prescribed outrageously expensive medicine or demanded bribes. Only you genuinely want us patients to get better. I'll fetch the medicine right away. But please rest a while. You've been working so hard for us patients, you need to take care of yourself too. The old man urged Lin Yi for a few more moments. Then he left the office. Meanwhile, Lin Yi heard the horror game prompt again. Ding! You helped cure a patient's illness, triggering a 1000% passive bonus. Medical skill plus 100. Lin Yi massaged her throbbing temples. Her head felt a bit numb. Treating the bizarre. It was entirely different from treating humans. The strange and mysterious ailments are complex and bizarre. More often than not, it's a mental issue. Some oddities don't even have heads. Yet they insist on complaining of headaches. But this also allowed Lin Yi's medical skills to improve at an astonishing rate. You see, very few players mastered the skill of medicine. Many players sustain injuries in horror games, which essentially amounts to a death sentence. Lin Yi, however, possessed expert-level medical skills and was on the verge of advancing to master level. This has drawn a flood of new viewers to Lin Yi's livestream, simply because of her medical skills. Over the past few days of streaming, she has astonished nearly every viewer. Her growth has been too rapid. From initial clumsiness to now being able to diagnose conditions at a glance. It's plain to see. Within days, Lin Yi, she'll become the medical genius of horror games. Hold up, hasn't the streamer finished their main quest yet? It's been nearly 10 days. I'm getting dizzy from watching. First time I've seen a player diagnose the supernatural. With so many patients, the creepy entity's favorability is gonna flood the chat. What happened to the survival challenge? Why are you treating the supernatural now? Honestly, Lin Yi is a gem. If it were me, I'd at least send them a banner of appreciation. Among them, some viewers were begging for help. Streamer, could you examine me? I got mauled by a creepy dog in a horror game last time, and lately I've been feeling off. I'll pay 5 million for your trouble. Lin Yi saw this comment. But she was too busy. She could only offer a few verbal words of advice. Despite this, she managed to cure the viewer's ailment. This sparked envy among the other viewers. Not a single penny spent. A cure for their ailments? It was like manna from heaven. Many players had spent their entire fortunes trying to cure illnesses, buying joss paper to bribe doctors in horror games with poor results. Many eerie doctors not only failed to heal but actually worsened the conditions. Possessing master-level medical skills within the horror game. That's practically a national treasure. Lin Yi's expert-level medical skills is enough to make her a divine healer in players' eyes. Even if Watua were reincarnated, he couldn't cure these eerie ailments. Whenever she felt weary, Lin Yi would take out the wine from the mysterious painting. She didn't drink it. She merely inhales its scent. When she catches that pure, unadulterated scent of liquor, the weariness in her mind would vanish instantly. But she never tried to drink it. She was afraid it would interfere with her work. Seeing today's batch of patients depart, at Xingshue's urging, finally decided to take a break. Xiao Shui, I know you've always been curious. Let's try some today. Lin Yi retrieved the wine from the mysterious painting. And Xingshue's eyes lit up instantly. She'd been looking forward to this for so long. But since Lin Yi didn't offer it first, she felt awkward asking for it. Even though they were best friends, 100,000 yuan per pound was simply too extravagant. Tick-tock. Lin Yi poured the liquor from the mineral water bottle into 3 small cups. Casually calling out to Yen Yao, who was organizing documents, she said, "Why don't you take a break too?" "Sure." Yen Yao gave a slight nod, her lips pressed together. Through their interactions these past days, she had come to understand Lin Yi's character. Gentle and generous toward her own people. But when provoked, she showed no mercy whatsoever. "Wow, even though it's not my first time seeing it, this wine is just too beautiful." And Xingxue marveled at the liquid in her glass. Yen Yao didn't know the origin of this wine. Yet she could vaguely guess its significance from Xingxue's expression. Lin Yi infused the wine with yin energy. A rich fragrance immediately wafted out. Holding the wine cup, Yen Yao hesitated slightly. The golden liquor refracted an alluring glow under the lamplight. Seeing Lin Yi and Xingxue both drink the wine, she downed hers in one gulp. Ding! You have tasted the drunken immortal dew. Mental power +5, stamina +5. You have gained the special effect, tenfold rejuvenation. Your depleted yin energy has been fully restored. In an instant, Yen Yao's pupils froze. What was this? With just that one sip of wine, her entire being relaxed. In an instant, all her troubles vanished like smoke, leaving only deep-seated contentment and joy within her heart. The intoxication crept into her mind. Yet none of this was what truly astonished her. What truly stunned Yen Yao was the effect this wine produced. Mental power +5? Stamina +5? You see? In horror games, every single stat point is incredibly hard to gain. She had endured an extremely dangerous hidden mission and gained only 1 point each in mental and physical. But just one sip of wine? And it increased 5-fold? Equivalent to completing 5 hidden missions? And it even replenishes all the yin energy she's used. This could practically be a life-saving tactic. Save it for when danger strikes. And Lin Yi just casually pulled it out like that? And she's so generous about sharing it? What kind of hardship did she endure before? Beside her, Lin Yi was stunned too. All because she heard the horror game's prompt. Ding! Your overall strength has been upgraded to Spectre. This meant, even without class bonuses, her innate power was sufficient to match the ghost's eerie prowess. Just this one sip? Seeing the 3 of them so utterly intoxicated, viewers in Lin Yi's livestream were nearly driven mad with curiosity. Streamer, is this wine for sale? I'll pay 300 million just 1 liang. 300 million? For just 1 liang of liquor? You're crazy. Whoa, 1 liang is just a sip. Spending that much? 1 liang is roughly 10,000 ghost money, which converts to about 100 million yuan. Did you watch too many live streams upstairs? How can you even say it's just 100 million? Just as the 3 were happily drinking, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the hospital room. Lin Yi reluctantly set down her wine glass. She stood up to see what strange commotion was causing the disturbance. Chapter 44, Hidden Quest completed, Healing the Sick, and a Strange Little Bear Doll. Lin Yi opened the office door. And Xingxue and Yen Yao, seeing this, also set down their glasses. They had thought some supernatural disturbance was occurring. But the scene outside the door left all 3 of them dumbfounded. Over a dozen eerie figures were gathered outside the office. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He wore plain gray clothes. His expression was slightly tense. He held a commemorative banner in his hand. 4 large characters were inscribed upon it. Holy Physician, saving the world. When Lin Yi stepped out, The middle-aged man in charge hurried over to her. He handed the banner to the astonished Lin Yi. "Director Lin, why did you come out? We were just about to look for you." The middle-aged man took a deep breath before speaking. "You didn't ask for money or any other gifts. This banner is our collective token of gratitude, presented to you after much discussion. Thank you for your skillful treatment and selfless help to us patients." Lin Yi held the banner. A complex mix of emotions surged through her heart. She had primarily treated these patients to gain experience. She never expected to receive their sincere gratitude. Who says it's strange and heartless? The surrounding patients bowed to Lin Yi. Then they departed. And just then, the horror game delivered a message. Ding! Your compassionate care has earned you immense goodwill from patients. Ding! Congratulations, your reputation has entered the rankings. Congratulations on achieving overall rank 9. Until she returned to her office, Lin Yi still found it hard to believe. She could be called a saintly physician? She just refused bribes, focused solely on treating patients, and maintained decent medical ethics. Plus, her medical skills were a bit better? Oh. It seemed that truly eccentric doctors who could manage all these things were indeed few and far between. And Xingxue remarked enviously from the side, I never imagined you'd become a divine healer in just a few days. You're nothing like the players I've seen. You're practically a beta tester. You've turned this horror game into a walk in the park. Cut it out, Lin Yi sighed. Should we hang up this commendation banner? Hang it up. Of course we should hang it up. And Xingxue took the banner from Lin Yi's hands. She hung it directly on the office wall. With this banner, any supernatural entity that spots it will show you respect. Lin Yi shook her head. She didn't have much to say about it. Just then, she suddenly noticed a comment pop up in the live stream chat. It was from the person who had previously offered her 50 million for a single meal. Big shot. When are you finally going to clear the dungeon? I'm dying to eat your fried rice. My father is critically injured. He's been waiting for that fried rice for 10 days now. I just can't wait any longer. You've saved so many people, please save my father too. This person was none other than Zhu Yuxuan of the Zhu family. Due to Lin Yi's plan change, that plate of fried rice still hadn't been delivered. His father, the head of the Zhu family, could not afford any further delay in his treatment. Zhu Yuxuan had been holding back for days. He had assumed Lin Yi would emerge once her main quest was completed. But unexpectedly, she was here helping everyone. Seeing that it truly couldn't be delayed any longer, he steeled himself to speak up. Ha! Seeing this comment, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. These past days had been too hectic. She'd been pouring her heart into treating patients. She'd completely forgotten about this. So people were counting on that meal to save their lives? Lin Yi grasped the gravity of the situation. She couldn't even think about advancing her medical skills to master level right away. I understand. I'll return to reality immediately, she declared solemnly. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou, and Xingxue and Yan Yao were also preparing to leave the instance. You two go ahead. I still have something to take care of, Lin Yi said to Xingxue and the others. Sure thing. Remember to contact me once you're back. And Xingxue nodded. Yan Yao murmured softly, thank you for your help these past days. Among all the players, Lin Yi was the one who left the deepest impression on her. She might never forget it for the rest of her life. The two departed one after the other. Lin Yi gazed at the empty office. She chose to enter the haunted painting. She intended to grab another bottle of wine, as a token of gratitude for Director Zhou's help these past days. Just as Lin Yi was pouring the wine, suddenly, she noticed the small path that had vanished earlier reappeared. Could it be because my strength has increased? Can I actually go in now? Lin Yi murmured in puzzlement. I wonder what good stuff Dad has hidden in there. She set the wine down on the ground for the moment. She stepped onto the narrow path. The path stretched deep into the darkness. Lin Yi walked a very, very long way. Judging by the situation, she must have ventured deep into the haunted painting. Towering trees flanked both sides of the path, until Lin Yi discovered an open clearing. There, placed upon the ground, was a peculiar object. A doll? Lin Yi blinked in surprise. On the flat ground lay a damaged teddy bear doll. The doll was about the size of a watermelon. Exquisitely crafted with fluffy, adorable fur, it looked like a child's toy. But upon closer inspection, its blood-red eyes concealed an unknown terror, its mouth gaping wide as if it might transform into some monstrous creature at any moment, lunging toward its owner with a howl. A chilling aura emanated from it. Yet Lin Yi found the teddy bear utterly adorable, simply because it looked familiar to her. Isn't this my childhood toy? How did it end up here? Lin Yi picked up the teddy bear and murmured softly. She remembered her father had given it to her as a gift. Back then, she carried it everywhere she went. Later, something happened. The bear became badly damaged. She gradually lost her fondness for it. She never imagined so many years would pass in the blink of an eye. She discovered it deep within the eerie painting. Lin Yi examined the teddy bear and found a large gash split open on its back, as if torn by some ferocious beast. Its limbs and arms also showed varying degrees of damage. The stuffing inside was clearly visible. She cradled the teddy bear carefully in her arms. Just like when I was a child. Suddenly, Lin Yi seemed to notice the teddy bear blink its eyes. The terrifying aura from before had softened. Lin Yi rubbed her eyes. Was it just her imagination? Could it be that she'd had too much to drink? She didn't dwell on it. Lin Yi tried to venture deeper. But the path ahead vanished again. She had no choice but to step out of the eerie painting. It was clearly visible. This time, she had ventured quite deep into the eerie painting. It seemed that next time, she would reach the deepest part. Who knows what might be hidden there? Ding! Main quest completed. Dungeon name, Jianzhou City 3rd People's Hospital. Difficulty, Terror. Surviving players, 3. You have earned praise from over 10 patients and received the honorary banner, Divine Healer. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Healing the World. Congratulations on receiving the hidden reward. Choose any 2 from the following 5 rewards. Ghost Money, 8888. Eerie Artifact, Eerie Funeral Garment Quality, Bloodstained. Medical Skill Proficiency, 10,000. Eerie Artifact, Pony Doll Quality, Dark Crimson. Eerie Artifact, Sewing Kit Quality, Crimson. You may choose to remain in this instance or challenge the next one. Return yes no. Chapter 45, Blood Red Sewing Kit, Return to Reality, That Life-Saving Egg Fried Rice. Choose 2 out of 5? Lin Yi stared at the rewards offered by the horror game. She fell deep in thought. I still have over 50,000 spirit coins. While 8,888 is a lot, I can rule that out for now. Medical Skill Proficiency? For me, working hard for a day can increase it by 10,000. This is useless too. Lin Yi murmured. Her gaze shifted to the 3 ghost artifacts. Based on their grades, from lowest to highest, they were the eerie funeral robe, the little horse doll, and the sewing kit. Lin Yi examined the uses of the 3 artifacts. The ghostly funeral robe could be gifted as a present. Effectively boosts the favorability of older supernatural entities. It can have surprising effects in certain special instances. However, it remains merely a blood-stained artifact. It's only slightly stronger than a defective artifact. Likely won't boost favorability much. The pony plushie summons a horse-shaped ghostly entity that can be ridden as a mount. A ghost rider? As for the blood red tear sewing kit? This was something Lin Yi couldn't quite figure out. The function display seemed quite ordinary. It can mend high-grade dolls or clothing. If damaged, it can restore them to perfect condition. It seemed like the least useful one. Yet it was the highest level one. I don't really have any high-level clothes either. Lin Yi hesitated. Wait. There was one thing that needed mending. Her little teddy bear. She'd planned to just have someone patch it up. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a flash of inspiration. These 5 things seemed to be connected to her. They were things she needed to some extent. Which means, the horror game thought she needed a blood red sewing kit to mend a teddy bear? It's just a stuffed bear she lost as a child. Is that really necessary? Lin Yi lowered her head. She gazed at the grinning teddy bear in her arms. Its torn limbs and the gaping tear down its back. How pitiful. Slowly, Lin Yi's eyes softened. Memories drifted back to those carefree days of long ago. As a child, she had been terrified of the dark. It was her teddy bear that helped her through one terrifying night after another. Never mind. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said, I choose the pony doll and the sewing kit. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi returned to reality. In this ordinary dungeon, the time flow ratio between the horror game and reality was identical. Over 10 days had also passed in reality. Yet it still fatally retained the state she had left it in. Gazing at her clean, bright home, Lin Yi felt as though she had stepped into another world. In the horror game, she hadn't stayed in 5-star rooms or executive offices. Neither place felt quite right. A golden nest or a silver nest is no match for one's own humble abode. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Gazing at the warm sunlight streaming through the window, the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks, her eyes softened with relief. Buzz. Lin Yi was just about to take a shower. She felt her phone vibrate repeatedly. Only then did she realize. Her phone had been charging the whole time she was out. Sitting on the sofa, she unlocked the screen. Most were spam messages and calls. And Xingxue had sent a WeChat message an hour ago. Are you back yet? Come over for dinner tonight? My parents want to properly thank you. Oh, I almost forgot, I accidentally let slip that you're the director. What should I do? Is this a big deal? All because I wanted to show off and say the director of that weird hospital is my absolute best friend. Lin Yi gave a few perfunctory replies. She declined the dinner invitation. As for her identity being exposed? Well, thanks to the livestream. Her identity was already out in the open. Suddenly, a text message from 10 days ago caught Lin Yi's attention. China Merchants Bank, deposit of 50 million renminbi credited to your account 82.99. The money was already transferred? Lin Yi blinked. Though she was now fabulously wealthy, it was only in the form of joss paper. Her bank card only held a few thousand yuan. Now 50 million had been deposited all at once? It felt unreal to Lin Yi. Not only did she survive the horror game, she'd actually become a wealthy woman. Mom, you were right. Lin Yi recalled her mother's letter. It said she would become the most favored princess in the horror game. And it was true. Of course. But it wouldn't have happened without her own hard work. As for the results of that effort, it accounted for less than 0.1% of everything that happened before. Lin Yi sighed. She had somehow become a second-generation wealthy person out of nowhere. Her immediate priority now was to elevate her medical skills to master level. Then she would search for her mother's whereabouts. If she could find her, she might uncover clues about her father's whereabouts. Lin Yi grew increasingly curious about her father, Chen. What exactly did he do in that horror game? Whether it was his various identities, the sinister artifacts, or his relationships with others. All of it. All stemmed from him. Lin Yi couldn't make sense of it. She retrieved the packed fried rice from the haunted painting. It had been stored in the freezer for 2 days. The flavor certainly wouldn't compare to a freshly cooked one. Lin Yi didn't take it upon herself. She didn't replace it with something else. After all, the buyer wasn't purchasing it for taste, but for medicinal purposes. How should it be delivered? Just as Lin Yi was pondering, she discovered another text message containing an address. Now she had a plan. Meanwhile, at a top-tier private hospital in Zhangzhou, a man in his 70s lay on a hospital bed, his body extremely frail. A distinct scratch mark on his chest emitted an ominous black aura. His labored breathing sounded like a final struggle against death. The bed was surrounded by an array of exorbitantly priced medical equipment, emitting faint beeps. In a daze, the old man opened his eyes. As if all his ailments had vanished. With his family tearfully supporting him, he sat up. They all knew. This was the old man's deathbed revival. The current head of the Xu family could no longer hold on. The director standing nearby sighed helplessly at the sight. He left the final moments to the Xu family members present. Yu Xuan. Where is Yu Xuan? The old man's hoarse voice echoed through the hospital room. Have him come here. I have something to instruct him. On his deathbed, the old man wished to entrust the Xu family to his son. He knew his time was nearly up. He wanted to see his son one last time before departing. There was no way. This was the injury he sustained last year in that horror game, wounded by a ghostly spirit, and no cure could ever heal it. The old man had come to terms with it. He was already well into his twilight years. His wife had passed away long ago. So he hadn't squandered his fortune chasing that elusive, smoke-like hope. He hadn't entered a dungeon in a year. The spirit money he'd spent, converted to real currency, would easily amount to over 100 million. Just as the old man called out to his son, Zhu Yuxuan's wife wore a complex expression. For Zhu Yuxuan had yet to tell his father about spending 50 million just to buy a single meal. He didn't know if he could actually get Lin Yi's meal. But just now, Zhu Yuxuan seemed to have gone mad. He rushed back to the Zhu family home 30 kilometers away, claiming he was going to pick up takeout. He didn't know if he could make it back before the old man drew his last breath. Dad! Yuxuan had to go back for something. Don't worry, I've already called him over. Zhu Yuxuan's wife whispered softly. Disappointment and anger flashed in the old man's eyes. Of all times, what could possibly be more important than his own father? Father! Suddenly, before the old man's scolding could finish, the hospital room door burst open. Drenched in sweat from the rush, Zhu Yuxuan rushed in, clutching a plastic takeout bag. Chapter 46, do you know? This meal is just her daily diet. At that moment, seeing Zhu Yuxuan with the takeout bag, the expressions on the faces of everyone in the ward turned grim. These people in the ward were mostly the old man's immediate family members. They genuinely didn't want him to pass away. But you are the old man's own son, the next head of the Xu family. And you're acting so recklessly? All for an order of takeout. You nearly missed seeing the old man for the last time? Put nicely, that's recklessness. To put it bluntly, it's sheer disrespect. You didn't even care about the old man. How could you care about anyone else? Zhu Yuxuan's actions has left everyone utterly disheartened. Except for his wife. Her eyes were filled with delight. Yuxuan, you're finally here. The old man has been waiting for you, his wife hurriedly added. Seeing his son flustered and disheveled, shook his head in disappointment. You, Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Zhu Yuxuan had no time to explain. He'd just received a text from Lin Yi. She said she'd already ordered that fried rice via the delivery app's courier service to the address he'd provided, fearing the meal might get lost, or that the delivery person might have eaten it. Zhu Yuxuan sped along like lightning. He ran over a dozen red lights. Only then did he retrieve the package at top speed and rush back. Dad, eat this meal quickly. Zhu Yuxuan tore open the plastic bag, revealing the fruit bowl wrapped in plastic wrap inside. He peeled off the plastic wrap. The fried rice, still fresh and unspoiled, was exposed to everyone's view. It had only been frozen in the cold storage for 2 days. The fried rice was extremely cold. Its aroma had long since vanished. Surrounded by members of the Zhu family, and given Zhu Yuxuan's high standing, there was none of the melodramatic scenes you see in soap operas. No one raised any suspicious questions about the matter. Only one well-meaning person remarked, "This meal must be cold by now. Should we get something warm for the old master?" Everyone assumed Zhu Yuxuan was simply fulfilling his filial duty. They speculated the old man might have some final wish, like wanting one last bowl of egg fried rice made by his own son before passing. It's not impossible. The old man's expression brightened a bit when he saw the meal. He paid no attention to the fried rice. He sighed, "Yuxuan, I'm not hungry right now. I have something very important to discuss with you. If we don't talk now, there won't be another chance." Hearing this, Zhu Yuxuan hurriedly urged, No. Please eat first. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Finish your meal, then we can talk at your leisure. What other opportunities? Do you think this meal is some kind of elixir? Eating it will cure all ills? The old man was momentarily stunned. He knew his son best. There was absolutely no way he'd do something so out of character. Thinking this, the old man looked at the bowl of rice in confusion. Zhu Yuxuan then explained, "I bought this rice for 50 million. 50 million? Everyone around him stared in disbelief. 50 million for a single bowl of rice? Are the grains made of gold? You couldn't squander money any worse than that. And the old man is still alive. And you're just throwing money around like this. This doesn't look like filial piety. It looks more like you're trying to drive the old man to his grave." Beside them, Zhu Yuxuan's aunt could no longer bear to listen. They had all intended to endure it. After all, the old man didn't have much time left. They didn't want to quarrel during his final days. Frowning, she said, "Yuxuan, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man wants to talk to you, yet you're causing trouble here. Do you even respect your own father?" Suddenly, the old man cut her off. "Dongmei, let him speak." The old man waved his hand. Zhu Yuxuan immediately interjected, "This meal was personally prepared by the chef of the Yuelai Inn. It can cure your illness. It should have been delivered long ago, but that nobleman lingered in the horror game for several extra days. You can blame me, you can scold me, do whatever you wish, but first, please eat this meal." With that, boom! The old man's entire body jerked violently. He nearly leapt to his feet. He knew the Yuelai Inn. And he knew the cook's extraordinary skills. "Are you telling the truth?" the old man exclaimed in shock. "Absolutely true. I saw Yuxian buy it," Zhu Yuxian's wife explained. No time for anything else. The old man hurriedly took the meal. He didn't want to die either. He didn't even take the spoon offered by someone nearby. The old man started eating with his hands. He devoured the entire small bowl in one go. Ah! Suddenly, the old man let out a strange cry. It sounded like a moan of pure delight. Everyone around him wore strange expressions. The next second, something astonishing happened. The wound on the old man's chest, which had been emitting black smoke, healed completely. He himself looked utterly astonished. The injury that had tormented him for over a year had healed with just one mouthful of rice? And that wasn't all. All the minor ailments in his body vanished as well. His back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt. Even his heartbeat had steadied. This 50 million. It was worth every penny. The old master took a deep breath and said, "Yuxuan, we owe this entirely to you. Whoever this masterful individual is who came to our aid, the Zhu family must repay them properly. It must be one of the top players in our dragon nation, right? Could it be Mr. He from the capital? I heard he once worked at the Yuelai Inn. Did he secretly go after you approached him last time, even though he said it couldn't be done?" Zhu Yuxuan shook his head. "No, it wasn't him. It was a new player who just joined the horror game recently. Her name is Lin Yi. You wouldn't believe it, this meal is merely her daily sustenance. I had to beg her to spare me a single bite." Whoa! All at once, the old man sucked in a sharp breath. His scalp prickled with dread. Using such terrifying divine delicacies as daily sustenance? And she's just entered the horror game? What on earth was her background? Even Mr. He in the capital wouldn't dare indulge in such extravagance. Even the top players he knew in the Dragon Kingdom. Couldn't possibly eat this stuff daily. No wonder she packed it in a plastic bag. Turns out she simply couldn't care less. The surrounding Zhu family members felt as if they were in a dream. I had intended for you to host a banquet for that master. The old man grew more horrified the more he thought about it. Finally, he sighed deeply. It seems our Zhu family isn't even worthy of meeting her. Meanwhile, urgent. Who has tailoring skills? I'm willing to pay top dollar for lessons. Lin Yi stared at her phone screen. She waited for a reply from netizens. She had just tried using the sewing kit. Suddenly, she discovered usage requirements. It required master-level tailoring skills. Lin Yi felt utterly helpless. I had no choice but to find a local horror game player forum in Jiangzhou. This forum didn't require real name registration. It seemed to be full of scammers. It featured several major sections: gamer community, pro recruitment, romance leisure, black market trading. Lin Yi posted her message in the player community section. This section is a real hodgepodge. You name it, it's here. Earn 50 ghost coins a month, beat the crap out of a bunch of clowns, and come question it with proof. Finally figured out why some players die so fast. Come in for details. This is unfair. Why is my second dungeon already on fear difficulty? I'm screwed. A vengeful spirit is hunting me down. Veterans, help. Lin Yi's post. Swallowed by the vast sea of posts. Not only that. Because of her level 1 character, she attracted a bunch of trolls who came out to mock her. Chapter 47, The Stunned Player Forum. Did she send the wheelchair girl 1000 ghost coins? Another level 1 account? There are too many level 1 accounts stirring up trouble like this. Don't players even know? Big spenders, my ass scam alert. Scamming for skills, huh? Get lost. Front row reminder, scammers are running rampant on the forum lately. Don't trust them. Where's the moderator? Just delete these posts outright. Reading the replies in the thread. Lin Yi helplessly put down her phone. It seemed no one was willing to believe her. She also searched for related posts. She discovered that players could teach each other skills. But each player could only teach once. And there were numerous restrictions. For instance, the teacher must pay 100 ghost coins. After teaching, there's a high chance their own skill level will drop. Many players despised this system. Just as Lin Yi was about to abandon this path. Ding! A message popped up in her backend. It was a private message from a player named Soda. It seemed to be a female player. Most of her posts were related to tailoring. I have master-level tailoring skills. Do you need them? My phone number is. If you're interested, 100 spirit coins, self-pay. She then sent over an address. Lin Yi was overjoyed upon seeing this. She quickly contacted the female player. She decided to go to her home for a meeting. Ding dong. Since they were both in Jiangzhou, Lin Yi arrived at her home shortly after. It was an ordinary apartment in a residential complex. After ringing the doorbell, Lin Yi waited 3 seconds before a girl in a wheelchair opened the door for her. The child was thin, with pale skin and a soft, delicate demeanor. You must be Soda? Yes. They exchanged a few brief words. Lin Yi handed her the 100 Joss paper notes. Seeing how generous Lin Yi was, the girl hesitated. I thought you were a con artist at first. I just thought I'd give it a shot. Since you genuinely want to learn, how much are you willing to pay me? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. She didn't answer directly. Lin Yi asked the girl a few questions. For instance, whether she worried about her skills deteriorating. Lin Yi needed to calculate how much to offer. But Lin Yi unexpectedly learned. The girl had learned her tailoring skills at a tailor shop. Unfortunately, a month ago, due to a minor mistake, she damaged an expensive garment. The shop owner demanded she compensate 900 spirit coins or face dismissal. The reason the girl was willing to talk to Lin Yi was because she felt she had no hope left. After being fired, as a disabled person, she surely wouldn't live long. She wanted to exchange her skills for money. For her younger sister's future. The girl had lost both her parents. She had only her younger sister to keep her company. She couldn't possibly come up with 900 spirit coins. Most people on the forum knew her situation. Seeing this, Lin Yi decided to play coy first. She didn't mention the money. Instead, she whispered softly, teach me the skill first. I'll pay you when I get back. All right. The girl accepted without suspicion. The skill of tailoring had so few practical uses. Add to that the 100 spirit coins in transaction fees. It meant no players were willing to buy it. Lin Yi was her last hope. How much she could offer. It all depends on her goodwill. Ding. Lun Yanlei has imparted the master tailoring skill to you. After imparting the skill, the girl took another notebook from the table. She handed it to Lin Yi. Here are some of my insights and reflections. Take a look when you have time. Thank you. Lin Yi thanked her. No problem, the girl murmured softly. I need to pick up my little sister, she'll be getting out of school soon. Would you like me to come with you? Lin Yi offered. No need. My sister's very timid and afraid of strangers. The girl declined Lin Yi's offer. The two parted ways. A short while later, the girl arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Watching her little sister skip and bounce toward her. Big sis. I bought some meat, I'll make you stir-fried pork with chili peppers tonight. Her younger sister, just in 5th grade, cooed. She pulled out the pound of pork she'd bought from her backpack. For some reason, a pang of sadness washed over the girl. Ever since their parents passed away, she and her younger sister had relied on each other for survival. Her little sister, still so young, had to learn to take care of her like an adult. But thankfully, the girl lowered her eyes. She probably wouldn't live much longer. If only she could save up enough money. She could give her sister a different future. After returning home, the girl silently sat down at the computer. She was waiting for Lin Yi's transfer. She hoped for hundreds of thousands. That would be enough to cover her sister's college tuition. But they hadn't agreed on whether it would be large or small. Not even that. It all depended on the buyer. The reason the girl was willing to teach first and collect payment later was because she sensed a quality in Lin Yi that reminded her of herself. She trusted Lin Yi wouldn't deceive her. Soda, you didn't go and teach that skill away, did you? That was just a level 1 alt account, and it's already been deleted. Out of the blue, a friend she often chatted with sent her a private message. Just as the girl was holding back her frustration. Just when she thought all hope was lost. Ding! You have received 1,000 ghost coins from player Lin Yi. She suddenly received a notification from the horror game. She froze in place. 1,000 ghost coins? The girl's gaze drifted into a daze. 1,000 ghost coins. At least worth $10 million. This sum could provide her sister with a lifetime of carefree living. It could also repay the 900 joss paper owed to the tailor shop. The cost. Just a tailor's skill? The girl's heart trembled, her nose stinging. Watching her sister's busy figure, she swallowed the bitter ache in her heart. She resolved to clear Lin Yi's name. I'm Soda. She's not a fraud. Our transaction is complete. She transferred 1,000 joss paper coins to me. The moment this post went live, it set the forum ablaze. How much? She gave 1,000 joss paper coins? Seriously? This is Soda lady. She has master-level tailoring skills, no joke. Holy crap, holy crap. 1,000 joss paper coins? Where'd this rich person come from? My bad, I shouldn't have called her a fraud. Is it too late to suck up to the big shot now? Not just those who mocked Lin Yi before. Everyone started deleting their posts, apologizing to Lin Yi. They were terrified of offending Lin Yi. Meanwhile, those with tailoring skills were filled with regret. Tailoring skills are really useless. At the lower beginner and mastery levels, they could only mend clothes. To actually create garments, one must reach at least the expert level. It can't compare to medicine, teaching, or other skills. That's 1,000 spirit coins. How many lives could that save in a critical moment? Everyone was utterly stunned. Players began searching for Lin Yi's whereabouts. They discovered her nickname was Yuelai. Combined with the fact that Lin Yi had just returned to reality, it was hard not to connect the two. When someone exposed that the skill purchaser might be Lin Yi, almost everyone was stunned. That big shot is Lin Yi? Holy crap, I've watched her live streams. No wonder she dropped 1,000 ghost coins, she's definitely loaded. I regret it so much, my only chance to latch onto a big shot is gone. My bad, I shouldn't have been talking nonsense. Not long after, even the moderator showed up. He was furious. Someone actually dared to mock Lin Yi. They actually drove this big shot away. Who was mocking her just now? Permanent ban. The atmosphere on this forum is getting worse and worse. What gives you the right to mock others? At that moment, Lin Yi had just returned home. After transferring the joss paper money, she immediately deleted her forum account. The sewing kit and teddy bear lay on her bed, along with that little horse plushie. But the pony doll seemed slightly off. Its eyes seemed to hold a faint, chilling coldness. She thought it might be her imagination. She ignored the doll. Lin Yi decided to search through the things her father had left behind at home. Maybe she'd find something worthwhile? She walked into her father's bedroom. Chapter 48, Dad's bedroom, secrets hidden in the bookshelf, mysterious safe. Father Chen Yi's bedroom. Ever since he left, it had remained untouched. When she was little, Mom Lin Yuncher never let her go in. But Lin Yi had sneaked in once. She found nothing special inside. Ever since her mother went missing, Lin Yi often cleaned and tidied this bedroom. Squeak! Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked straight in. The bedroom was very simple. A bed, a large bookshelf, and a rosewood desk. Lin Yi first checked under the bed. Nothing at all. Normal. She had cleaned it several times. Nothing had ever been stored here. Lin Yi searched the bookshelf again. The books displayed on the shelves. Most were related to forensic techniques and unsolved case details. Each book contained detailed annotations, which fit perfectly with Dad's identity as a player. Only his desk remained unexamined. She had never paid much attention to this desk before. Each time she cleaned, she only gave it a quick wipe. Could it hold clues to his whereabouts? Curiosity got the better of her. Lin Yi pulled open the drawer of the mahogany desk. The next second, her gaze froze. Inside the drawer lay a makeup case. The compact was divided into two tiers. The top tier held eyeshadows and lipsticks, while the bottom tier contained lipsticks and eyeliner pens. The packaging design of this makeup case was exquisitely crafted. Under the light, a faint reddish glow emerged. The cosmetics inside. Each piece is crafted from premium materials. What puzzled Lin Yi was, none of these cosmetics bore a brand logo, as if purchased from some unscrupulous vendor. Lin Yi picked up the lipstick. She discovered the other cosmetics were brand new. Only this lipstick showed signs of use. She wondered. Why would there be cosmetics in Dad's drawer? Could it be he was planning to give it to another woman? She recalled Sister Mo's expression back then. Lin Yi thought it was indeed possible. But soon, Lin Yi dismissed that suspicion. She recognized the shade of this lipstick. Her mother, Lin Yunshi, seemed to have used it. But she rarely used cosmetics. She only applied lipstick on special occasions. It seemed her mother had intended to keep the makeup box here as a memento. As Lin Yi pondered this, whoosh! A photograph fell out from a hidden compartment in the makeup box. Lin Yi quickly picked it up. She discovered it was a group photo of 3 people. In the photo was her childhood self, alongside her mother, Lin Yunshi, and father, Chen. All 3 were beaming with happiness. As she looked on, Lin Yi let out an involuntary sigh. I'm the only one left now. She placed the makeup box and photos into the haunted painting. These things are useless left here. Better to keep a memento. Soon, Lin Yi resumed searching for other things. But she searched the entire room. She found nothing of use. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, her right little toe accidentally bumped into the edge of the bookshelf. Ow! In an instant, Lin Yi sat down on the bed in pain. She was nearly crying from the pain. This bookshelf is such a nuisance. Just then, Lin Yi noticed something was off about the bookshelf. Because of the collision, several books had fallen from the shelf, revealing what was hidden on the top shelf. Lin Yi's attention was drawn to this object. Even the pain in her toes seemed to lessen considerably. What is this? Lin Yi staggered to her feet. She climbed onto the chair. She reached for the top shelf. From behind the books, it was a small safe. Compact and elegant, it took up minimal space. Its outer shell was made of an unknown special material, a deep crimson-black color with an eerie surface. A 6-digit combination lock adorned the front. Lin Yi was intensely curious about this safe. A tingling sensation filled her heart. She wanted to open it. Could it hold her father's secrets? Could it be related to his whereabouts? Or perhaps it held something incredibly precious. Something so precious even Dad had to guard it carefully. A 6-digit lock? Lin Yi murmured as she stared at the safe's lock. She didn't know the combination. Lin Yi first tried her father's birthday. Wrong. She tried her mother's birthday next. And her own birthday. Still wrong. It wouldn't open. Next, Lin Yi tried every family member's phone number, ID number, and QQ number. Common default passwords. 1234568888888000000. None of these combinations unlocked the safe. This stumped Lin Yi. She kept trying for an hour. Her forehead was covered in sweat from the frustration. Reluctantly, Lin Yi gave up. She couldn't think of any other combination for now. She had no choice but to place the safe into the eerie painting as well. Ugh, Lin Yi sighed in frustration. Night fell. The next instance would open. Lin Yi sat on the balcony. A warm breeze brushed against her drowsy eyelids. Lin Yi took out her sewing kit, carefully mending the damaged parts of the teddy bear. First, she aimed to mend the large tear on its back. With her master-level sewing skills, she managed without a hitch. The threads inside the sewing kit were each a deep crimson, as if soaked in blood for years. The needles themselves glowed crimson. As Lin Yi threaded the final strand through the teddy bear's back, she felt as though an inexplicable energy had awakened. The teddy bear seemed to come to life. That's just right. Lin Yi murmured softly. She had thought it was just an illusion caused by its exquisite craftsmanship. She mended the teddy bear's back. Just this one step took her 3 whole hours. For some reason, the needles and thread in the blood-red sewing kit could barely pierce through this teddy bear. But after all, it was a gift from her dad. Not a single one was normal. Lin Yi placed the teddy bear back on the bed. She gave the little horse doll beside it a casual pat. Just like a child. Then, she poured herself a glass of wine. After all, she had nothing else to do today. In the office, she took just one sip. Before she could even taste it, she was interrupted. Today, at least, no one would disturb her. Lin Yi held her wine glass. It felt like a scene from a movie. She swirled the glass slowly. She took a small sip, feeling the liquid slide down her throat. Her whole body grew warm. Until she finished the entire glass. She was thoroughly intoxicated. Suddenly, bang! Lin Yi heard a sound coming from the bedroom. She was startled. There was no one else in the house. Could it be a burglar? Her dolls were all on the bed. At that thought, Lin Yi rushed to the bedroom. But what she saw next left her utterly speechless. The little horse doll that had been sitting perfectly on the bed had been violently torn to shreds. Fuzz was scattered all over the floor. All its limbs were completely severed. There was absolutely no way to repair it. Who? Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. The little horse plushie was a dark crimson grade artifact. It could summon a horse-shaped spirit as a mount. Extremely precious. Plus, there was no one else at home. It couldn't be that she'd grown tired of living. Dismantled myself? And it couldn't be a teddy bear either. This isn't some fairy tale. Out of jealousy over her favoritism? Did the teddy bear come to life? You must be joking. Chapter 49, The Revived Doll. Sungu, he who speaks the true name shall find eternal life within the cycle of rebirth. Lin Yi felt like she was going mad. How could she have suspected the teddy bear? It wasn't a real animal, after all. If you were a real bear and killed a horse, that would make sense. But it's just a stuffed animal, what could it possibly hit with? Cotton? Strange, there's no one around. Lin Yi looked around. She searched her bedroom. Then she searched every corner of the house. She found absolutely nothing suspicious. Finally, he turned his gaze back to the bed. He tucked the remains of the little horse toy into the strange painting. She gazed at the grinning teddy bear. Lin Yi picked it up. Did you do this? Was it you? I stabbed. Mumbled a drunken Lin Yi. Under the influence of alcohol. She was like a little child. For some reason, Lin Yi noticed the blood-red eyes of the teddy bear seemed to reveal a displeased expression. Just like a human. It nearly gave her a heart attack. But in the blink of an eye, that terrifying feeling vanished. Just then, a harsh voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Stop poking. The voice sounded like that of an 8 or 9-year-old girl. A faintly discernible, childish tone. Lin Yi could almost picture a little girl with cheeks puffed out, gnashing her teeth. Lin Yi's intoxication dissipated considerably in an instant. Confusion flashed in her eyes. Who's speaking? Are you a teddy bear? Lin Yi wasn't afraid, she was just curious. She didn't understand. How could a teddy bear doll enter her mind and speak? No, not. The voice in her mind clearly panicked at the question. It stammered in denial. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she immediately shouted, I'm your second personality. Ha! Lin Yi was stunned. How could she not know she had a second personality? True, she had been bullied frequently as a child. But it wasn't as if she'd been bullied that badly. It wasn't like in the movies. Developing some kind of schizophrenia. Are you serious? Then do you know what my childhood nickname was? Lin Yi asked suspiciously. Well that doesn't matter. The voice in her mind stammered. It seemed utterly clueless about Lin Yi's nickname. Just as Lin Yi was puzzled. The voice hummed lightly, anyway, I fell into a deep slumber when you were just a little kid. My mental age is definitely older than yours. Didn't your mother teach you that children shouldn't pester adults with questions? It's terribly impolite. But I'm magnanimous. Just call me Big Sister once, and I'll forgive you. Hearing this, Lin Yi instinctively replied, Big Sister. I. The voice answered cheerfully. Then, Lin Yi heard the sound of the horror game. Ding. Teddy bear's affection for you plus 10. Current affection level, teddy bear smitten. Lin Yi. Holy crap. It really is the teddy bear. She destroyed her own pony doll. And now she's trying to trick me? Making me call her Big Sister? Even now, Lin Yi's drunkenness had mostly worn off. She remained composed, not immediately exposing the teddy bear. Its affection level was already off the charts. 70 points. That was already quite high. Exposing it outright might have been too humiliating for her. Affection decreased. Lin Yi was curious about it. Using a blood-red sewing kit, barely managed to patch it up. Now that its body was patched up, it could actually invade her mind directly. Just how powerful is this teddy bear? The voice in her mind kept calling out incessantly. Don't worry. Since I'm your big sister now, if you ever run into trouble, just call me. I'll definitely sort it out for you. Those who chant my true name shall find eternal life within the cycle of reincarnation. Ha 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 ha. The crisp lowly voice brimmed with pride. As if she were utterly awesome. So cheesy. Put. Lin Yi couldn't hold it in. She burst out laughing. Seeing this, the lowly voice complained, "What are you laughing at?" "I was just thinking about something happy," Lin Yi replied obediently. "My best friend is having a baby." "Ha?" The lowly voice sounded skeptical. Seeing Lin Yi struggling to suppress her laughter, she snapped angrily, "You don't believe me at all. Stop laughing. I'll show you my power." The teddy bear possessed two abilities. Once it fully recovers, it can transform into a giant bear to destroy everything in sight. It could also temporarily lend its power to its master Lin Yi. However, the borrowed power never exceeds 50% of its full potential. Moreover, it would severely deplete her yin energy. It cannot be sustained for even a minute. "Speak," the lowly voice inquired. "What would make you trust me? How about this, help me fix this teddy bear?" Lin Yi tentatively suggested. This the lowly's voice faltered. If she could fix herself, why would she need Lin Yi? "I'm not good at this, pick another one." Hearing this, Lin Yi recalled the safe. She took it out of the eerie painting. Placing it on the table, she asked, "So, big sis, could you help me open this safe?" "Open this thing? No problem." The lowly voice agreed instantly. As if it were a piece of cake for her. "Do you know the password?" Lin Yi asked. "No." Lowly voice replied matter-of-factly. "A little thing like this? I could smash it open with one punch." "Don't resist me. Let me take control of your body. Though my current power doesn't exceed 30% of my peak strength, it's still far beyond what a mere ghost like you can handle. Watch closely, this is the power that will fill you with dread." Before Lin Yi could refuse, she sensed a call emanating from within her body. As if a soft little hand reaching out to grasp her hand. Anyway, she didn't know the safe's combination. Might as well let the teddy bear try to brute force it. The contents inside should be fine. Plus, with 70 points of goodwill, that was enough for Lin Yi to trust the teddy bear. "Don't use too much force, don't damage anything inside," Lin Yi whispered softly. "I know. Don't resist me." The lowly's voice grew impatient. The next second, Lin Yi allowed the tiny hand inside her body to seize hold of her. Her consciousness immediately withdrew from her body. She now observed from a third-person perspective. She could see her own body begin to move. Buzz. Her eyes were deep and bottomless, flickering with an eerie crimson glow. Her crimson lips parted slightly, revealing a sinister smile, as if she could vanish into the darkness at any moment. A chilling, terrifying aura emerged, radiating a palpable intent to kill. Her entire being seemed possessed by a sinister spirit, sending chills down the spine. Her overwhelming aura far surpassed that of a mere ghost. Even a vengeful spirit. At that moment, "Finally, you've fallen for it," she murmured softly. Like a cunning fox revealing its tail. Malevolence seeped from every inch of her skin. Chapter 50, Testing Strength. Curious little bear, got something fun? Though it looked terrifying, Lin Yi stared at the horror games prompt and fell deep in thought. Ding! The teddy bear's affection for you plus 10. Current affection level, teddy bear devoted. Because of her trust, the teddy bear's affection level rose by another 10 points. It's already at 80 points. There's no way I could have deceived her. Has this teddy bear been watching too many movies? How cheesy is that? Can we start now? Lin Yi urged. As soon as the words left her mouth, she watched her body return from its sinister state. Ahem, ahem, ahem. What's the rush? It'll be done soon. The lowly's voice echoed within her body. Watch closely, I'll show you what I can do. I'll show you what a true powerhouse looks like. With that, she aimed at the safe ahead. She took a deep breath. Her eyes instantly blazed crimson. A terrifying aura, like a raging flood or a ferocious beast, surged from her right hand. As if it could cleave the heavens and earth apart in an instant. Boom! She slammed into the safe, using less than 10% of her strength. Yet it far surpassed the power of the ghost. A faint smile curved her lips. She felt opening a safe was child's play. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Under her single strike, the safe didn't budge an inch. Not even a scratch appeared. As if it had merely been brushed by a gentle breeze. Ha! Lin Yi was utterly baffled by the outcome. Did you use force? Lin Yi, possessed by the teddy bear, froze in place. She stared at the safe in utter disbelief. How could she not have used force? Her hands were sore from pounding. This safe wasn't even scratched. This shouldn't be possible. Even a dark crimson grade artifact wouldn't withstand this blow. Hold on, I only used a tiny bit of strength just now. Let me try again. The stubborn little bear doll tried again. This time, she poured nearly all her strength into it. Violent power surged from her entire body into a single palm strike. A savage aura swirled, stirring the surrounding dark energy and making the furniture in the house tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Boom! As her palm slammed down. A force capable of crushing even the most cunning fiends in a single blow. Dead silence. The safe remained unmoved. Forget violent force. Not even a single crack. Witnessing this scene, she nearly choked on her own blood. How could this happen? What's the deal with this thing? Loli asked in utter shock. Even I can't open it? It's my dad's, Lin Yi murmured. I thought you could open it easily. Your dad's? The teddy bear's temper flared at the words. How could I possibly open something belonging to that man? Go find any Li Gue or Red Robe, not a single supernatural being could open this thing. If anyone can crack it open by force, I'll be his daughter. You're deliberately picking on me. Her voice was already trembling with tears. Like a little girl being bullied. Lin Yi felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Before she could comfort the teddy bear, it seemed to shut down. Suddenly, Lin Yi's consciousness snapped back into her body. No matter how much she called out to Big Sister, the teddy bear wouldn't acknowledge her. Looks like it's sulking. Ding. Teddy bear's affection for you 10. Current affection level, teddy bear smitten. Sigh. Lin Yi shook her right hand. A wave of pain washed over her. Though the teddy bear was indeed powerful, her body was still her own. After getting beaten up, she ran off. Regret would be hers alone. Looks like this safe won't open. Despite growing even more curious about it, Lin Yi felt helpless. She stored the safe inside the mysterious painting. She turned to look at the small teddy bear doll placed on the bed. Its back was turned toward her. It had secretly changed its pose at some point. It looked like it was sulking in a proud and stubborn way. Lin Yi placed it on the bedside table. Today had been exhausting enough. Time to sleep. The night passed without incident. When Lin Yi woke up the next day, she discovered that the little bear doll had somehow found its way into her arms. Not afraid of being crushed, Lin Yi carefully tucked it into her backpack. She opened her phone. She found a message from Xue. Has the Jiangzhou Paranormal Bureau contacted you? I heard new players have to register there. The Paranormal Bureau? Lin Yi had heard of this organization. A specialized government department established for horror games. Responsible for providing relevant information and whatever assistance they could offer. Sure enough, Lin Yi scrolled through her messages. The Bureau of the Uncanny had indeed invited her to register. Since she had nothing else to do today anyway, Lin Yi sent a message to Xue. Let's head to the Jiangzhou Paranormal Bureau together. Jiangzhou Paranormal Bureau. Located in downtown Jiangzhou. Adjacent to the government building. Staff in black uniforms came and went intermittently. Players with varied expressions also entered. Lin Yi and Xue stepped inside. Staff quickly took their information for registration. Additionally, they were also asked to undergo a comprehensive ability assessment. They were told that upon reaching a certain level, they would be eligible for corresponding benefits. For instance, players at the fragmented soul tier could claim one talisman worth 100,000 yuan monthly. Spectral tier players get 3. Conversely, they must also report to the Jiangzhou Paranormal Bureau the dungeons they've experienced and all the situations within them. Testing strength, huh? I'm just a fragmented soul. But I owe it all to you, EE. And Xue remarked casually. After completing the main quest at the hospital, I was rewarded with a dagger for self-defense. The two chatted as they arrived at the internal building of the Paranormal Bureau. They took the elevator straight to the 5th basement level. They soon entered a room. Numerous staff members were intently calibrating equipment with solemn expressions. Lin Yi observed various high-tech instruments alongside peculiar devices of unsettling purpose. Before long, before them appeared was a massive, eerie mirror. It was as large as an entire wall. This mirror is a dark crimson-grade artifact. You may exert yourselves fully, it will test your true strength. Whether it's artifact power or other abilities, feel free to unleash them fully. A female staff member wearing gold-rimmed glasses murmured softly from the side. Now, let's wait until Yun Jinxing finishes her test first. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the other turned their gaze toward a young woman standing before the eerie mirror. Her expression was haughty, clad in black like a blooming black rose. However, in stark contrast to her demeanor, the girl held a blood-stained slaughter knife. The butcher's knife marred her beauty. As if she were brewing something. The girl didn't act immediately. Staff members murmured among themselves nearby. Yun Jinxing's test this time, she's probably going to reach the level of a vengeful spirit, right? She's only cleared 3 instances so far. Whoa, growing that fast? She'll likely join the ranks of Long Nation's elite players before long. Thanks to her, the Yin family will likely join Jiangzhou's elite clans. Lin Yi listened, her mind drifting. Suddenly, she sensed a strange movement within the backpack slung across her shoulders. Ha! The voice of the little bear doll echoed in her mind. Something fun?